Hello everyone, and welcome to the Monsters Attack mid-set finale. My name is Nekra, and I will be your desk host this weekend, joined by 4 incredible casters to bring you through all of the action. But before we get into that, we're gonna do a fantasy draft. Introducing to you our 32 players competing this weekend. We've got 4 players from the Defender Cup, 4 players that qualified through the Corrupted Cup, and 24 players that qualified to compete this weekend through qualifier points. And we're going to be picking some of these players to go onto our draft team. So join me in welcoming to the desk our 4 casters. We've got Bryce, Casanova, Frodan, and Crowan. We're going to get this draft started, but I have a big important question to ask, and that's, who's winning this draft?
I always win, except for the ones where I lose, and those don't count.
They do count, though. They absolutely count. I don't know where this is coming from, Brett.
You'll be hearing from my lawyers.
You know what? I'll back down. I don't
want that fight either.
I don't want that smoke.
No one does.
I feel like, Dan, you probably have like the best record. Unless I'm misremembering.
There's an actual rule: the more you yap before you make your first selection, the less likely you actually win. As proven by my track record as the reigning champion. So
That's
I don't
fair.
really talk at all during these.
You were pretty quiet up to that point. I set you up for that one, so it's my fault. But we're kicking off this draft in a snake order, starting with Crowan, and we'll go right to left. So Crowan, kick it off.
All right, no pressure. And as much as I actually want to first pick a particular player, I will not do so. And
Coward.
Okay. You're gonna make me do it. You're gonna make me ask first, but no, I won't. I'll stick to my game plan. I am going to be first picking Dish Soap. I feel like obviously very, very good on ladder per usual, but is finally translating that to consistent tournament success. Is one of the 4 players to have top 16 both cups, and I think he's really, really going to be favoring this patch as well, comparatively to Corrupted, where he still performed when he wasn't as comfortable. So Dish Soap, my number 1 pick.
Fair enough. Dan, you're going to be next in the order as we go down through Casanova and Bryce. Who are you picking?
No risk, no fun. I'm going to already start things off a little spicy based off of people's expectations. And I think there's a little bit of Dan and Daniel connection. I'm going with DQA as my first pick. I think going into the mid-set, it's purely about meta read, and right now DQA, newly crowned rank 1 on North American server, has all the momentum behind him. He's proven that he can get to Worlds multiple times, and also, he's an efficient player. He knows if he gets first this tournament, he doesn't have to play 8.5. So DQA is going to line up his real-life responsibilities with his TFT responsibilities into a first place. Let's get it, Daniel.
All right. I like that. I've been a big DQA supporter in fantasy drafts in the past, and I also just think solid player. I like Dan's pick here. I think Crowan's a coward, and I think I'm also a coward, and I'm also not gonna pick Kai Vix. That's who we're referring to, because Crowan and I always fight over him. Instead, I'm just gonna go for the very safe option. Crowan mentioned, only 4 players of top 16 both of the cups so far, having very good set 8s. Only 1 player has top 8'd both of those cups, and he did just win the last one. I'm gonna take Satsuka.
Man,
I see a pattern here.
all the players that I wanted are gone. How do I abort this mission? Okay, I mean, I don't know that I trust this guy, because he says he's the best, and every time he says he's the best, he's high-key not the best, but also he's really good at TFT. He's the only person who has made it to Worlds back-to-back times in, the history of North. Actually, that's not true. Milk has as well. But that's okay. Milk's not playing, so they want in this field. I'm taking Socks. He is no longer mismatched, but he is still Socks, so he's got to be good, right? Surely.
Hey, why is he not
So.
mismatched anymore?
Well, because he changed his name. He's just Socks.
I mean, it's just too many characters, but yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
He's
I think
dropped the
Sasha's gonna
extra
pop off. We'll
characters,
see.
so.
Yeah. Why not?
What do I do now? We had a plan. This is not going according to plan at all now. You know what? I'm going to kick things off, and I will pick Broccoli as my first pick. Broccoli played a lot in set 6 and found a ton of success there, but ended up taking a break in set 7, like me. So I feel like we're kindred spirits, and that's really gonna propel him to do well in this tournament this weekend. And since it's a snake draft, I get to pick again. And I have absolutely no idea who I'm picking right now. So,
Throw a dart.
I really okay. Listen, I feel like you could do that though. Either throw a dart or like roll a random number generator or something, because you never know what's gonna happen in these TFT tournaments. At least up until like day 3, and maybe even then, you have no idea. So I could high roll or low roll this one, but I'm gonna go with K3 Soju.
Oh,
That's
Oh
right.
my god.
Looked.
spicy.
Okay.
You gonna
So
hit.
it could be
fine.
the best pick, it could be the worst pick, and that's exactly where Soju wants everyone else.
Exactly. I'm playing my odds here.
I was wondering when he was gonna go, to be honest, because I think he was gonna make the board no matter what. I was just not sure when it was gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean,
I
of course
was
he makes the
thinking-
board.
Yeah.
He's Soju.
I was thinking maybe.
Yeah, you never know how he's gonna be, but he's Soju.
Yeah.
He could easily pop off.
He
He's a
could
beast.
just win. He
Yeah.
could.
Why not?
Exactly.
Okay,
It's gonna happen.
I am back on the clock, and I'm gonna continue to just throw random names out there. It seems like a good strategy. I'm gonna go with Wasian Iverson with the 7th overall pick. He is my up and coming player of the set, as well as basically everyone else's. He is a monster. If you have not watched him play TFT before, you really, really ought to. It is really fun to watch him play. He's a kind of 1st or 8th oriented player. He likes to play on that razor's edge, and he's finding a ton of success in all the tournaments so far. The set, popping off on ladder, he's just a monster.
I
Yeah,
really
got a
thought
chance
I
to
was
chat
gonna get
with
away
him.
with it.
I think Wasian in general is going to be the player that people look at as like the breakout performance of set 8, and
Yep,
he's
for sure.
currently on track to do so.
Yep.
But it's so funny because if you just like look at his name even from the beginning, when people don't know, it's like it looks like a meme name, almost like a Smurf account. This guy is very good at TFT. If you've never heard of him, you're about to find out.
Yeah, he had some good performances in set 7 as well, and then coming into set 8, just like playing so incredibly well. I thought I was actually gonna get away with like stealing him here in the 8th pick, but Bryce taking him away. Instead, I'm gonna take someone who like Socks has many times said he's the best TFT player out there, and a lot of times when he does it is high key not. But I still think he's very good, and kind of sticking with my people who have top 16 both of the cups. I'm gonna take Clear.
What? Taking clear TFT? What the heck? Can this
Taking
guy's
clear
ego get
TFT?
any bigger?
He's
Second
Team
round
Ego.
draft pick?
You have a theme, by the way. It's Team Ego, so you got to stick
Yeah.
on theme for pick
I
3
will.
and 4, Casa.
Of course. Easy.
Oh man, why did I pick Soju then? Not gonna-
We're asking
Taking
the
my
same
picks.
exact question. It's my pick now. I have 2 choices here, but I'm pretty sure Crowan, it's not. Neither of them are on his radar right now. So I'll go with the first pick that comes to mind, which is a player that I think this patch rewards, and that's Iniko. I actually think Iniko is, in my opinion, is a top 3 player in the current field. I think with the recent buff to the AP tree in particular, it favors his skill set, and I think he has played TFT the way Mortdog has always envisioned it. You get a mech emblem, but you don't exactly have the mech set up. Just throw it on that Annie and try to make that work. Chasing unconventional 3-star units, playing AP when everyone else was chasing Belveth and Samira. This man has been grinding for a bounce patch all set long, and lo and behold, a bounce patch has graced its presence upon us for 13.4. Iniko, it is time. And I am so ready to win this fantasy draft. Actually, we should just call it here. I'm pretty sure my first 2 picks way outclass everyone's pound for pound.
So how did that mech Annie work out for Nico again?
He got
Okay, well,
grief, man.
clear-
Setsuko helped Annie.
Clear griefed him.
Yes.
Of all people. Come on.
That was such a funny game to watch. Not for Nico, of course. Nico, yeah, got a little griefed, but I'm just saying. Maybe a Nico isn't gonna be the one to, take it home for you. We'll see though. I got 2 picks now. Back to back. And if I have 2 picks, one of them's gonna have to be Kyvik, so let's just get it on the board already.
It's a great pick, actually.
Yeah, I think a great pick here. He gapped everybody else at last regionals. I actually wasn't even close. Won by like over 9 points, while everyone else was like tied for 29, 28 points with like the 2nd to 5th. But Kyvix was just way ahead of everybody. Yes, recent results would say that Kyvix did not perform well at Corrupted Cup, because he didn't, but had a solid defender, and I think still can show up and surprise, can be considered one of the best TFT players, even if not the most consistent. I always have faith in Kyvix. That's my pick. We gotta go one more, and that I will go Team Liquid's Kuramax. I think I resonated a lot with after a Defender Cup, Kerm going last and him being like, no, this is not good enough. I have to really, really shape up and grind and kind of put the pedal to the metal. And he did that. Got 10th at Corrupted, and I think that mentality shift coming forward into the mid set, I think is really, really good for him. I believe in Kerm.
It's ridiculous how much Kron and I just share one brain cell, because I was gonna pick it was Kyvix and then Kurum on my list of next two to pick. So you know,
Unlucky.
We'll just throw the plan out the window, tear it all up. We'll just go now. We'll figure it out.
Meanwhile, Dan and I never talk about TFT, so I have no idea who we could possibly be eyeing for this spot.
Bryce knows exactly who I'm picking, but first I want to comment.
Me.
Isn't Crowan just crazy? He puts 11 black again twice in a row. It's like, surely it's gonna happen twice in a row. I can't believe this guy picked Kyvik's second slot, but Kurum makes a lot of sense. But just look one step adjacent to Kurum on Team Liquid. I have a roster of champions, proven commodities. Let's go with Team Liquid. Robin. I can't believe that Robin fell to third round draft pick. You guys are crazy. Robin is always one of the most prepared coming into tournaments. And yes, last event was uncharacteristic for him. It was the first tournament, I believe, in 8 major events in North America that he didn't get to the final day, let alone the final lobby. I think Robin is once again going to come back with a fire and has recognized what wasn't working because he took a vacation prior to the Corrupted Cup. He's now working hard. He's back in it, and there's a world spot on the line. I don't have to remind you guys what happened in Set 5 regionals, right?
Well, I don't know if you need reminding of what happened in scrims last night, where Robin went 888, 888, 888. So
even better. He sacks, form. And now everyone underestimates him. He tanked his draft value just for me. Thank you, Rob.
He got all his 8s out the system. Now, you know, he's ready to go, ready to win this one. No, I mean, to be fair, Robin was the next on my pick order. I had Kyvix, Kurum, and Robin as the 3 I wanted next. So now I'm gonna go for something a little bit spicier. Someone who's come back after not playing for a couple sets, had a big breakout performance in Corrupted, but didn't even play in Defender. I'm taking Buzzy Boo.
Love it.
Oh, that's a
spicy.
Really spicy pick. I like that.
Buzzy,
by the way, has a major amount of imposter syndrome. I messaged him like yesterday, and he was just telling me that he thought that a lot of his performance was a fluke, but then he like realized like, hey, this is like over 25 games or so. It's actually kind of hard to make it a fluke. And he's always been touted by people like Riley, for example, who joined us in the broadcast and previous cast, was saying like he's a very naturally gifted player, kind of one of those players that can easily plug back in. And he took like a set and a half off, and now look where he's at. He's qualified for mid set. Let's see if Buzzy's got it.
Speaking of people, we'll see if they've got it. We know he's got it on ladder. He's had 2 accounts in the top 20 basically for the entire set. I think he's the other player that's kind of getting slept on. I'm just going to stick in theme right after my Wage and Iverson pick. I'm going to go with Ripple Overdrive in this spot. There's a lot of young blood in TFT in North America right now. They're not getting their due. They are hungry and they are prepping like it, and I'm really excited to see Ripple pop off this weekend along with Wajian. And I got more of those up my sleeve for my last pick as well, because you just got to stick with the theme.
Yeah, just a note on Ripple is that it's one thing to win the admiration of the fans and the casters and everybody else, but it's another to win the admiration of your peers, and it feels like Ripple does have that, and that's something that you can't really say about everybody that we picked right now. Everybody that we picked so far to this point, there's disagreements on their current form, but it's almost people who just, when they think about Ripple Overdrive, they have a lot of respect for him, and that says a lot, even though the results aren't there yet in places like Mid-Set Finale and Regionals.
Well, and Ripple was so close to making it to regionals last set as well. Like he's been on the cusp, and he's had very good tournaments in the first 2 cups. Like he's been very consistent, very solid, and it's just a matter of time, I think, for this player to have that big tournament that he spikes. And hey, maybe it's this mid set.
Maybe it's this one, but I raise you another player that I feel like might be getting slept on just a little bit because it's their first time competing in major tournaments for a TFT set, and I'm picking Yogurt as my next pick. I feel like Yogurt's one of those people that, like, I've got rank 1 on the ladder at some point, and I feel like that might help. That might help in this one.
Yeah, Yogurt's a bit one of the players to keep an eye out. He also could be kind of like a rookie of the set type of performance, but a little bit less to be desired in the previous event by his own admission. Kind of like choked, got a little bit nervous under the spotlight. I mean, because he hit rank 1 and all of a sudden his viewership like 10x'd. He went from like 20 viewers to like 200. He said that the pressure was really on him for the Corrupted Cup, but maybe that was a good trial run going into mid-set.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, you know, you tested the waters a little bit, gotten a little more familiar, and so peak form. I expect peak form.
Plus, you have the food. You have the food team.
That's true.
Broccoli, yogurt,
and people
Soju
feast on
is a
Soju's
fruit.
LP like every day on the solo queue. So yeah, it all makes sense.
Oh my god. Okay. I was gonna I can't keep going with the food theme though. I feel like
unlucky.
I don't think there's any other players that I could actually fill that out with. So, instead, I'm going to roll the dice here a little bit, and I'm gonna pick Garchomp Pro for reasons.
Whoa.
Wouldn't have to do with the
letting
name at
your
all, right?
biases
It has
from other
nothing to do
work
with the
come into
name,
play
right?
here,
No,
Neck, right?
nothing?
Anyone who knows
Okay.
Necker knows exactly why
Yeah.
to pick Garchomp. We can move on.
Yeah. Well, yeah, come on now. I mean, okay, listen. That aside, right? I do think that Garchomp Pro is one of those players that, you know, been around for a while, and I feel like some of that experience from playing in past sets might play a role here. So, yeah, okay, maybe a little biased, but there is definitely something to back that up too.
Reasons.
I
You
like
could
that.
have just left it at reasons.
Yeah,
Necker.
reasons. I felt like I had to explain myself,
you're
but
good.
yeah, reasons. Anyway, Brian.
Okay, I get to round out my team here. I am going to stick with the under-the-radar players. There's a bunch of people I really like, actually, in this spot, but one of them I think I like the most. I'm going with Stellar Minhee. Weijin is getting all the hype from this group. I think when we're, in terms of current form, Weijin and Stellar Minhee are relatively similar, and I think that Stellar will surprise a lot of people with another consistent tournament performance. My team is stacked. Well, you guys don't even need to draft anymore. This is all over.
I actually agree that Bryce's team is pretty stacked. I had a couple of these players on my radar as well. Weijin, you took right before me. It was between Buzzy and Ripple for me on my third pick, and I would have taken Ripple if he made it to 4th round. Stellar is another person I had listed here. And there's one more player. I'm going to get someone. I'm not going to have to go down the list and figure out who I've got. I had someone I had prepped that I wanted to pick, and that's actually Replay. I've just been pretty impressed with their play throughout the 2 cups. I think they've put some really good performances up in those tournaments. I haven't, to be honest, been able to check out a lot of their POVs recently, like since Corrupted, right? So I don't know how they've been performing on the recent patch, but I was impressed with them earlier in set A in Monsters Attack. So I'm just excited to see how they do in the mid-set finale, and I think that I'm very happy to get them on this fantasy team. I still feel really good about my draft.
I just liked how Cass is like, oh, you picked like right after the person that I wanted to pick. Yes, Cass, if you had 3 picks in a row, you could have selected these
I know.
players. That is
It'd be
correct.
crazy.
I know.
Crazy.
It's wild. Wild how
That's how I
how
thought it was
fake
going to
drafting
work,
works.
because I'd have 3 in a row.
If it was up to Cass, he would have 9 players on his roster, and we'd all have 4.
Sounds broken.
I think it'd be
And
so
you would
fair.
still lose. Is it crazy?
Is anyone balancing this fantasy draft?
No. No, we're not.
This spot's really hard. There's 2 people that, in particular, that it's more like the sentimental value of like what I really appreciate about them, and so I feel like I want to stay on this consistent theme. And actually, I think going back to my previous pick, I talked about proven commodities. I'm going to go with someone a little bit unproven, but person that's kind of right there on the cusp. I'm going to go out on the limb and pick Pitsy. I think Pitsy is a player that is just under so many people's radar, but he's the player that I think I've talked to the most, who I knew 0 about coming to this set. And Pitsy is an AP expert, and he's been very quietly working on his game to make sure that he's holistic in his approach. Also, it's just really cool to see so much positivity. He has an energy that reminds me of Spicy Appies. If you really like Appies, and you love going off on the beaten path, and you really like the positivity, the good vibes, Pitsy's your guy. So I'm just going to go this with my heart here. He's been joining my co-streams. I love his attitude and approach to the game, and I think he's going to impress a lot of people with some of the tools up his sleeve.
One of the sweetest human beings. Appies is his absolute analog. He never complains about low roll. He can be in the worst spot imaginable. Gets, you know, a Krug with nothing dropped. He can be friggin' 7 items after wolves. He couldn't care less, man. He does whatever he can with what he's got, and he is a really positive player. And like Dan said, the meta is shifting more towards AP, and that is very much Pitsy's wheelhouse.
All right, I'm looking at the drafts that people got here. They are scary, but I think in my draft philosophy, I tend to pick the one who's going to win the event. So in my 4, Kyvix hopefully is going to be that one, but I got rounded out strong. I got rounded out with a player that I was really praying wouldn't be among Frodan's 2 that he's about to snipe for me. It wasn't. A lot of respect for Pitsy, of course, but I'm going with Malala to round out my draft. Malala started making some big waves in set 7, carrying it forward now into Monsters Attack, went 5th at Corrupted Cub. Malala is just trending up and up, and I think will not let me down. And one of my 4 players is surely going to win this event. I'm calling it right now because that's just what I do. Pick the winners.
You do have a 1 in 32 chance, so yeah, or 4 in 32
Wow.
chance. So yeah, pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Runner is just counting out 3 of your players. You're just like, one of them might be able to win, but the rest of them, no.
We are confirmed not members of the faithful, Precedent, the prophesied winner of the Set 8 World Championship.
Was it
Can't
set
even
8?
get-
I thought it was set 9.
Can't even
Set
get
8.
picked in the fantasy draft in the top 20. My God, the disrespect.
How there's too many
Had
good
the
players.
chance.
Why didn't you
Too many
pick
good
him?
Players.
It's about building
I
his
like
legend,
on that
Bryce.
spot. Listen. I got Stellar Mini. Stellar Mini's a beast. I don't know what you 3 were doing with your last picks, but
It's about
Sus.
building that legend, Bryce. Now he was not picked, and he's gonna win the entire tournament. You know, he's gonna be able to put it in all of our faces for not picking him. It's part of building the lore even more.
So the ultimate non-caster cursing, I guess
Yeah.
it could happen here. Well, anyway, this is going to be the end of the fantasy draft. Good luck to everybody and the players that they picked, and also just good luck to everybody competing this weekend. When we come back, we're going to have the start of the Monsters Attack mid-set finale. Hello everyone, and welcome to Monsters Attack mid-set finale. My name is Nekra, and I'm joined, of course, by the lovely folks you just saw on your screen during our Q-Pop pre-show and our fantasy draft, but I've got the first 2 lined up for you. Here are Casanova, Crowan. How are you both doing today?
I'm just like so stoked to be back doing TFT. This is my first tournament for Monsters Attack. The last time y'all saw me was the Dragonlands regional final, and I get to do it with Crowan and Nekra. This is like, you know, dream come true. I'm always excited to work with both of you.
Oh, I feel that. I've been spoiled in TFT recently. Got to cast with Boop in the Corrupted Cup, see Setsuko win finally, and now I get to be reunited with Casanova and have Nekra back on the desk for mid-set. It's a good time for TFT for sure.
I'm so excited to be back, especially because playing Set 8, watching the tournament so far have been an absolute blast. So to see 32 incredible TFT players battle it out this weekend, we are in for such a treat. But it was a long road to get here, and when we look across the tournaments that have happened already, Crowan, you just touched a little bit on the Corrupted Cup and how that has fed into the mid-set finale, but what have you thought about the other competitions so far?
Yeah, the competition from Corrupted Cup has been absolutely fantastic, and just makes it more exciting once we get the best of them and feed them into the mid-set finale. Corrupted Cup had a lot of very, very cool storylines. Setsuko, obviously, the main one, finally getting the tournament win. But now it's time to see if the nerves are actually finally gone for him. Can he repeat that same success in a higher caliber tournament that is this mid-set finale?
Yeah, we had 4 players come in from the Defender Cup and 4 from the Corrupted Cup, and of course 24 players to round out the 32 from qualifier points, all leading here. But I feel like even the bigger storyline on the board, not just how these players are going to perform, but who's going to get those coveted top 4 spots to move directly into the regional finals, and which players standing above them all will take home first place, but also secure themselves a spot at the Monsters Attack Championship. We have 3 days of action to figure all of that out, Casanova, and we're just on day number 1.
Yeah, we're just on day number 1. It's the exciting thing with mid-set. It's 3 days. We go from 32 to 16 down to 8 on the final day, and our first place player is the first person that we will be sending to the Monsters Attack Championship. I mean, we're sending someone to Worlds this early. It is so incredibly exciting.
I cannot believe it. I mean, this feels like it just makes me even more excited to see the rest of the competition in the latter half of the set, as well as seeing who is going to keep making a name for themselves as we enter into the rest of the action this weekend. Of course, we have those invitation spots on the line, but we also have a $25,000 prize pool laid out there for 1st through 16th place. So, Crowan, there's still some stakes going into this very first day of competition to get to the prize pool as well.
Oh yeah, it's very, very nice to secure a piece of that prize pool. $7,500, real nice chunk of change. But again, that Monsters Attack Championship slot is so important. That's not all right. There's still the regional invites. So you can get an invite to Day 3 Mecha Cup by getting top 8, and there's a piece of the pie for everyone at least gets to Day 2. Really nice to see.
Yeah, I'm super pumped because we have such an incredible list of players that are competing at this event. You can see the lobby breakdowns into the first 2 games of the day, and then we will be reseeding the lobbies after every 2 games based on their performance. And Crowan, when you look across this field of players, who immediately jumps out to you?
And there's a lot of fantastic players in this list, but for now I want to focus on the kind of up-and-comers. I think there's a few that stand out to me. In Lobby A, Buzzyboo, Lobby B, Clear, and Lobby D, Wasian Iverson. Those are players who have top 16 both of the cups coming forward, or Buzzyboo actually only competing in one, but actually top 8ing in that one. So really nice to see the new blood come through into TFT with a lot of success, a lot of momentum rolling into this mid-set.
Casanova, what about you? I know there's a lot to be said about some of the new up-and-comers, and I know that you've had your eye on a few of those as well.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta echo what Crowan said. I mean, I think looking at just this set specifically, it's incredibly impressive that both Wasian and Clear have gotten top 16 in both of the cups. There's only 4 total players who have done that. The other 2 being Setsuko and Dish Soap, who are pretty much considered the best 2 players in the set right now, in the game right now. So to be alongside that company is very impressive. Another name I want to throw out is Ripple Overdrive. He went 17th and 15th, so he's just barely missing out on being part of those other 4 in their top 16 club, but he barely missed out on regionals last set, and I think he's really hungry and looking to kind of push over the edge here at the mid-set finale, maybe make it to regionals for set 8.
I'm definitely going to be watching all of those players, but 2 more that I'd like to throw into the mix are Garrett and Mike for Mike, 2 players that don't necessarily have a lot of history that we can pull back on based on their competitive performances, but they really are starting to make a name for themselves, so I can't wait to see if they're going to be kind of like a dark horse entering into the weekend as well. But we're going to be jumping into Lobby D for our very first game, and we've talked about some of the up-and-comers. What about the staples, Crowan? Boy, there are some good names in this list.
Oh, there definitely are. I mean, to jump out very immediately, Sox and Robin. Robin had a little blip in the radar last tournament with the Corrupted Cup, but I will say it was very much just a fluke. Robin is the kind of pinnacle of consistency when it comes to name tournaments, and Sox is pretty much always a beast, but now he's feeling like he's peak form Sox, and you gotta be scared when that comes around.
I think so. As we get into our very first game of the Monsters Attack mid-set finale, let's see what these players got.
I can't believe you, Kron. I can't believe you missed talking about Kyvix. An opportunity to talk about Kyvix arose, and Kron didn't talk about Kyvix. This is the first time for everything, though. Of course, our former regional champion in Dragonlance, Kyvix, doing it in dominant fashion. We'll see how he can do here in Monsters Attack mid-set. He's had an okay set 8 so far. You know, one good performance, one not so great performance. But we're jumping on board here with Sox, Kron, to see how his start goes off.
Don't you worry, I will have a lot of words to say about Kyvix throughout this whole tournament, hopefully, assuming he makes it, you know, to day 2 and day 3, which I obviously have the utmost faith in. Another player I have my faith in is going to be Sox on our screen right now, because Sox has faith in himself, and yes, that has not always proved successful. There have been a lot of times where Sox is like, oh no, it's, you know, it's clicked, I'm in peak form, it's not even close, and then he does not perform to his expectations. But there was a time where when Sox said that, he did follow through, and I guess it's really just up in the air. Like, we'll see as the tournament goes on, which Sox is it? Is the one that can follow through, or still just not really back up the talk?
Look, I like to believe in Sox. I really do think that, you know, he's one of the best players that, you know, North America has ever produced in TFT and continues to be one. And I think if he's confident, I'm just going to be inclined to believe him, even though, you know, last set, some of the last few times we've seen him say he's in peak form. Yeah, you're right. He hasn't delivered as recently, but coming into this, he was talking a lot about the AP tree being something he was excited about. And we did see he was able to grab his tier start. You and I were reviewing some of his VODs and kind of seeing how he likes to play. And this start is immediately just kind of in his comfort zone.
Oh, definitely. A tier start. He's going to be able to slam his Shojins if he wants to, maybe not this early. Has a couple of pairs to work with. It's a little bit awkward, though, and he's actually going to be only presented with a silver augment choice. Battle Mage, Star Guardian, Pandora's Bench. A couple of these are the AP direction. He's going the Star Guardian direction already. Has the potential Shojins for something like a Talia down the line. Talia has been kind of experimented with in this patch, and I would say to some decent success. Sox is even, I think, familiar with the Star Guardian line, even having some of his games going up to, say, like 9 Star Guardians, which is super, super rare, but he is familiar with it, and that's the important part.
Yeah, I mean, all it does is open up just more avenues for him to play this AP tree. Right now, there's, you know, deeper Star Guardian lines that he can run, but also it allows him to be more flexible with his units later and still keep in 3 Star Guardian if he would like to, you know, cut down on some of and still, you know, get that trait active.
Yeah, precisely. Going with the Shojin Slam. Not leveling up, though, so Sox is just going to go for some nice losses here in the early game, going up against Xiao Dan, who has preparation, so actually already has 2 veins and prepping one of them. This comp can actually cap out so incredibly hard, especially if you get spread shot vein augments, which, yes, was nerfed by a little bit, but still very, very strong. Could go either a Duelist direction or an Anima Squad direction. I think both are viable. Duelist now coming kind of back into the meta, as the conversation of is it a higher tempo kind of meta is on a lot of players' minds.
Yeah, I mean, a Kaisa line would even still be open from there with those early veins. So there's a lot of flexibility available for Xiao Dan with that start. And I think he could start to press the tempo, especially getting those preps so early on the vein, especially if he finds that vein too, right? Having the pair so early on. We're going to jump over to Robin. He's picked up Exiles and slammed a static Shiv here on the Kale, already having 3 underground in from 2-1.
Oh yeah, Underground is a trait that is so exciting to watch, namely in how players are able to make it work. How hard can they greed, right? Underground can feature some of the highest cap boards in the game once you actually get that heist cash out. Robin, I think, gonna be a player who's maybe not the absolute best at these kind of strategies, but is still going to know how to play them and know how to play them well, right? That is what Robin does, is be consistent with the things that are very, very much meta. I'm excited to see where Robin takes this one.
Yeah, you know, I've heard players talking about it recently. Just getting a 2-1 underground start should be a top 4 a lot of the time with where it's at. So we'll see if Robin can kind of continue on that and find a easy, safe line out of that underground later on. turn it into a top 4 because he's got it, you know, as soon as you'd want it, right? 2-1. Let's take a look at the augments here, Kron. We've got, you know, of course, silver augments, so it's pretty basic down the line, but we do have an additional Star Guardian heart with Wasian Iverson, so we could see some contention on that AP tree between Sox and Wasian, and we'll see if either of them go for a full Star Guardian direction.
Yeah, I think that's fine if they're both going to be, you know, kind of centering this around the Talia. You don't just get scuffed, you know, like you're trying to reroll a 3-cost or something, and there's, you know, barely enough in the pool or not enough for everyone to, you know, find what they want. But it'll definitely be something to keep in mind going into the later portions of the game. And we get to take a look at, you know, Kyvix, obviously one of my favorite players to watch in TFT. Absolutely gapped everybody at the last regionals. Did have an uncharacteristic, I guess, you know, days 1 or 2 exit in the Corrupted Cup, but did still get 10th in Defender, so it's not like all of his results this set have been bad. He's still going to be the Kyvix that can show up and really put a hurting on everybody else.
Yeah, take a look at these items, Kron. Very AP heavy lobby so far. Only replay with the Giant Slayer Slam, which, funny enough, Giant Slayer could still just be an AP line, but we see an additional bow on that bench as well. But yeah, a lot of AP items already being slammed.
Yeah, replay having the I believe second wind augment as well is still could go into either line, so very open and flexible. But the players who aren't, maybe like, you know, Kyvix with the Ionic Spark, yes, that still can be flexible. You can just slot it onto like a Fiddlesticks in your endgame board, but does still lean, you know, potentially more AP. AP is coming back. It's real. very real.
Right, more admin choices coming through there. We'll probably see what Broccoli ended up taking. I kind of missed it for a second, but I didn't see any of the usual suspects that you're trying to grab this early on in the game. It looks like Broccoli was just checking to see if the admin direction was somewhere he wanted to go.
Yeah. Definitely. It's always nice when you get the opportunity to check it. Maybe it'll influence your later game. If you're trying to splash into admins, you never know if like maybe you get an admin emblem on a later carousel or something, or if you just lean into kind of playing Soraka, because that still could be an angle from the spot from Broccoli. Having the Shiv Slam, right, obviously great for AP directions, is going on maybe what looks to be a promising 5 win streak here. Has a lot of great synergies with the 2 defender and 2 heart in, I believe, as well. See if it's going to be 2 players win streaking 4 rounds in a row. Yes, it will be KPK as well as Broccoli.
This could be a big fight if they run into each other here, right? They are in the same pool. Can be a huge difference maker if you can maintain this streak through Krugs, or if either of them will lose it. We'll see if the positioning pays off. But Broccoli, very strong with this front line, having the second win, being able to proc on these, and Static Shiv just being so powerful in that early game.
Oh, okay. We have word that Broccoli's admin choice was when ally dies, gain 25 AP for the rest of combat. Ooh. So that's, yeah, one of the best ones, especially if you're considering an AP line going into perhaps a LeBlanc or a Soraka a bit later on. So definitely something to look out for in terms of that transition.
Yeah, and I mean, we know a lot of the AP players do favor that LeBlanc line. In particular, Sox was one that we saw on his match history with a ton of that LeBlanc being played already, so expecting him to be looking for that line as his main out in the AP tree.
Definitely. I see player running Gadgeting as well in the early game. It looks to be KPK. That is a trait that has been changed recently in 5 Gadgeting. I'm gonna be so excited to see it, especially if we see it early on into the game, right? If you have 3 items on a 5 Gadgeting unit, so that's like 36% damage and damage reduction, which is absolutely huge. I would not be surprised to see some players kind of mess around with that if they get the opportunity for it.
All right, well, I want to talk more about gadgeting throughout the week, because I think that is going to be something we're going to be looking out for. But I do want to talk a little bit about Robin, because we mentioned the underground. He's taken it out already. He did take a heist early on, got 10 gold, as you saw pop up on your screen, but he also picked up this Reforger. So Robin trying to cash out early, just make his economy do a lot better, especially since he was losing so much HP early on, trying to up his tempo.
Yeah. And we know the direction from Robin by looking at this board. Rammus being the feature frontline of a recon composition, even naturaling into a Vayne too. Yeah, that's super good. Only 1 Kaisa and a Rammus 1 frontline might be a little bit concerning, but Robin's gonna be okay taking another loss or 2. He's not the most rich. His items are gonna be okay. Might even consider slamming something like a guard breaker onto the Kaisa. has... Oh, no, actually, he's going to put the belt on the Rammus instead, so really favoring wanting the frontline items, which I think actually, noting that it's just a only Rammus as the solo frontliner for now, probably a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, for now, the just 4 recon in general and the fact that he naturaled this Vayne 2 should give him enough damage, but it's just not having any semblance of a frontline with that Rammus 1 as the only thing there is making this very tough. Seems like the damage is actually going to be enough in this fight. Just the LeBlanc left, but Kai'Sa should be able to finish this off before the cast. There it is. Able to pick up a win, and Robin going to start turning that loss streak around.
That's the power of the 4 recon, as you were saying. Ooh, KPK leveling to 6 and losing, though.
Yeah, Broccoli lost too.
Yeah, wow, actually, yeah, both of them, you're right. So nobody is safe in this lobby to just kind of carry that streak forward and run away with it. Robin picking Tiny Titans, which I think is a nice pickup here, right? Just a silver augment. So you get a lot of power from that. He was already kind of low in HP before turning this win streak around. Gets to level to 6. Put the Cho'Gath in, right? These are the 3 costs that you want. These frontline threats. And Robin still in a solid spot.
Yeah, I think Robin hates to see that. If he just reforged his cloak and ended up with another sword. And I don't think he's really looking for swords right now. I think he really wanted something to help out that Rammus, help out that front line, or at least just a really good Kai'Sa item. But I think sword was maybe one of the worst outcomes for Robin on that reroll with the Reforger. It's not doomed yet by any means. He's able to level up. He's turning this around. He's got the 4 recon in. He's overall not that weak, so he should be able to find some wins still. But yeah, definitely was looking for a different item with that Reforge.
Yeah, maybe we can start thinking about itemizing Vayne a bit later on, but yes, the priority units to itemize are going to be the Kai'Sa, and then usually it is Rammus, unless you just like happen to hit a Cho'Gath 3 first or something like that. But moving on into this matchup versus KPK, the Zed got onto the Kai'Sa, and Kai'Sa did not actually dash away to safety. In fact, she still got taken out by the Zed. So unfortunate. Not being able to carry that win streak forward for Robin after he snapped his loss streak is actually pretty huge. That's going to be a lot of economy damage, which is especially relevant in this composition when you want to be re-rolling on level 7 kind of forever, maximize your economy, and hit all your 3 stars later on into the game. Sure, he has a bit more wiggle room because of that Tiny Titans, but still not ideal.
All right, jumping on board. Zhao Dan does have 5 Anima squad in. There's your item carrier Jinx with some really solid MF items. This is a pretty good setup, a good start for an Anima squad game. Just having pretty low HP already at 62, but nothing that's not salvageable on the 4 loss streak, and it looks like he just spent a lot of gold.
Yep. Did spend a lot on down to 10 gold on 3-3. I mean, has a decent board right now, I guess. They have the Jinx upgrade, but the only frontline upgrade is going to be the Nasus. So this is not something to full win streak with. Jinx will be able to take down a decent amount of units. Some fights will be wins, like it looks like this one versus Kai'Vix, yes, but Kai'Vix is not at his strongest point right now. It is a LeBlanc 1 in the backline with a couple of items. No mana generation item, which is the really important one for LeBlanc, however.
So what he does have instead, we see that admin heart, but we just noticed on Kai'Vix's side, he does have all admins gain 45 mana to start. So he's got at least a way to get the initial cast off for that LeBlanc, but not the subsequent ones.
No, that's definitely true. The subsequent ones are going to be very lacking as we head on into the stage 3 carousel and see all the players' items right now. And I think of note, everyone has multiple items slammed, at least 2, usually 3. Besides for Robin. Robin's still just on that one Shiv. You talked about it, the Reforge not really coming up big for Robin. And that's going to be really telling as we get into stage 4, right? There's Wolves. If he does not get good items to slam, it's going to be doomed. The item gap that players talk about in kind of this range right before Wolves and right after Wolves really makes or breaks lobbies.
Yeah, I think it's big to touch on for Robin too, because we saw his items. I mean, there's nothing you really want to slam there. I mean, potentially he could have tried to use the swords to just go on the Vayne because he had hit this Vayne too and just focus on that being the carry for the early stages, help him stabilize HP until he finds the items that he really wants for frontline. But yeah, it's definitely not feeling amazing, and wanting to wait for Wolves to try and piece together some items out of those does make a lot of sense. And I guess that does make the Tiny Titans even better, though. Just get that extra 30 HP buffer because of the fact that you know you're going to hemorrhage a little bit more than you usually like to.
Yeah, definitely. As we get a look at Kyvix's board again, we see that he is on the 4 admin, and the 4 admin is going to be plus 50 HP for all admins at the start of battle. So a slow scaling, not going to have as high cap as something like on ally death gain HP, but it's going to be slow, consistent, not something that can probably win a lobby unless Kyvix really high rolls, but something that can potentially still top 4 and have a solid placement.
Yeah, it's definitely not a high roll admin game, but it's as you said, kind of middle of the pack, helps some power right now, definitely going to save some HP, and maybe Kyvix can find some big hits later on, but right now just sitting on a single LeBlanc. Looks like he probably wants to push to level 7 at this point.
Yeah. We also know that from the first 2 augments being silver, there is 100% chance, I believe, for the augment to be a hero augment at 4-2. So that's really, really going to be, telling of what power that people's boards will be able to end on, right? If you're able to tailor that augment to the correct 3 or 4 cost that you want, that can really bail out some players if they're able to find a good one. And with the 4 rerolls, you usually will be able to, unless you get real unlucky.
Yeah, pretty rare that you don't actually find some augment that's going to work with what you're doing. Kyvix, though, going to take a big loss here, especially since he's trying to level up. It hurts to get hit that hard. You don't want to be stuck rolling on 6 here. You're making your way towards that hero augment. You need to find ways to advance those levels, find a little bit more power for the board, but Kyvix right now in a bit of a tough spot.
Yeah, Wajan Iverson as well has great Talia items, and finally the Talia does get to go onto the board. Doesn't have a Lux replacement, however, it looks like. So if you want to keep considering going for, 7-star Guardian, maybe a bit higher later on into the game, gonna have to find something like that. However, level 7, 40 gold, not gonna be bad. You get the next natural shop being pretty good as well. We need to find Talia's a solid frontline as well, as I think all the frontliners are just tier 1. This rolldown's gonna be big for Wajan.
Yeah, this is massive. Has to find the extra Star Guardian because he is playing vertical right now with the 7. I mean, he can pivot out of this, but it does feel right now it'd be quite good with these items to be playing 7-star Guardian Talia. So many casts you'll be able to get out, especially having that Hero Shojin. Does not find a Star Guardian emblem, though.
Finds a heart, which could be useful. Sure, there's already 2 heart on the board right now between the Yuumi and the Sona, but you consider dropping Sona. Just think about it really hard, though. But yes, it will be the heart. And no roll down. I don't know if Wajan can really get away with this, especially up against strong boards like KPKZ. And sure, it jumps wrong side, but it's going to quickly tear its way through the whole back line of Wajan.
Z2 going absolutely bonkers on this board, destroying everything. This is some great items too. KPK very, very strong right now with this pickup. A lot of people just picking up their first kind of 4 cost, their 4 cost at a 1-star. We even saw like Kyvix having, 1-star LeBlanc as his carry, but we have a 2-star Zed running through everyone. KPK should look to win streak with that board for a little bit here, especially if you can find a good hero augment. We actually saw Shadow Jutsu. We were watching a game just yesterday.
Yeah.
Actually looking very powerful right now for that Zed.
Yeah, it was actually just like 1v9ing every single board. It was crazy. No Shadow Jutsus here, as it's going to be a triple 3 cost augment. Wajan rolls, finds the LeBlanc, and gonna be going for that direction as well. Actually, gonna be duplicating extra frontline probably, because this is lacking frontline right now. He does go 8, rolls down, and doesn't really hit much of anything, unfortunately. That was, I don't know. Now we gotta be considering what should Wajan have done here. Is this gonna be the correct call, Cass?
I mean, this is tough, right? Because Wajan's so weak. He just rolled all his gold and he's on a Lux carry because he didn't find a replacement. So the only way he gets to put items on his Talia is taking out 7-star Guardian, and this would just be a Talia 1. He doesn't even have the pair. He's at 0 gold. I mean, Wajan is at the point where it looks like he's just gonna bleed out to maybe an 8th, maybe a 7th, like not looking to get very far. He's able to find a win. This is huge, but Kyvix is one of the weakest in the lobby as well, so it's not like he's beating anyone powerful.
Yeah, really unfortunate that Wajan was not able to get the opportunity for a 4 cost hero augment. Just 3 costs were definitely not ideal. Wajan looking a little doomed, maybe bought 4 kind of angle. We'll see if he can salvage the situation as move over to replay. And oh, has the Senna carry augment as well? Usually if you see Senna, it's going to be corpse formation, but this is going to be absolution. Interesting. It is pretty healthy right now. Healthiest in the lobby, has Tiny Titans, of course, contributing to that. But not very rich. Only 20 gold, level 7. Sejuani 1 with no pair as well. This can fall off pretty quickly, I think.
I was gonna say it's a little awkward too, because in this spot normally, now think with me for a second, because this hero augment for Senna means you feel pretty stuck on the Senna, but I'm looking at this champion duplicator and a pair of Belveths with a Giant Slayer and a Last Whisper, and I'm thinking this is a pretty good way for me to get a little bit of a win streak, save some HP, play for a top 4, right? And but now you've got this hero augment that's a carry augment for Senna. It seems like she's pretty strong, able to take out KPK, who's very, very powerful with his Z2, but it feels like it's gonna fall off a little quicker.
Yeah, definitely. This hero augment actually being triple 3 costs is very high implications, because the players who can benefit from that, say like recon compositions or compositions that you know feature LeBlanc, you know, Vayne, Kai'Sa, all of those are going to be really powerful. But the ones that were kind of harboring on these 4 costs, maybe like that, you know, Senna composition that we just saw, maybe wanting to have opportunity for a Samira or a Belveth, they're going to be kind of significantly weaker with that in mind, especially if say the Senna isn't able to get to tier 3. So that's going to swing the power level of the lobby pretty heavily as we take a look at Sox going level 8. Ooh. Very healthy.
Robin just hit the 3-star Vayne. We just see in the bottom corner of our screen. Robin picks that up, so he's hitting on his Recon's comp, even though he only has 3 Kai'Sas total. He hit the 2-star, but he found an augment for the Vayne, so he's able to make her quite powerful. In fact, it is spread shot, which is super strong.
That's fantastic. Has the Shojins as well. Robin going to be really, really strong. Excited to see how that comp looks a bit later. Sox did not roll all the gold down. Is going to have the Neela augment, you know, so your comp can't get CC'd. That is very, very nice. Talia's only Talia 1 for now, but again, Sox on an 8 win streak has a lot of time to find exactly what he wants. He is so comfortable with these AP lines, already proving that, yeah, peak Sox actually might be out to play.
Yeah, I mean, he finally loses his win streak, but KPK, we've talked about how this board does look really strong right now, and Sox only losing by 1 unit. Some of it could have been fight RNG as well as the Talia making sure it's getting the right lines. And I mean, having the 7 Star Guardian in, this was the early Star Guardian pickup, and then going for a hero augment for the front line, swapping off, getting that Talia in, I think was massive. Having the extra Lux to do so was so huge for Sox.
Yeah, definitely. We take a chance to look at all of the augments. A couple players running spread shot, Zhao Dian as well as Robin has that, and a couple players have LeBlanc. Actually, a few players have LeBlanc hero augments, with Broccoli and Kyvix having aim assist, and then of course Wage and Iverson having that mirror image. We get to take a look at Robin's Vayne. Oh, it's so powerful.
Yeah, this is finally a good use for all those swords, right? Gonna be able to find Deathblade and the Shogun. This is a way to bail yourself out of wanting to find those better items for Kai'Sa. Like, no, I guess Vayne's just the main carry now, and you get spread shot, which is so fantastic. One of the better 3-cost augments, I think, as well for the hero augments. And I mean, this is a really, really great spot for Robin to be in. I think Sox also, once he can find that Talia 2, is just gonna be chilling. And hey, guess what? There it is.
There it is. Sleepy time, the choice for KPK. Not what you're always going to be excited about getting for a hero augment, but still going to synergize pretty well with this composition. The Zed is fully itemized. That's what KPK is running with, and allows Zed the time to actually take out these backliners before they turn their attention back to the Zed, which is important because Zed doesn't have something like an Edge of Night to drop the aggro. Only has, you know, Titans for a bit of that defensive capability, and the Hand of Justice for a little bit of healing, obviously, as well as the Hacker going to provide Omnivamp as well. But KPK has done a very good job at getting through stage 3 and stage 4 without too many losses, and now is able to go to level 8 on 5-1, still have about 40 gold to roll with, and all of a sudden this is 6 Zeds. We could be seeing a Z3 potential.
Yeah, Z3 looking very possible. I mean, this has been a great performance from KPK, leveraging the early 5 gadgeting and just getting a big early advantage with that, having a lot of strong early game, getting that win streak and just converting it into a good late game carry. now setting
Ooh.
himself up for a 3-star 4-cost out, being just 3 Zeds away.
And wow, this is interesting as well. This is kind of a nod back to a few patches ago where people were playing Viego a lot, and you'd be saying, okay, what's the secondary carry I can play along the Viego? And it was either maybe MF or Zed coming into play there, and it's going to be the Zed itemized first, and then KPK going back into itemizing Viego, finding very good items from him as well with the Ionic, Gunblade, and Death Cap is fantastic. Only having one Viego, however, is a little bit unfortunate, as well as unfortunate for Wasian going 8th here. Yeah, the LeBlanc mirror image, not exactly what he wanted. Leveling up to 8 and not having any gold to roll with to find any upgrades. Wasian might be kicking himself for that one.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned it when when it happened, right? He went to 8, he didn't have a ton of gold, he rolled down, didn't hit anything, and it looked like he was just going to bleed out. He didn't natural anything from there, and yeah, just bleeds out to an 8th. But Wasian is actually a player that has a very high 1st or 8th rate. Generally, it's more 1st places, but he does take quite a few 8ths. Overall, he tends to balance it out, though, so I'm not too worried about Wasian just grabbing 1/8 in the first game of the day.
Yeah, definitely. On average, as I would say, as you mentioned, going to be able to first time more. So just getting the first game jitters out the way, right? It is the mid-set finale. And for a player like Wasian, that is a lot on the line. I think as you have more time kind of these high-pressure situations, you'll just be getting more used to it, doing better and better. So I'm not super worried about Wasian, assuming he's able to kind of take a deep breath, reset the mental, and approach this next game like he's been approaching the rest of set 8 so far.
But KPK, we're continuing to see him just win out for now. It's looked really, really great. There's still a lot of room to cap this board even further, and just in a really solid spot as we jump over to Kyvix. Does have this LeBlanc board in. He's can pick up his 6th LeBlanc, but it's going to be a tough road to find 3 more of those since she is still a very contested unit.
Yeah, I was like, oh, okay, 2 LeBlancs in the bench, 1 in the shop. Surely that's LeBlanc 3, but no, as you mentioned, she's contested. It's only 6 LeBlancs. We were talking earlier about how maybe, you know, Kyvix's admin wasn't going to be good enough to cap out the board for a win, but maybe good enough for a top 4. Not looking like that's actually the case. Frontline is a little bit weak. Only LeBlanc 2 is not going to be enough usually, so maybe can secure a 6, but probably not much more than that, unfortunately, for Kyvix in this one.
Yeah, and this is Replay's board with the Senna carry augment, able to pick up that Bel'Veth 2, still has 2 champion duplicators on the bench, ready to go,
Wow.
locked and loaded. So naturally found the Bel'Veth 2 and the Sejuani 2, still having those duplicators to maybe get to a Senna 3, but he's still 3 Sennas away from even doing that.
Yeah, Xiao Jiandian taking the 7th. Kyvix has at least secured a 3rd, and that's really good for actually Robin already hit. I was gonna say it's really good for players, you know, contesting that vein, but no, Robin already hit, and that's probably a big reason why Xiao Jiandian went a 7th. But now the player HPs are starting to kind of stabilize at the top end of it. Players are not running away with this one. KPK and Sock still towards the top, but that might change here soon as these bottom players, maybe besides Kyvix, can kind of cap out even more, because Kyvix still has a long way to go for that one.
Yeah, and we're going to jump over to Sox's board now. He was able to find that Talia 2. We mentioned it earlier. And he had hit that Syndra pretty early on, which is helping him have this 7-star Guardian in. It's a good spot for Sox. I mean, I think one of the cool things, we talked about how Sox was feeling really confident coming in. You and I reviewed some of his VODs just to kind of see what he's been doing in the AP tree. We saw at the start of this game, it looked like just a pretty nice start, but kind of an average one, right? You got your tier start, you found a star guard, like some kind of augment that works well with your AP tree.
Yeah,
and
some
Sox has
direction.
turned it into a very, very solid game. He's at 52 HP. He's going to be going to level 9 very soon. And his board is strong enough that he can still find wins here. He may not be guaranteed to pick up a ton of wins, but he's not going to lose by huge numbers over and over again. Plus, he's about to level up.
Yeah, he's saving a lot of gold, so that means his board power is not going to be as strong as it could be. But this Talia has put in a lot of work right now. One more cast does take out the Alistair, but as you said, if losses come through, it's not going to be that many. Only 3 units there, Sox is losing by. And yes, still 40 HP. Going to comfortably get into stage 6, have a lot of gold to roll down with, is going to cap out this board very, very nicely.
Yeah, I mean, he's primed in a position to find a first here. I think another big challenge for him is going to be KPK, of course, because KPK is kind of on that precipice of picking up a Z3, so that is still going to be a terrifying prospect, but Sock's really well positioned. We're going to jump over to Kyvix, who did pick up a Leona 2, has that Warmogs generated from the Gadgettine, going to make that really scary as well, and still relying on this LeBlanc 2, probably going to be stuck on LeBlanc 2 for the rest of the game. Might be hard pressed to find that top 4, but potentially this Leona 2 can make up the difference.
Oh. Man, this is actually great by Kyvix. He's hitting these Zephyrs exactly how he needs to. Zephyr Broccoli's LeBlanc, his hackered into the backline and turns his attention to the to Broccoli's LeBlanc as well, taking it out and clean up the rest of the fight. This Leona 2 is a big hit. Kyvix, I don't think is really seen as like, you know, a crazy micro player, but he's really pulling it off right now. Usually you think of Kyvix and his creativity to get kind of crazy boards working out, and then he kind of shifted into just being able to cap out boards very well in the last set, but Kyvix is proving that he can really do it all.
All right, back over to Socks. He was able to greet out another round, took a decent sized hit for it, but has so much gold. He's gonna have so much to roll with when he actually gets to level 9. Like, I can't imagine this board not getting insanely capped from here.
Oh, it is. He did pick up, it looks like there was a natural Talia in the shop just a bit ago, so he's going to be able to consider the Talia 3 line as well. Gonna be able to choose an extra item here, maybe itemize second carry, maybe get some more front line. ZZ Rot's never bad, but doesn't have any heal reduction actually, so the Morellos is going to be a big pickup. Didn't realize that. Really good recognition of Socks to know that, yeah, you're gonna need heal reduction versus some of these comps.
All right, here we go. I just want to see this roll down. A thing of beauty as always when we get a roll down with this much gold.
Oh yeah.
And start going through. There's a Talia. Finds a Nunu. We know Socks is partial to this Nunu, so it's likely to be an in.
That's true.
Syndra 2.
Jenna as well. It is rainy, so it's not the best. In fact, it's actually not great as well when we think about him already running Star Guardians. Already a ton of mana generation. Not the craziest roll down. Does give up on the Talia 3 Dream, but a Syndra 2 is not bad for his efforts. Would have really liked to hit something like a Fiddle 2, especially with the Morellos now being on it, but not the case, at least so far. Still has a lot of golds on the bench, which is going to be used, for pulling in some units from the Syndra right now.
It's actually interesting. I mentioned the Nunu because we watched him play a lot of Nunu, but because this is a 7 Star Guardian variation, that Nunu doesn't actually fit in. There weren't any games that we had seen with the 7 Star Guardian. It makes sense this game because he finds that early augment, he pushes in that direction. But yeah, shies away from it, sells off those other 5s, looking for the Fiddle and the Syndra in particular, as we do lose Kyvix there in 6th. It did feel like he was not long for this world. But getting a 6 from that spot does not feel too terrible overall.
Yeah, definitely not the worst. Is going to be able to recover from that. It is just game number 1. Replay rolling down in the bottom left. Finding some upgrades, Alistair. Urgot does go in. Robin is pretty capped at this point to get to go to level 9. Oh, hits the Senna 3.
He used one of the champion duplicators. I caught it from the corner of my eye there. Replay, popped one of those. I don't know if he has one left or not. We know he had 2 earlier, but the Senna 3 might be able to keep him alive. He just needs to sneak into this top 4. KPK and Broccoli both falling low as well.
Ooh, the Broccoli matchup getting the admins. There's a lot of HP on these units. And Robin's spread shot vein tear through it. I mean, it's a lot of true damage.
She's doing a lot.
And especially with the guard breaker as well, getting even more damage because a lot of shields are coming through from the exiles. So this is a fantastic itemization choice. And the vein is now being targeted by the LeBlanc though. And Giant Slayer coming up huge. Talking about the tech itemization choices. Broccoli actually barely coming out on top.
Oh, and Replay died. Replay's out.
No.
I can't believe it. Hitting that 3-starred Senna and immediately taking a huge hit right at 14 HP. So taking a relatively big hit, going out in 5th from that spot. I thought Replay was looking at a good top 4, but maybe just Absolution Senna not being able to do quite enough in these late stages of the lobby, especially with the power levels of players like Socks and Robin.
Yeah, I mean, there's been discussion about Data recently, especially on, Fred and Bryce's podcast yesterday. And yeah, Data is not fake. Absolution, not the best performing augment. And I think we kind of see it average out where it usually is expected to there, unfortunately for Replay.
Yeah, and just checking in, this is KPK's board. He does find the Viego too, but that Z3 never really coming to fruition, even though the unit was completely uncontested. Looks like this fight's really close with Robin, but one more spread shot. Robin's going to find the round win, and KPK is going to be put on 1 life.
Yeah, these fights are really close for from Robin's POV. Yes, he's been able to save a lot of HP. Especially that Tiny Titan's really coming up big right now. If he didn't have that, sure, might have a, you know, more HP because of just the power that another augment might have granted. But being 34 is very comfortable right now. Robin's, you know, pretty much secured a top 2, looking maybe even like he can take this lobby.
Yeah, it actually feels pretty good. We were at a spot earlier in the game where it looked like KPK and Sox were the 2 that were vying for the first from their spots, but Robin has sneakily found his way to get a much stronger front line to complement this Vayne. Buying enough time, he's winning these fights narrowly, but all you need to do is win them narrowly, as you can still try and hit this Fiddle 2 and Urgot 2, cap out this board even more. Robin looking primed to find the first, because Sox and KPK have started to run out of time here. They're on 1 life each. They haven't hit the huge upgrades on the 5 cost, except for Sox with that Syndra 2, but still, this composition can take down Sox.
Yeah, KPK and Sox run out of juice, and now we might be seeing Sox's final matchup, and a lot of this is going to come down to positioning. The Talia is on the same side as Vayne, so she is relatively safe for now. Then it comes down to like where the Cho'Gath and where the Fiddle was. Fiddle not going to be doing a lot of work, but really a lot of it comes down to the Vayne at the end from Robin, and
we can't see!
The buildings are falling! Sox hangs on.
Wow, Sox hangs on, and I think one of the big things too is Vayne with the spread shot being able to kind of cleave it down. That Echo, who has the Bramble, but the true damage helping so much, is massive, and KPK holds on as well. Oh, it is so close for these top few spots, and Robin has to be feeling really great about the 23 HP he's on right now. You're right, Tiny Titan's coming in clutch.
Tiny Titan's really coming in clutch, and that is that buffer I said moments ago. Maybe Robin has secured a top 2. I guess that's not quite confirmed yet. Could still lose to Broccoli and lose the next matchup, but Sejuani 2, very nice upgrade. Can consider putting that in over the Rammus and then itemizing the Sejuani. If she gets 2 casts off, that would be really big, but instead just puts it in over the Cho'Gath. Comfortable with Sejuani getting 1 cast off and having that allow enough time for the Vayne to do its work.
All right, we're here against Broccoli's board. All that extra HP has been ramping up over time. Double Giant Slayer on this Soraka, trying to cleave down the front line, but the Vayne is still healthy at this stage. There's still front line left. The LeBlanc might not be getting there, but it does. Last second, able to find enough, and Broccoli's going to be able to win this round. Robin, of course, staying alive. He still had the HP, but it's going to be 1 life left, and KPK going out in 4th from the spot he was in.
Man, this is such a neck and neck lobby. Sox hanging on for a couple of rounds, Robin taking some big hits, and KPK dropping in 4th. This is peak TFT already in game number 1 on day 1. The slightest things are making the difference, right? These slight nuances in positioning in the context of like how players got to these cap level 9 boards. Could they have, you know, saved any more gold to reach a higher cap? Even little things like Robin's Fiddle only being Fiddle 1 might be the difference in some of these fights as well. Got 1 as well, but he's going to be able to roll down with about 30 gold next round, likely to hit an upgrade and cap his board even higher.
So happy I'm back.
Oh yeah, this is good stuff.
I missed that. This is such a good game to come back to. We immediately just have a top 3 where they're all 10 or below, and he just picked up, I mean, he just 2-starred both of these. So Robin, these were the 2 upgrades we were talking about for him to land the first. Find the Urgot, find the Fiddle. How about both? Just hit.
Doesn't find the Zac, I guess, you know, could have been better, and it was pretty bad roll down actually. Didn't hit everything that he wanted. Gonna be going up against Sox in this matchup, so again, positioning going to make a big difference. Sejuani has a ZZ Rot as well.
Broccoli versus Sox. Robin got the ghost.
Yeah.
Broccoli holding on a lot of HP. We're just watching for these casts from Talia. They're starting to connect on the Soraka, but not onto the LeBlanc yet. And the Soraka, having so much HP, is kind of just tanking it. Able to just eat so many casts from this Talia. She finally turns attention, but LeBlanc snipes her. LeBlanc snipes her down. I think Sox is in big trouble. There's one more cast from Syndra, but that's not enough.
One more.
That's not going to do it. The Fiddle? No, it's a Fiddle 1. Oh, they're just chaining him in, but Sox is down. Okay, it's Broccoli versus Robin to close it out.
Man, that's actually such a rough matchup for Sox. Talia is great at bursting lower HP units, but with Broccoli's HP has been stacking for the entirety of the game, it's just not enough, especially when it is Soraka healing back up all of it over the course of the fight. LeBlanc finally got the time to take out the Talia. Sox goes third. And that's a third that you're not really feeling that great about. I think Sox was in a position to get at least a top 2, but now we got to be looking at Robin versus Broccoli. And who can close it out?
Yeah, Broccoli doing a great job here with just the LeBlanc too, but the admins being strong enough to push through. And these Giant Slayers have been doing work into so many of these boards with such high HP. It's just down to this spread shot though, but this is the fight that Broccoli's been winning. He's been the one who's been taking down Robin, and LeBlanc snipes the Vayne. I think that's just gonna do it. Broccoli's gonna take this first lobby over Robin. It felt like Robin, KPK or Sox was gonna take it, but no, it was Broccoli the whole time, Crowan.
Man, the Dark Horse Broccoli coming in, showing why admin is so strong on ally death, getting AP and HP.
Yeah.
Is just disgusting, and Broccoli showed us just why that's the case.
That was one of my picks in the fantasy draft. I just would like to put that out there. So, no, but what an incredible game to kick off the Monsters Attack mid-set finale. I feel like I had eyes in so many different places just looking at all of the lobbies across the board, but let's go ahead and hone in on Lobby D and the action that we covered. One player that I want to maybe put a little bit of a highlight on is actually Weijin Iverson. You two had both kind of pointed out that there was the Star Guardian heart take, and then there was also Sox going for Star Guardian. So, Crone, do you feel like maybe a little bit of Weijin Iverson's 8th had anything to do with the contesting for some of those traits and champions?
Yeah, from the context that we saw, I actually would say it's a little bit more on just Weijin's own decision making. I think it's really hard to, come into a game with this caliber of players and say like, okay, what's always going to be the correct thing to do, especially if you're a contestant in the lobby. Maybe you feel a bit more pressure. But Weijin leveling up to 8, rolling down, hitting nothing, still being stuck on level 8 Lux carry, 1 Talia. It's just not the spot you want to be at. Either it's rolled down at level 7 to try to get a Talia 2. Yes, it's contested, but you are sometimes just kind of in that situation you can't avoid, especially coming from last patch being the Samir lottery. Players are very familiar with that playstyle, and maybe that's why there's a higher aversion to it. You don't want to get stuck there, but it's a very, very hard balance to achieve. But I think it is a game that Weijin can look back on and probably find several spots that he could have improved.
Yeah, I mean, Crone and I alluded to it in the game. Gangly put out his stat sheet for set 8, and we were looking through some of these statistics, and Weijin actually has one of the highest 1st or 8th rates out of anybody. Mostly though, it's just impressive because of his 36% of the time getting 1st place. This is out of 25 games. It is a high sample size comparatively to everybody in the field, but he also does take a disproportionately high amount of 8th places, right? 16% of his games. So I don't think there's too much worry to see Weijin take an 8th in a tournament. I think he does do that, and he bounces back very heavily over and over again. So he does take these riskier lines. He absolutely does. Sometimes it pays off. This time it clearly didn't. Like Crone said, it seemed like maybe a little bit more mistakes here, going a little bit too risky, a little overly risky in that spot.
Well, there's definitely still one more game with these players in these lobbies, so there's definitely a way that Weijin can look at this last game and maybe make some adjustments moving forward. But talking about risks here, we saw Robin Songs go for Underground so early. So Casanova, talk me through a little bit about that choice. We also saw a really early cash out from that too, and a quick pivot.
Yeah, I mean, Undergrounds in general, I wouldn't even say on this patch it's risky to take it early just because of how powerful it is, how much getting that injection of econ can be, but also you can hold on to it a bit longer and get some insane ones, right? Robin went for a very low risk strategy of cashing out early when he saw a big gold injection come in. He said, okay, I can make my econ incredibly strong from this early Underground, and I have a recon angle to start working towards. So he goes for that direction. He's able to 3-star at least one of his units, the important one considering what his items were and what augment he found, and able to take that to a very high placement. So we'll see a lot of that. 2-1, if someone is offered Underground, they're going to be playing it.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how the econ is going to work out through these lobbies, especially because of how contested they've looked for AP specifically. I feel like every little advantage is going to help you out there. As we look at our lobby scoreboards, these are how our players ended up doing in game number 1 of the Monsters Attack mid-set finale, day 1. And so you can see there, Prestivant, Clear, Dish Soap, and Broccoli all taking wins in their respective lobbies. And I really want to kind of pull up the overview of what compositions they were running, because there's one thing about Prestivant's comp that's gonna stick out, and it's the 6 admin. Thoughts here?
Yeah, 6 admin, very strong as well. I'm going to assume it's, something maybe like we saw Broccoli have with the on-ally death thing, but getting 6 is such a high peak. Not sure if he had like LeBlanc 3 or something. Probably not. Actually, it probably would specify if he had LeBlanc 3, but 6 admin, just a fantastic augment choice. And players are still, I think, not really all in the know about what exact admins you can abuse, what's been most effective. They know the very standard ones like the on-ally death thing, but there's still a lot of nuance there, and that's something that I love about TFT. Even at this point, players are still figuring things out and pulling it out for big tournament success.
Yeah, it's so cool to look across the board as well, because Anima Squad has also seen a lot of success, Casanova, and we saw Clear actually take a win in Lobby B as well. It was 2 3 stars. Let me just put that out there.
Yeah, 2 3 stars get Anima Squad. I wonder if he had it early too, with stacking up that HP, especially if he ends up with those 3 stars later on. Anima Squad can be really good. I saw that it was a support augment though, which I think is quite interesting, with the Vayne being in there, so that means it's the Edge of Nights, right? So that's kind of fun. I wonder where that was all going, but in general, seeing Clear pick up a win, not super surprising to me. I know he was kind of like falling off a cliff LP wise coming into this tournament, but he's been playing so well throughout the set, grabbing an early first place, even across the board. Kron, right? We saw Dish Soap picking up one as well. We saw a lot of other people we thought were going to do really well placing highly in this game 1, but P God, we kind of slept on him in the fantasy draft. Seeing him get a first is also nice to see.
Hey, we said no, we're doing him a favor. It's the ultimate non-caster curse.
Exactly.
You don't pick him, he's gonna do great.
Yeah.
That's exactly how that works. Well, we've already had some fantastic moments from game number 1, but Casanova and Kron, I have a very important question for you both. Kron, let's start with you. What is your favorite TFT memory?
Favorite TFT memory? Oh boy. I think it comes down to a couple, either casting regionals or back in, I think it was like set 1 or 2, winning my first tournament. It's a tournament called like the Ethos Invitational. Brings you back in my day. I competed in Teamfight Tactics and pretty good back in my, obviously, washed up now. But no, it's just really exciting to see how the competition of TFT has evolved from then, and really excited to be a part of it. And that one stands out. It really holds a special place in my heart to be able to be amongst that, at least for a time.
Yeah,
I love that, the evolution of the esport.
Yeah.
Casanova, what about you?
I'm gonna cheat like Cronin pick 2. I think that
Cheaters!
The moment where me, Bryce, and Frodan found out that Soju had made it to Worlds, and all we could do was scream, was definitely just a great moment in TFT for me. But also thinking back to early fight nights with Giant Slayer, Cronin and I casting, specifically Space Jam Darius, and us just yelling things incoherently while like Esha was playing and jumping around while Darius is dunking the whole board. I don't know, it's just so fun. Like, this game has just been so fun for so long.
It really has, and I love that you both have such great and fond memories of TFT, and thank you for sharing those with us. We also asked some of the players that are competing this weekend what their favorite TFT memories are, so take a look at that as we get ready for Game 2 of the Monsters Attack mid-set finale.
Hi, I'm Bosso Skills. I also go by Nico. I think more important to me would just be the time that I spend with the people that I met in this community that are close to me every day in Discord, hanging out, having a good time. So I would just like to shout out Wajan Iverson, Stellar Minhee, Milala, Showtime, Paper Cheese, Kevy Zhao, and so many more people that I spend a lot of time in Discord with, and that just make this game such an amazing experience for me.
Hey, what's up? I'm Joven, better known as Broccoli. My favorite TFT related memory is probably back in set 1 when I was just grinding 20 hours per day with my friends. We're just completely addicted to the game. It's really nice because TFT, you don't really get the social aspect most of the time because it's a pretty like isolated game, unlike League of Legends or Valorant or something. So it was a really good memory, really good time back then.
I'm TQA, and my favorite memory relating to TFT is probably meeting everyone at Summit. Hey, I'm Colin or Juke you in game. My favorite memory for TFT would definitely have to be winning Fight Night Rising back in set 5. It was one of my first competitive TFT experiences, and clutching it out with a Draven 3 positioned front and center, that was pretty cool too.
I'm Robin Songs. My favorite TFT memory is in set 5 regionals when I totally gapped everyone and I went 1-1-1-5-1 on the against the best NA players, and I didn't even high roll that much. I was just like really like my skill level was way above everyone else.
I'm Mike for Mike. I don't know if I have any specific related favorite memories. I will say that my favorite set is easily set 6. Set 6, I just felt like so many new mechanics with the augments being added. The game has just changed so much and there's much more flexible gameplay. Also, the theming around set 6, gadgets and gizmos, I thought was really cool and lined up with Arcane really nicely, which I really enjoyed.
Hi, my name is Ryan. My in-game name is Moala. My favorite TFT memory has to be in my first tournament ever in Zon Cup. I think it was set 6.5. I was like in a really bad spot to make it out of the first round, but I ended up hitting Tom Kench 2 on level 7 on 4-1. Back then Tom Kench just farmed like a bunch of items, and then I ended up winning the game. When they released the scores, I was like so excited that I turned on my webcam and I did the Naruto Rasengan.
Hey guys, it's Pitsy. Favorite TFT memory of all time is just playing 6 scrap, win streaking till stage 5, stage 6, and capping out the board from there in set 6.
Hey, my tag's Rick Overdrive, and I've been playing TFT on and off since set 1. One of my favorite moments in TFT was probably in the set 6.5 NA Challenger series, where I had to go first in the last game to go to regionals over Soju, and I did a huge mercenary cash outs and had to win the game on 1 HP, and then I threw and lost. But I think it was a really fun and exciting moment, and really memorable, and moments like those make me think that if I just improve a little and avoid some mistakes, then the game can go a lot differently.
Hey guys, my name is Sox and I play for Team Beast Coast. My favorite memory of the set was playing the solo queue game on stream against someone named Blake Austin. I'm playing Jax carry and he's playing Yasuo carry. And first carousel, I needed a bow for my RC, and he sees me going for bow, so he like immediately turns and grabs the bow and griefs me. And I start blaming him for the rest of the game for griefing me for no reason. Fast forward to 4-3, he's 1 HP, and I'm celebrating the fact that he's going 8th. But then my entire Twitch chat starts feeling bad for me bullying him, and everyone starts spam this flag to help our boy Blake. And he starts winning a few rounds, and he in fact starts going on a 15 win streak into first place, and my entire Twitch chat starts celebrating. And it's definitely the most enjoyable game I've played so far.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Monsters Attack mid-set finale. We are 1 game down, 5 more to go today, and day 1 of our mid-set finale, and that means you've also rotated our casters. So let's officially welcome them to the broadcast. Bryce and Frodan, how are you both doing today?
High stakes TFT action, fun first game. Pretty wide meta in terms of the type of comps we expect to see doing well today and winning lobbies. So we're buckling up. It's just the very beginning of day number 1, but I'm excited for the whole journey.
I'm really excited to be here. I mean, just look at the intensity that some players are bringing to this tournament because there's a championship spot on the line. So a lot of players, for them, this could be maybe their only chance, right? Like, let's say things don't go right and all of a sudden they're not even making the regionals that's happening at the end of 8.5. It could be a complete disaster for them. So for some of these players, it's their only opportunity. You can kind of recognize some of that gameplay.
Let's talk about some of those players really quick. We're going to be jumping into Lobby A momentarily, but when you look at this list of players, Bryce, who do you feel like is sweating the most when it comes down to the players that are here? It's a tough lobby.
It's a really tough lobby. Lobby A is stacked. If I had to pick the player that's sweating the most right now, I'm going with DQA, if only because relative to the amount of sweat this guy normally puts in, it's a lot. I don't know if he's actually like absolute value at the top, but I don't remember the last time DQA was this prepared for a tournament. It was probably set 4 Worlds was the last time. So he's coming in as rank 1 on the ladder. He's coming in very confident in his play, and I'm excited to see how he performs over the course of the whole weekend.
Dan, what about you? Who do you have your eyes on?
Man, there's just too many fun stories. I mean, first of all, there's a different dynamic happening besides just K3 Soju and Precedent. They have a new stooge joining them. Since Milk is absent this set, they figured, oh, who's the other person that's perma rank 1 that also kind of is a little bit inflammatory at times when things don't go his way? That's right, Setsuko has officially joined Soju and Precedent as a practice partner, and these 3 guys have been jamming games all week long in preparation with each other. So I feel like it's almost like a practice group, right? You have like Asa, Goobums, and Socks in one, and you have like Dish Soap, Solus, and Kurum in another, and then you have feel like Soju, Precedent, and now Setsuko. It's a really fascinating time in North American teamfight tactics.
I can't wait. I feel like all of these mega minds basically coming together have been able to gift us with so many good games of TFT. And when we look ahead towards maybe some of the play style, we saw very AP heavy lobby in our very first game. Let's see what Lobby A has to hold for us as we jump into game number 2.
All right, game number 2, Lobby A. Welcome everybody to the mid-set finale, day number 1. If you're just joining us, in Lobby A specifically, it was quite a fiery finish. We had Setsuko start off the gate really hot in game number 1, win streaking all the way almost to the end of stage 4, and then on the very bottom end you had DQA with a 4 underground start, cash out and apply pressure. So it was crazy to start things off. We'll see whether or not Setsuko can get off to an equally good start. He basically 2-starred his entire board, played around laser core, and hit Zed at 2-3, Bryce, because he leveled to 5 early and found a Zed while playing laser core.
So rank 1 diff, I guess. Setsuko topping out the power rankings from among his peers heading into this event. A lot of confidence in Setsuko. He's been playing so much better in tournaments this set. He's had a little bit of trouble with variance in previous sets, but he's also had trouble just playing up to the caliber that we all know he is capable of. He is one of North America's best, and he's actually showing it overall in tournaments so far. In set 8, he actually has the best average placement of all players in the field at 3.15 over 26 games heading into today.
Yeah, and the scary thing about Setsuko is not just his average placement, but also his ability to close games. He didn't close the game the previously, because he got second place to a crazy capped admin board by Precedent, who, by the way, again, we kind of said going into the fantasy draft for the casters, Precedent is probably underrated. I mean, Bryce, you were the one pointing it out. Let's see whether or not we can continue that momentum for either Setsuko, Precedent, or other players in this lobby. An instant portable forge take, one of the strongest gold tier augments you can start off with, and you're looking at Gold Collector. There's not a scarier player on the server, in my opinion, to get an early economy lead.
It's actually exactly the situation that Dish Soap found himself in the first game, and he ultimately wound up playing for a first. He had the Infinity Edge, he had a Gold Collector, he slammed it, he built up extra economy, he played around underground, and he got the job done. Setsuko loves to play exactly that style. If anything, it's actually more Setsuko's bread and butter than it is Dish Soap, so this is potential comfort zone for him. We would like to have an upgrade, though. The thing about Gold Collector is that if you can't kill units, you can't get value out of the board, and he doesn't have any upgrades to speak of, so a little awkward, although plenty of shops left to go.
Yeah, he could make it up through Duelist and maybe ends up getting some free wins. No 2-star units for Buzzy being on the other side. Buzzy, a player, again, flying just under the radar. Kind of the, the predecessor to players like Precedent, playing off Intuition, 2 kills, 2 gold. I mean, Buzzy, doesn't matter how good you are national TFT, if you're giving up 3 gold to players like Setsuko who's able to push levels, that is exactly what Setsi needed.
There's no way, man. The Ezreal just gets all 4 kills and then gets gold 3 times at 40% on the gold collector. This Setsuko guy is just not normally, man. What a start for him. Speaking of good starts, Jukyu with the Gadgettine crest.
God.
Gadgettine crest is probably the single most transformative emblem in the game right now. This is the line that I expect to see played a lot throughout the weekend, and I think that there's going to be some a fairly large delta between the knowers and the not knowers as it relates to the optimal way to play this line, because it just hasn't been around for that long, and there's still a lot of people still trying to get it to click for them.
Yeah, that's right. So in the previous patch, Gadgettine now adds additional damage reduction and bonus damage for each item opponent slot that is equipped. So if you have 2.5 components or you have 3 gloves, that all counts as 3. And if you get 5 gadgets, you know, 36% damage reduction, which is pretty obscene when you start putting on big tanks or even getting that damage amplification on specific units. So let's see what he has in mind. We saw a lot of different possibilities, whether or not it's putting it on things like mech or whether or not you're using it in the, in AP lines, right? We saw Pitsy in a different lobby last game was also putting it on Talia. Lots of use cases, although I'm sure we'll see potentially even more uses throughout the weekend.
Absolutely, and this is what we're talking about when we say the knowers and the not knowers, right? Because Pitsy went 7th with the Gadgettine emblem on the... we have Pressman with the Gadgettine emblem as well, so this is going to be really fun. We're going to actually get to see them contest each other. That's not really a problem. They're not re-rolling this line. It absolutely supports multiple players, but we're going to get to see the different philosophies as it relates to what they prioritize. Looking at the other augments, anything else standing out to you?
I mean, Soju has Anima Emblem. Soju is kind of notorious for having really poor openers and having to scrap it together. Last game, he kind of opened up with like a Camille 2 with Streaking Infinite, and then all of a sudden pivoted into Duelists, which, by the way, is usually the reverse of what you want to do. Usually you want to start Duelists and pivot out. Soju started Camille Tempo with Renegades and then pivoted into Duelists. And as a result, just kind of like resulted in a 6 that he had to scrap together. This game, though, we saw what Buzzy could do previously. He got a very solid 3rd place with Anima Squad. Maybe Soju can make the same thing happen, although he takes a pretty big loss at DQA and looks like he has a streak snapped.
Taking a look at items on the right hand for the first time, we saw a bunch of slams. Soju slammed a Zeeks. Very interesting. Got buffed in the last patch. A lot more tempo coming from that, and definitely seeing it slam more often. Yogurt slammed a Bramble Vest. Buzzy slammed a Ionic Spark. So we have a lot of players that are opting to really prioritize slamming items. And Precedent, by the way, is going to get a 3-cost cloak here, which is so good for him because he has 2 swords he needs to kill. Bloodthirster, I very much expect Precedent to be leaning towards the mech set iteration of the Gadgettine line, and look out because that board caps out super, super high, and I would not be surprised to see Precedent go back-to-back with 1s in the first 2 lobbies.
I mean, it's crazy because he also has Renekton 2, which is just really tanky. You might not expect like a Renekton 2 with no synergy, right? No laser core, no brawler to make it that good, but the damage reduction and the damage amp is so good.
And 5 already online on 2-5, by the way. This is just a disgusting amount of power for Precedent so early in the game.
I mean, it depends on who's on the other side. Oh, I see the Anima crest. That is K3 Soju on the other side, who, by the way, might be angling to just try to force a spread shot Vayne angle. And I think we've seen a lot of players try to go for that. And part of the reason why is because it's one of the few reliable 3-costs that you can play for from almost any spot. And Anima is a really flexible trait in general because it can use literally every slot from 1 to 5 in terms of the cost of the hero augment. But that's not the same. You can't say the same about every other vertical. So I think that Soju's in a flexible spot. But, he's going to be really worried about players like Precedent later on because Precedent's going to use this to fast 8, maybe even fast 9 if the angle allows him to.
Precedent being able to play this line from ahead is just so strong. I really, really think his win share is incredibly high in this game, and I love the call out on the Anima line. there are not very many lines that are nearly as flexible with hero augments, and because hero augments are such a big part of the set, there's a lot of value in that. Meanwhile, we're joining Cottontail for the first time. Multiple slammed items, slam that Brain Vest, and the Hodge. Hodge also buffed in the previous patch. I like this a lot more as a tempo item that actually scales decently well into the late game. Playing that Laser Core opening, this is an opening that was incredibly powerful a couple patches ago. Still quite strong if you get the 2 stars and you see this last second reposition playing around Buzzy Boo's Talon. Very, very smart adjustment from Cottontail. Expect him to continue his streak into Krugs here.
Recon Talon? What is this? Miles Morales jumping wall to wall. Hold on, coast to coast? And then dashes away and is back in it. Okay, fancy moves. But I feel like this is more of posturing from the Talon. It doesn't actually look that good. And Buzzy Boo takes another big loss. Funny interaction. I wasn't exactly sure what was going on there, but we got to see a little bit of some Spider-Man blockbuster movie there.
And absolutely, the blockbuster was great. Meanwhile, DQA actually beat Precedent, so DQA is the other streaker going in. Yogurt securing that 5 loss with all of his good units on the bench. Very cleanly done from Yogurt, and he's in an insane spot. Metabolic, that explains it. Okay, so he's picked up an extra 10 HP. I was going to say, if you're 70 HP, 5 loss at this board, you're doing something right.
Yeah, Metabolic Accelerator has seen a lot more play ever since the changes to Underground. At the very beginning of the set, people were a little bit low on these kinds of HP preservation strategies because with hero augments, you really want to have that direction and play for tempo. And now, since the changes to Underground to be now 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it feels like Metabolic all of a sudden becomes one of the best, especially if you get that Underground opening. Unfortunately, it does look like Yogurt's been stuck on 2 Underground almost the entirety of Stage 2. Has to part ways with it because at this point, it feels a little bit hard to pivot into Underground. Like, what's the latest, Bryce, that you're willing to go into Underground?
We're past it now. I'm not very interested in going into Underground 3-1. Dish Soap, I believe, was 2-5 Underground in his last game and wound up getting, ultimately getting a win, cashing out successive Undergrounds. Every single time, I think he took the 1 Underground cash out, and he cashed it out 3 or 4 times. So if you can make Underground actually be your strongest board in a spot like this, then you can play it. You can put it in on 3-1. You can play it for later. But I don't think we're at the stage now where I'm willing to sacrifice board strength to play Underground anymore.
Yep, agreed. Speaking of board strength there, Jinx 2 for Soju, a pretty nice boost of DPS because you want to get those kills landing, get those stacks early, get that fame, take those selfies, post it on Instagram, get those TikTok followers. And also, it's only fitting that Soju's able to get that win. Also, 2 Anima emblems.
Yeah, that's weird, Soju. Where'd you get that second Anima emblem? I did not see a spatula on the carousel, my friend. So either we got a spat dropped, but based on his item count, I think maybe a little tome action on Krugs.
It's possible. Maybe a spat even ended up dropping, but we'll take a look. Second gold augment, by the way, which gives a possibility that we might not see a hero augment this game. You could have triple gold. You can also, of course, just have this standard curve. So I wonder if that helps or hurts a bunch of players. You're looking at someone like Yogurt, for example. I think he wanted to hold on to the possibility of maybe discovering like a Draven hero augment or something else really strong. If it was a hero augment, I think he was hoping for an easy Rammus 2, just kind of anchor his front line. And now Yogurt's kind of stuck in this position that he doesn't want to roll on 6 because there's not many powerful units that he wants to roll for, especially with only 1 copy of everything besides the Rammus. But then he has to roll at 3-5, but he's not that rich, Bryce. He's at 39 gold. Usually you want to be at like that 50, 55 range so you can roll like a big, meaningful amount of gold after the carousel.
It's a tough spot. AD used to stabilize a lot harder from behind, but as you're talking about, it's just not quite as capable of doing that. 3-5 all-ins for this can get very, very dicey. You do need to find your way into a Samira 2 or a Belveth 2 to ultimately get super stable in the spot. And while he does have Metabolic Accelerator picking up a little bit of HP, he is really weak right now. He's taking bad losses, and after getting that win on 3-1, it means that he's just not going to get the economy going. So it's an interesting, it's a tough spot to play around. Meanwhile, joining DQA for the first time. Jukyu got 10 gold from a heist. So he's cashing out on the first one. I guess that's
Okay.
newsworthy. Good to know. DQA.
Right. I guess anything makes headlines these days.
Yeah, seriously. What is this media cycle in TFT these days? DQA, meanwhile, is in a pretty solid spot. He's got good itemization in that last whisper plus that gunblade for his backline for AD flex. He's got a strong anima visage plus a blitz 2. So he's in a nice spot going up against Yogurt, who was able to actually hit a 2-star Draven. So a lot more damage on Yogurt's board since the last time we left it.
Did get notification, by the way, that Soju actually did pick up Carousel, so that's a miss on our end. Our apologies. But still puts him in a pretty decent spot if he's able to hit that 7 Anima squad. In the meantime, as you were talking about DQA, I kind of just noticed the way his itemization is lining up. He might be angling for mech as well, which makes it, a little bit harder for players like Precedent. Part of the advantage of playing like a Gadgettine set line is that that's not a really contested unit very much in the current meta, but it's still playable from certain spots. And all of a sudden, if one or two players will decide to want to play mech because of things like Anima Visage plus Gunblade Last Whisper, I mean, we'll see whether or not Precedent has an easy game as we kind of foresaw at the beginning of Stage 2.
From an easy game perspective, he does have 4 completed items. I don't know if he took an item-based augment, but this is an insane amount of item power. Setsuko with 5 items because he got the 1 out of the off of the initial forge augment. So some real disparity in components we saw on the right, though it's obviously hard to say exactly what happened without the full context. And there it is. So it looks like Setsuko with an item component, an item augment, as did Prestivant as well. So that explains it.
Soju might have been the person that struggled the most with the lack of hero augment. We talked about how Anima Squad wants to play around pretty much every tier of the hero augments, but he didn't hit any of them. And so I think he was anticipating that to be a huge inflection of power. Also, he's went to 7, he's at 0 gold. This is a desperation play for Soju. On the one hand, he is pretty strong with 7 Anima, but on the other, his upgraded units aren't the ones holding the items, right? It's Jinx with the Zeeks, it's just a naked Vayne too. So he's really hoping that he can find Misfortune, and he's not exactly piecing together that win streak. Barely takes a loss to Juke Yu, and I feel like this spot can continue to get worse here because Soju has no gold.
Yeah, it's not a good situation for Soju. We do get a chance to see the last second of Prestivant's fight. He has that set online already, so we're looking at Lil Bro and Big Bro, but who's Lil Bro in this situation, Dan?
I mean, at this point, it's not even just a brother-brother situation. Preston is Soju's father, and he's just hoping that Daddy doesn't show up with Big Bad Set, because Precedent is going to crush this board because Soju just lacks damage. Like, yes, he has 7 Anima, but remember, 7 Anima is just an amplifier. It's just a multiplier of whatever base number you have, and Soju's base number is Jinx 2. And that's not a really high number at all. Like, and his front line's 1-star Silas, 1-star Nasus. So sure, there's a nice little prismatic bunny icon, which looks cool, but Soju's actually quite weak, and he's broke. A position that no player in this field wants to be in.
Worst case scenario for Soju because he doesn't even have a lot of potential power from this situation. It's not like a Misfortune 1 Giga spikes him or anything like that. He gets a win here, which is okay. He preserves a little bit of HP, but it means less econ for him. He would have had a 4-loss streak if he had taken that 1-unit loss to Setsuko. So gonna be tough for Soju to bail his way out of it. He's definitely playing for like a 5th, 6th in that spot unless he can turbo high roll his way out of there. Meanwhile, joining Buzzy Boo for the first time, we saw that Recon emblem grab from the 2-1 Tome. He's got it on Belveth, which is probably the single best holder of it, definitely at this stage of the game. He does have a Rammus too. He's maintained some HP at 56, but a lot of it's going to come down to whether or not he can get some more complete items. He really needs another item onto this Kaisa as well as the Kaisa 2. Oh, Spat is so bad in this line. That is not good.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate. Just because there's not many combinations that you want. Oftentimes, the best combination is just another spatula to make a tactician's crown. Speaking of which, we have a picture-in-picture of
Yogurt.
Some other board. Is that...
It's Yogurt, and it looks like he's not. I think they gave us the picture-in-picture because they assumed he was going to be rolling down, but he actually didn't roll down. He is just sitting at 60 gold. He is going to be fast aiding off on this AD flex line, so we'll definitely want to check that out when he does do his larger roll down to see how comfortable he is in that spot.
Okay, all right. Look at that. Up in the production values. You take a look at this fight. Cottontail having the Zed hack into the back line. Zed is one of those X-Factor champions who can completely pop off, and whiteboards or also kind of do nothing. As you saw, Zed damaged some units but left alive the core units. Belveth and Kaisa trying to work on it. It comes down to Ash versus Ash. And another loss for Buzzy Boo, who wanted to start getting those decisive wins. That is a big loss. Hopping on board with what looks like to be Jukyu playing Gadgeting Velvet. This is a variation that I think is also quite strong. Ends up beating and snapping Precipitan's win streak as we head into the 4-2 hero augment. It's a 3-3-3, which is great for some players and devastating for others.
I really don't like 3-3-3 on 4-2. We were talking about this in the lead up to the last game because one of the last games had this exact situation. It just feels so bad. It's so high roll for spots like Buzzy because he gets the best case scenario augment for his board, but he also gets a situation where a lot of other people are just not going to be in a good spot to play around 3-cost hero augment. I know this is getting changed in the next patch, and I'm very, very excited for that change because it just feels like it really throws off the dynamic of the lobby. People are planning around 4 and 5 cost augments when you get to 4-2 likelihood of hero augment. But hey, that's the nature of the beast. TFT is about taking variants and rolling with it. We saw Setsuko actually win the Corrupted Cup on exactly the situation where he got 3-3-3 and it was giga best case scenario for him and everyone else really struggled. So how will people adapt around? The Gadgeting player is going to be fine. They can easily just go sleepy time or double bubble, so not a big deal. And for Buzzy, you are, grinning ear to ear. This is best case scenario, especially since he wasn't able to get another item for his Kaisa, although that Kaisa is, dead already.
Nunu is a big counter to recons, just ends up tracking corner to corner, and then Kaisa dashes air quote to safety, which ends up being to the front line, which is not safe at all. DQA ends up having to pick up corpse formation, which is send a support augment, giving attack damage to adjacent allies. It's okay, but it's not great. And DK is also on 6 loss, and he's all in, trying to look to see if he can find Samira 2, maybe Sivir 3. He's trying to find any out that he could play for, but right now, no such luck. I feel like DQA is in a really poor spot. This is likely a bot 4.
Very likely a bot 4. He can still hit Samira 2, and then if he also hits Zac 2, all of a sudden he's kind of cooking with gas, because then he has quite a strong backline carry in the Samira 2 with these items, as well as quite a strong front line. This Warmogs plus Animavision is just really brutal combination on Zac. It's the most efficient user of HP in the game outside of Brawlers, because it synergizes so well with his kit. Taking a nice fight win against Yogurt, who is fast aiding on 4-5, preserving more gold. So it's very fortunate if you're DQA to get an opportunity to play him, Yogurt, at his by far weakest stage. It means he's out of DQA's pool heading into the back half of stage 4, when Buzzy is very likely to get a heck of a lot stronger.
DQ unfortunately didn't get Aphelios. I think that was another out that he was looking for, because he would have 4 sure shot if he could hit like Sivir 3 plus like multiple Zac front line. 4 sure shot is still really good. Yeah, it got nerfed, but it still doesn't mean it's unplayable. I mean, Mortdog's nodding his head in agreement right now as he's multitasking work and watching this tournament. I see you in chat, Mort. This guy is as passionate as it gets as game devs come. But for other players, by the way, we saw, for example, Yogurt did take that course formation. We're hopping on board with him. Playing around Draven too, but Draven does not cut it anymore. Let's see what he can get done. If you can find the Aphelios, if you can improve his front line. We've been noticing a lot of these players stuck on 1-star front lines. They're going to need a lot more. That Cho helps, but it only plugs a temporary gap that's going to be left open when other players are going to be hitting much stronger units. You can see everyone's rolling down right now.
And in particular, the lack of carry here is extremely problematic. We talked about the first lobby being so much in the AP tree because that's what all the players wanted to play, and this is the exact opposite. This is a lobby full of people who really want to play AD flex most of the time. We're actually not getting quite as much contest on Samira as I expected, because we had a couple people in the Gadgeting line. We've got a couple people on the kind of recon line. We've got a duelist board here from Cottontail, or a laser core board from Cottontail, I should say. So it's not quite as contested, but just not able to hit for Yogurt. We saw DQA in a really similar situation, and the difference between AD this patch and last patch is the nerfs make it so, yeah, look, it caps out really hard. If you hit hard enough, you can absolutely win lobbies playing around AD, but it's not nearly as stable at kind of these middling board states as it used to be.
Yeah, and also the pressure that comes the other way, right? Because it's when if you don't have the sure shot DPS to get past things like a set front line from Precedent, that mech is never gonna die. And those 2 units that get sacrificed to the Mecha Prime at the beginning of the fight are the only 2 units that die. So you take like almost full damage. It can get pretty crazy depending on his matchup. And speak of the devil, it is the set on the other side with, I think, what many people consider to be the 2 best items he can put on set. And he has that Zoe with blue buff and Morello. By all means, Precedent is perfectly set up to go to 9. You can tell him level 8, 40 gold with a 4-unit victory. This is lights out for players like Yogurt. He's going to hope to scrap together a 6th place. Although if you look at the HP, DQA all the way to Soju is separated just by half a fight, by 6 HP. So 5th is completely up for grabs for any of these players.
A lot is up for grabs in terms of how this lobby is going to play out. In that 5th place, you got your kind of haves and your have-nots. HP-wise, it does look like we're on a Gadgettine coronation. Both Jukyu and Precedent playing around that Gadgettine line. It is absolutely an S-tier line, and you got a lot of people who don't really know exactly how to play around it, but Precedent definitely seems like he does. We haven't gotten a chance to look at Jukyu spot very much, but I really like the use of the Belveth, also with that BT and Titans itemization holding the Gadgettine. With Gadgettine, you really want to make sure that your unit takes advantage of both the damage and the damage reduction. I think putting it on a backline carry is a lot weaker than putting it around something that's going to be in the fray like Belveth or Set, so I like the way they're both choosing to flex around that line.
Things are heating up. Yogurt just hit Sejuani 2. Soju hit Riven 3. I'd like to take a look at his POV. Jukyu hitting Zed 2. So a lot of people finally getting that power up. By the way, just a small aside, Cottontail's also chasing Renekton 3 at level 8. It's kind of rare to hit Renekton reroll at level 8, but we'll see if it ends up panning out. Actually, we get to see Soju versus Cottontail, and that Riven is waiting for the Zed, but jukes it at the last second, and instead goes on to Misfortune. The big shield, not able to keep her alive for the bullet time, but this reverberation with 3-star Riven, can she withstand all of the laser drones? Ascension kicks in. I just don't think there's enough healing and enough damage. And Soju takes another loss here. He can't take many more of those.
No, he really can't. Very likely down on 1 life. You can survive on 9 HP, but you can only take a 1-unit loss. It's a tough spot for Soju in this situation. Yogurt takes another loss. Buzzy down at 24. DQA 25. Setsuko down at 30, so he's potentially in danger of falling into a bot 4. Meanwhile, we get to take a look at Jukyu. He has an Urgot 2 to make on his 10-win streak. He's playing around the Zed version of Gadgettine. Zed's another really good user. Melee carry, lots of extra damage, plus taking advantage of the damage reduction, plus the healing from the Bloodthirster, the extra tankiness, and damage from the Titan's Resolve. It's really good. He's also going for Zoe 3 with Boo Bluff and Gunblade, so Precedent and Jukyu are playing 2 different iterations of this incredibly strong Gadgettine line. It'll be fun to watch that one-on-one when we get to the very end of this game.
Yeah, the main line of thought for players who aren't really familiar is that Zed right now in the current metagame needs to be built in a 1v9 scenario. He needs to be a hyper carry. He needs to be Faker, not Ryu. He needs to be able to win any 1v1. Speaking of the 1v1, Soju dealing big damage to Yogurt, almost eliminating him. Huge. And Jukyu also dealing big damage, but you see that set, it basically starts and ends the fight at full life, and this is another variation of 5 Gadgettine that you might see. You're talking about full damage reduction, plus the BT shield, plus the Omnivan from Hacker, plus the backline access and eliminating carries. Just pay attention. Jukyu might be able to leapfrog Precedent here, because I don't think Precedent has that answer. The one thing that Zoe struggles with is single target DPS, and that's exactly what Jukyu has.
It is, and potentially can kill that Zoe, get that backline access. So it'll be really interesting to see how they deal with each other in the 1v1. Will either of them think about pivoting their board? Maybe Precedent gets off of Set and onto some other carry, but time will tell. I think we're assuming that's going to be the final 2, but we don't necessarily know that. We haven't gotten a chance to look fully at everyone else's board. Speaking of everyone else's board, Setsuko going up against Yogurt, who is still stuck on a 1-star Samira. Make that a dead Samira. Make that a dead Yogurt, as he is out in 8th place in this game.
Yeah, I just never really got pieced together. Oh, Buzzy Boo taking big loss, and he's dead. If Soju can get the win with his Riven, he was guaranteed top 6 again. And it's just a Zoe 2. The execute comes in, and Soju once again has avoided what could have been 8th place. And can he go for more as we take a look at the Stage 5 carousel.
Soju scrapping here, very, very impressive 6th place. It'd been very easy to go 8th in this spot, quite frankly. He picked up a death cap for his misfortune. No one's playing this unit. Mortdog, can we hook our man Soju, the LeBron of TFT, up with the misfortune 2? I would love to see how his board performs under those circumstances.
Yeah, maybe LeBron of TFT on the current season of the Lakers. I could believe that. Because it looks like he ain't lasting for that much longer at this current pace.
Please, Mort, one time. No one wants this unit.
Stuck on Misfortune 1. Although I will say another big problem is that he only has 2 items on his Riven. He ends up going for the death cap on Riven, which is pretty interesting. It does improve her shield, but I am curious. At this point, I think he just feels like he needs to get anything, just 3 items onto Riven. That is his primary carry. Has to also be careful because the defender taunt sometimes takes a little bit more aggression than necessary, and wants to protect his misfortune. Going against DQA, this is a fight for 5th place.
This is the only board I think you could beat in his pool, quite frankly, so this is really good. The Sejuani's on the right side. It's a really good cast. He's going to get the stun onto the Samira and to the Bel'Veth. This Misfortune is ramping up. Here's going to be the cast. A lot of it's going to come down to how much damage this Misfortune's ultimately able to do with this cast, because she needs to take care of the damage. That is not going to be it. That is very, very weak. Both carries for DQA are still alive. Oh my god, I take it back. My god, the damage coming out from this Riven is just too much, and DQA is evaporated in 6th place.
That's a huge win for Soju, and Cottontail is now within reach as well. We forget that Reverberation also works on the lowest health ally, and somehow, if you're able to get that onto Misfortune and give her the ability power, then there's some magic being made. Because remember, the shield that protects that Misfortune is that difference maker. And there's a big moment where it looked like Bel'Veth may have been tracking onto the MF, but thankfully Soju kept it alive. Can he fight for extra credit? Can he get the match that he wanted? And it is a ghost, and that's actually a nice reprieve because he might be able to get this win against Prestivan. If it was Prestivan's real board, it might have had an issue, but this is a good litmus test to see how good Riven can take down this set.
Yeah, no Gadgeting items on Prestivan's board because he looks like he put them on after the round, or they either come over to Ghost boards. This Misfortune ulti comes out. Zoe Prankster is triggered. Wow, that set is already dead. Prestivan is dead. We don't want to overly read into it because it's a ghost, but one thing I will say is that this was a heck of a top 4. If you will allow me, Dan, Soju may not be winning this game, but he played the best TFT.
That's a Bryceism if I ever heard one. Oh man, out of context, this guy played the best TFT in the lobby. We'll see, we'll see. I mean, right now, Prestivan's game, by all means, feels like it's kind of been on autopilot ever since he hit that set 1 with the Gadgeting emblem. Jukyu has also got a pretty interesting board as well. I think he said Suko is the big X factor. I think a lot of people believe in Viego and Renegades, but it just feels like Viego's inconsistent price for whatever reason. It feels like people shy away from it despite them knowing how high the ceiling is for the comp.
It's just tough to get a read on Viego in this meta because he has certain matchups that he does very, very well into, but you usually commit to this line before you get a sense of whether or not that's actually going to be how the lobby plays out. So it's just not always easy to be able to make sure that when you're playing this line, you're going to be successful. He is rolling down, by the way, with 8 copies of Viego. He's got to 0 gold. He must have a duplicator over there or something because he was rolled to 0, but then we saw the Viego 3 out of nowhere. Can Setsuko come back? We have been engaging in a coronation of the Gadgeting boards, but Soju on a win streak and Setsuko with Viego 3. They still have something left to say about this lobby.
Oh my god, Viego 3, in my opinion, for a while in the set was the strongest 3-star fork that you can get because his Heartbreaker basically kills everything. Since then, it's been slightly toned down. We'll see whether or not that changes anything. That Misfortune 2, bullet time, not able to kill the Zoe, but again, single target DPS is what Prestivan struggles with, and he can't kill this Riven. Prestivan takes huge damage. Now, here's the issue. Eventually, Setsuko is going to play Soju. And if he does, that means Soju can't get higher than 3rd simply because of his HP deficit. You're looking at Prestivan. He's next on the Setsuko matchmaking radar. Jukyu also hit Zoe 3, so there's fewer and fewer outs for Prestivan to get that top 2 spot. Because right now, it looks like Setsuko and Jukyu are the main 2 candidates that I'm looking at going top 2.
Prestivan is so strong, but this lobby is just getting bananas on power level, particularly since it's gold 3 cost augment. You don't expect power levels to get quite this high, but they really are. Now, going up against Setsuko, Is there any world in which this Viego can get stuck onto this mech? No Bramble Vest, so it's not going to be able to withstand the DPS from the Viego 3 coming out. Meanwhile, on the other board, that Zoe 3 is pumping out the DPS, but the Misfortune is casting across the whole board. Meaningful damage. Zed's in the backline, but it's struggling to actually get through. Not tons of damage on this Zed, just a lot of survivability. Riven is down, though, so it looks like it is going to be a fight win for the Gadget Team board on the left to go along with Setsuko's easy fight win with that Viego 3 on the right.
It's a good top 4 from Soju. Again, I don't think that he had the HP count. Even if he got that win versus Jukyu, he would be playing Setsuko at this stage, and I'm fairly certain Setsuko is about to go first place. Unless something miraculous can happen, nobody's equipped with a single target DPS to even focus down this Viego. The way Viego can lose is that he draws aggression from multiple champions that have high DPS, and before he's able to get his reset chains going on, his Ox Force gets procced, and he dies mid-cast. I don't think that's happening, because you look, Jukyu has Z2 and Zoe 3, and I just don't think that's enough. And you look at Prestiven's side, if he's able to even survive this mirror match versus Jukyu, can he even find a way to take down Setsuko?
Yeah, and there's lack of CC on these boards in general. Right? A lot of late game boards have a ton of CC, and that's the other way you can deal with Viego, but there's just not enough CC coming out. This Zed iteration of the Gadget Team board is very, very good in the mirror. We have a Zoe 3 on the one side against for Jukyu, and this Zed getting access to Prestiven Zoe means that Prestiven's DPS dies really, really early in the fight, and this Gadget Team set with those items is very strong, but it's just a bad matchup for Prestiven. Disappointing third place from him, but he is chilling with a first place in the first game and a third place in the second game. So really, really good start to the tournament for him as well as for Setsuko.
Yeah, most importantly, sitting down Soju and getting a little bit of bragging rights, 2 lobbies back to back, able to outplace his main practice partner. We'll let you guys listen in on the comms later on in a nice little Discord call, probably on their stream. Let's look at the head-to-head here. Jukyu versus Setsuko. Is there any positioning options available? I feel like Ox Force is one counterplay to Viego 3 because it doesn't get the actual execute, and therefore his Heartbreaker does not get the reset. But still, it feels like you're just delaying the inevitable. Maybe Jukyu can figure something out, but I'm not really optimistic about his chances of beating Setsuko here.
I am down to eat my words if I'm wrong about this, but I give him roughly a 0% chance of beating this Viego 3. There's just not enough to deal with it. Not enough DPS on his side, not enough CC on his side. Plus, this is a crazy, scary version. I say this as the Viego is in the process of dying. You're welcome for the caster curse, Jukyu. I am wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about. There is plenty of damage to deal with it, and the Viego just did not get the resets early in the fight to get his pop off.
It was exactly what we talked about. He got stuck on. He casted his first Heartbreaker onto a Alistar, which got the perfect shroud, by the way. He shrouded like everything: the Leona, the Philios, the Viego, and then all of a sudden he lost his front line. And what was Urgot 2 and Zoe and LeBlanc all doing? They were focusing the Viego. So it's possible. Setsuko just has to not throw here and make sure that his Viego is not stuck on the wrong target. And this angle should be much better because it's also within range. A Heartbreaker maybe jumps to the back line, but it all kind of depends. Here we go. The first cast is massive. Can he follow it up and be able to take out some more DPS? And he's hanging out for a long time. Meanwhile, we do have a Philios also working to the back line. And this is a fight that we kind of expected. No stuck Viego. And that is going to be a dub for Setsuko. We're going to go to stage 7 to settle this.
Stage 7 is always so fun. Essentially one life for both players. I believe Jukyu could take a 1-unit loss and still live. We saw that fight play out. I guess the secret to the fight is I just need to start off by saying that Jukyu has a 0% chance of winning. So the question is, do I want Setsuko to win this lobby, or do I want Jukyu to win this lobby? Because I have the power, Dan.
They have the power. They have the power. So if Viego moves over to Annie, so the big thing about Viego going behind Annie is because Viego casts his Heartbreaker on the clump based off his available range. He can't go, say, like, from one side of the board to the other unless it's the only unit remaining. But because Annie was closer to that clump, it's going to execute. So if I'm Jukyu, maybe you full backline everything instead of, like, letting any unit walk up. But the problem is units like Urgot have 3 range. This is such a difficult puzzle, and I'm glad I don't have to be the one that solves it.
It is really tough because if you full backline, you theoretically create a clump that's bigger. So if Viego winds up on that side, it could wind up jumping onto the backline. That was the difference in the fight, right? Like the Viego immediately got big damage resets off and popped off in the fight. It looks like a reposition from Setsuko so he can get 2 Chalices. He's also frontlining this Acel. No reposition though. And it looks like Jukyu, meanwhile, is doing a big sell as well. We don't have the Annie. It looks like we swung for the fences and missed. This Viego with early access. My God, the damage onto that Zoe. Zoe did yeet out of there into the back line, staying safe from the Prankster. Viego not damage on the second one. The Nunu is now down. Viego is now onto this Alistar with the Ox Force, and it looks like it is going to be a win for this Viego 3 and Setsuko in this lobby number 2.
Really well done, Setsuko, able to leverage that early gold collector into a dub. And it's a composition I don't think many people were talking about going into this weekend. You heard about what they wanted to play. You heard Samira AD flex lines. You heard about AP and the strength of admins, or some of these more conditional things like Gadget Team. But Setsuko kind of whipping out yet another tool in his arsenal, finding ways to cap his board super high. I will say, I think Jukyu probably didn't recognize clearly why he won that fight that he did against Viego 3, because it looked like, if anything, he worsened his chances with each progressive fight. But the fact that he was able to even be competitive in the first place, maybe he can go back to the drawing board, because he did a great job getting to that doorstep. 1 or 2 extra things in his kit, he'd be right there competing with the best.
Oh my gosh, such an exciting second game as well. And I want to circle back to something that you said, Bryce, because obviously the final moments of that game were super intense and showcased some great TFT, but you also mentioned that we saw some excellent TFT coming out from K3 Soju. So could you walk us through why that top 4 was so impressive from his position?
He has low roll opening and loses a lot of HP in stages 2 and 3. He winds up in an awkward position where he's full sending on 3-5 for vertical anima board. He's broke. He's not that strong. And it looks like, hey, what do? You don't have a lot of HP. You don't have a lot of gold to work with. How do you find your way to scrap out a game here? He actually benefits tremendously from the 4-2 hero augment playing for a win con around Riven 3 with Reverberation, which is one of the strongest 3-cost hero augments in the game. So, look, if it's not 3-3-3 in that situation, odds are Soju actually just goes 8th in this lobby. But he gets a little bit of luck after struggling variance-wise early on. He plays around that Riven 3, he positions cleanly, and he ultimately winds up netting a top 4 in this game, which is crazy impressive. I promise you, earlier on that game, he's like, hey, if I can get a 6th, get me out. So getting a 4th is just found points.
Yeah, I heard you both talking about that. It's like, oh, he's probably just going 8th here. And then you're like, wait a minute, no, 6th is good. And then the top 4 comes through for Soju. So that's awesome to see. I mean, Dan, was there anything that stuck out about to you about like the Zoe 3 carry? Was there anything else that you feel like maybe Jukyu could have done better in order to actually be able to take a win there? Like anything else you can highlight?
So I think look, let's call it what it is. Setsuko is, 9-1 favorite at least to win that matchup. But Jukyu had one chance, and he actually nailed it for one fight. He got the proper shroud and solo frontlined his Alistar in a way that Viego couldn't get resets. And then the way the positioning worked is Viego chased the Nunu, which he couldn't really effectively execute. And then all of a sudden, everything was focusing about frontline Viego. Setsuko recognized that and said, hey, let me switch up that positioning. But there was no adaptation from Jukyu after that. In fact, he sold his Annie too. Another, you can technically solo frontline to play Annie 1 to repurpose his items. And it's really easy to get lost in that, right? You're the massive underdog. Something went right for you to give a chance to win. You're scrapping at whatever you can. It was a great job for Jukyu to even get to that point, but he definitely could have had a couple of things that may have influenced the outcome. Ultimately, Setsuko's most likely win that game.
Yeah, I mean, that felt like Setsuko was in such a strong position heading into the end game. So that will be a win for Setsuko. And let's take a look at how our other lobbies did as well for this game number 2. We also have a win from Clear, Boso Skills, and Kyvix. I feel like Crone's going to have some things to say about the Kyvix win over there. But back-to-back firsts from Clear.
What a beast.
Yeah!
What?
Let's go, my man.
What?
So, Clear, I don't know exactly what the name is of this practice group that includes actually members in his own lobby, like Mike for Mike, Malala, Stellar, Mindy, Bosso, Skills, who also shot them get a first in Lobby C. I call them the Clear TFT fan club because I think that's one of the many names they've had. But it's just really cool to see them have success. Kyvix, also part of the group. Wajan Iverson. It's like 4 out of the 8 players that's here in the mid-set finale are all having great results this round. And I think that's great because it shows you that hard work and preparation is really paying off. And I feel like having these players be rewarded for that preparation and that practice is a great thing to witness.
Yeah, it's so cool to see all of these players actually working together, and you can see a little bit of the breakdown as well of those compositions that were run. And I really want to hone in a little bit on maybe the Samira and the Ophelia's coming out from Bosso Skills. Bryce, is this a composition that we should expect to see a lot of this weekend?
Yeah, it's just the capped out version of AD Flex is oftentimes played around Samira Felios, right? They're just really consistent backline carries. You can play all the legendaries on your board. It's really good. I want to hone in on Clear with the rock solid Malphite W. Back-to-back wins for Clear. First one on reroll Anima with Vayne 3, Riven 3. This one, more tech. And this, by the way, is Clear's strength. He is a research-oriented player. He watches a lot of TFT, not just in North America, but around the world. And so he is able to find these types of outs. And Rock Solid is an out that people in North America are slowly but surely starting to catch up on, but it is really strong in the data. It's really strong in the eye test. You basically just play supers and all of the mascot units on your board. It's also incredibly satisfying that your carry is just a rock that is really hard to kill, that just smashes down in front of him and just kills everything around him. It's great fun.
All right, Casanova, fill us in. I mean, Bryce, you gave us such a good breakdown of the composition. What else was going on in that lobby?
So it's great. I actually wanted to come in and ask Bryce and Frodan if they knew a bit about this rock solid composition, because the game was wild.
We didn't introduce it to them.
So Clear
exactly.
is playing this. I look at 2-1 and I'm just kind of chilling out, kind of watching, a little bit of a couple different games, and I see him like roll down and pick a Malphite augment with, already having like a Yuumi 2, and it's like, okay, he might be going for some like Guardian Spirit Yuumis, whatever. I look back, he's fully itemized this Malphite. It's got a Bloodthirster, a Bramble, and a Warmogs, and he's winning round after round. This thing is just slapping him. Like, wait, that's carry. So he's running this. He ends up going pretty average luck, ends up hitting the Malphite 3 on 4-2, pretty reasonable time to hit it. And he win streaks all the way to like 4-5. He's on an 8 win streak, insane. Ends up only hitting one more 3-star in the Lee Sin, pushes to 7, and hits a Nunu immediately.
Nice.
From there, 5-3 Nunu, doesn't lose a single round for the rest of the game. He completely won out, dominated the lobby. So a bit of a high roll, but in general, the Rock Solid was just looking very good as just a generic comp. It was just working very well. He was winning a lot of fights with the Malphite being the last thing alive. He had really good HP. It was looking like the freest top 4 ever, and then he hit the Nunu and it just turned into a first.
Mascot healing shouldn't be underestimated. I think a lot of people are playing anti-heal as a set and forget. I Sunfire my frontline unit, or maybe I'll play, a Morello Sejuani, but if you aren't able to keep that anti-heal going, the mascot heal is going to continue to stack up that advantage, and Malphite can't get bursted down. You can't crit it because of that Bramble Vest, and he's able to sustain himself with that Bloodthirster. It's very fearsome. If you look at China, they're sometimes just playing straight up mascot reroll, no hero augments. They just go every mascot and supers, and it's like, if I get AP, it's Yuumi. If I get tank, it's like Malphite Galio. If I get AD, it's like Nasus, and it's had success. Mascots are back. What's old is new. At the very beginning of the set, we saw it dominate. You might see more of it later this weekend.
And this is the more fun version because you play around a giant rock. So we're just moving up in the world.
Let's go.
I'm all here for it. Okay. That is for sure. Casanova, thank you for the breakdown. And Bryce and Dan, I have a very important question for both of you before we head into our break. We asked Casanova and Crone what their favorite TFT memories are. So I want to know from both of you what your favorite TFT memories are. Whoever wants to go first.
Go for it, Tim.
I mean, there's so many. Beating Bryce in fantasy.
That one time.
Outplacing Bryce in tournaments.
That's never happened.
The Defender Cup, or not Defender Cup, the one before that. But I mean, overall, there's just so many fun TFT memories. I probably have to say that my favorite memory would probably be the first time it launched in beta and how you needed to queue up 24 hours on your client before you can even get access to it. And so I left on my PC overnight. I went to work and did all these crazy things, and I still didn't get in. When I finally got in, I just realized what TFT was doing, which was pulling my friends across all game genres over the years, because I've come from RTS, from fighting games, from card games, etc. Everyone was playing TFT, and it just felt like a really special moment in time that you don't really get. Not everyone's usually playing the same game. There's so many options now. And that July 4th weekend, I canceled everything. I canceled all my plans, and I just gamed for 72 hours straight, playing TFT Set 1. We were terrible at the game. No one knew what was going on. But it's a memory that I'll carry in 2019 for the rest of my life. It was some of the most special gaming moments I've ever had.
Oh, I love that. TFT bringing so many people together. Bryce, I feel like you might have something to say for that too.
Yeah, so I have so many fond memories of the early days of TFT and playing Set 1 and the first Twitch Rivals, but for me, number one TFT memory has to be the Summit. It's a little bittersweet right now, right? We don't know what's going to happen with the Summit moving forward. We lost some of the best human beings in esports. That company was really special. What they did was special, and we just got the appetizer of it for TFT. We had so much fun just ideating, figuring out who was going to be there, coming with all the fun side of it. So what was the format going to be? And it led to some truly magical stuff. I mean, the full lobby griefing Solus and Kurum to go 7th, 8th, and then Solus and Kurum battling back to win that whole tournament. Some of the amazing moments from Mafia to the skits and how they turned out. Pour one out for BTS because it is a huge loss to all of esports, not just TFT, to be missing out on what they bring to the table. But if that is the only summit we ever do, I am just so thankful that we got it, because I'll never forget it. It's one of the best weeks of my life, not just best TFT memories, best memories, period.
Yeah, what a special event, and it was really awesome to see all of those TFT personalities come together and create some hyper funny content. Amazing weekend for sure, and those are amazing memories. Thank you so much for sharing those. We got a chance to talk to a few more of our players about their favorite TFT memories, so take a look at that as we get ready for Game 3 of the Monsters Attack mid-set finale.
Hi, my name is Aaron. You may otherwise know me as Stellar Minhee or just Minhee. My favorite TFT related memory is all the friends that I've made from this community, and then the inevitable late night 4 a.m. ARAMs that I play with everybody.
Hi, I'm Wage Iverson, and my favorite TFT memory is hitting Soraka 3 and Ocean 3 in the Dragonland's Last Chance qualifier.
Hey guys, I'm Soju. And my favorite TFT related memory is probably making it to Worlds last set. I mean, the game is all luck, so I really thought that I would not make it to Worlds a single time. But yeah, I made it. Bog.
Hey, it's Dishop. You probably know me. Rank 1 a lot. I would have to say my favorite TFT memory would be in the final lobby of the TFT Summit, where me and Nico, Ray, Dog, Robin, and Kyun sent Solus and Kurum 7th and 8th in order to play one more game.
Hello, my name is Garsham Pro, and I'd say that my favorite TFT related memory was during set 6. I was grinding ladder snapshots, and my friend messaged me and said, hey, you want to hang out today? But I told him, hey, probably not today. I'm grinding ladder snapshots right now. But he said, oh, don't worry, you can come to my place and play on my TV. So I actually went to his place and played on his TV in front of him, a couple of my other friends, and his roommates. Which was a fun experience having everyone there live cheering me on. But the only reason I had met any of those people prior to this was because of TFT. So I think more so than anything else, this story is representative of my true favorite TFT memory, which is the friends I've made from the game.
My favorite TFT related memory is definitely when I won regionals back in set 4 and secured my ticket to Worlds. After the game, I still couldn't really believe it. Like, it never really hit me, and then once it did, I ended up getting super emotional, and I ended up crying for like, you know, the first time in like, I don't know, like 10 years or something. I never really had anything to cry about, so I would love to hop off the set and just experience that same feeling once again.
What's up everybody, my name is Matt, aka Lil Top. My favorite TFT related memory besides TFT TwitchCon meetup that I went into detail about before is probably high rolling my ass off in day 3 of Defender Cup. It allowed me to qualify for mid-set finale, which I thought after day 4 of Defender Cup, my competitive season was already ended. So I'm super duper glad that I was able to qualify for such a small margin. And yeah, I think it was just very nice to have the tournament going my way, at least for day 3. And yeah, I can't wait to kill it mid-set finale, so support your boy here, Lil Top to the top, you already know what it is. Take it easy.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Monsters Attack mid-set finale. We have 2 games down, 4 to go, and that also means that we have reseeded our lobbies for the next 2 games. To bring you through game number 3, we've got Casanova and Crowan back on the casting desk. It has already been 2 incredibly exciting games so far. Crowan, what are you looking forward to looking at the next lobby we're going to be going into?
I think one thing that definitely stands out is Waves and Iverson, yes, had a rough game number 1, but really turned it around last game. I think got a 2nd place, so those nerves, I was talking about it, just calm down, take a deep breath. 1 game is not the end of your tournament, and he's doing great, so love to see that, especially out of the new players, the new blood, really looking to make their first big breakout performance in the TFT in this mid-set.
Casanova, what about you? You gave us such a good breakdown of how Clear was able to go back-to-back firsts, but there's also been some really impressive play coming out from some of these players. Who else are you looking at?
To no one's surprise, Dish Soap is doing fantastic here on day 1. One of the top 4, I believe, right now in points. He had a great, first place in game 1, and then I think he followed up with a 3rd in game 2. So Dish Soap already looking really fantastic here, and I expect him to continue that, especially in day 1. I think most of us would be surprised if Dish Soap didn't come out the gates with a big performance here in the first day of mid-set finale.
Yeah, a couple of players are definitely on a hot streak right now, so we'll have to see if that does continue happening. The fact that we've reseeded the lobbies, I feel like is going to really shake things up. It's been pretty AP heavy so far, but let's see if it continues to be that way, as Game 3 is ready to go. So Casanova and Crowan, take it away.
Thank you, Necra. Crowan, we're jumping on in. It looks like we're going to start with Dish Soap here and see what he grabs, but this lobby looking pretty scary based on what of our initial thoughts coming into the tournament, right? DQA, Kurum, Dish Soap, Wage, and Iverson, 4 of maybe our top 10 coming into this event.
Yeah. DQA and Kurum specifically have had kind of middling days thus far. DQA got like a 4th and then a 6th, and Kurum got a 5th and then a 4th. So they're kind of middle of the pack-ish right now. But it's really the players like Dish Soap and, Setsuko that kind of, ladder gods, but now tournament gods as well, who are really popping off. But Clear, I know you've been liking Clear ever since last set 7. Yeah. So to see him have a really good standout here is exciting to see. But in this lobby, we got more heavy hitters. Wage and Iverson, yet another one of that new blood, really making a good breakout performance here.
Yeah, Wage definitely someone we need to watch. We pointed out his 8th. Seems like it's kind of normal for Wage to grab one of those. He's turned it around already, and I'm kind of looking at some of our newer players when it comes to the competitive scene. Garrett, I believe, was one of the players that did not play a lot of set 7 and just doesn't have a ton of tournament history in general. So kind of seeing Garrett come in to set 8 and make it to mid-set finale, that's a big achievement. So how can he capitalize on that? How big is he going to go in this event?
Definitely a couple other, newer-ish players as well in this lobby. Pros and JD Zelinsky. JD Zelinsky's been kind of performing their best this set after having not the best, set 6, set 7, but not only is competing and doing well in tournaments, but is doing well on ladder too. Is currently 10th place, so top 10 on the NA ladder, and has peaked higher a bit earlier on as well. So looking to see how well JD Zelinsky can do with that in mind. Pros as well went 2nd place in the last lobby. Had a top 8 in Defender Cup as well, so still some solid tournament results. As we get to see a 1-1 augment, so that's going to shake things up here in this game, Cass, as Dish Soap's re-rolling his way to potentially a good choice.
Yeah, let's see. He passed up the Lulu option, right? Decided to not go for that. Now he gets to his final re-roll, and I'm not liking any of this for Dish either.
Kale re-roll, Woked. Let's get it.
Woked. I mean, he's got one more reroll to decide. No, it's Kale. He already had the 2-star Kale. It's a decent option, I suppose. Has some items that can work out for it. So we'll see if Dish completely commits to that. He was given a ton of gold early on, only 2 items.
2 items, bunch of gold. He's level 3, making 10. Is able to keep the Kale in the orb as well forever, or at least until he's considering going that Kale 3 angle. This route is very interesting for a couple of reasons, right? Having the 1-on-1 hero augment means that you're going to be seeing a lot of 1-cost carries, not as much focus on the AP, unless it's going to be perhaps like anyone going that Lulu one, growth spurt. But also duelists are kind of back on the menu, so Dish Soap might roll for that Kale a bit early, try to get that to stabilize, and then keep on the duelist tree kind of the whole time. I think there's definitely some a route to success here for Dish Soap with Kale being the primary carry, at least for the early game.
Yeah, especially since we've seen these 1/1/1 hero augments end up occasionally in lobbies, or maybe not even occasionally, just fairly often into lobbies where multiple players will re-roll for a 1-cost carry, right? They will fully go in to try and get a 3-star, a 1-cost. And so if Dish goes for that kind of reroll duelist style, he might have a better time even hitting, his Yasuos and Fioras alongside this Kale and even go for that route of the aggressive rerolling duelist.
Yeah, and it's also going to be interesting to see which players are not taking the carry. They're going to be taking the kind of more supporty augments, just ones to get them through the early game, and see how that can fit into the later stages of the game. Say like DQ on the other side there is going corpse formation Ash, so perhaps we even get to see later on player committing to laser core going into a Zed. I know that has been changed and nerfed, so it's not really on players' radars that much anymore as it was a couple patches ago. But there still is potential, especially when, again, we consider that hero augment choice.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with that static shiv slam as well, it feels like a good recon opportunity, and you still want to play the Ashe on that recon board anyway. So that feels like a good direction for DQA already on that 2-1. A lot of players have talked about on this patch really feeling like you should have direction on 2-1. I know that is a contested statement, but I know a good amount of people do feel that you should find your direction on 2-1.
Yeah. Cottontail, the direction is, I guess it's lack of direction, really. It's not like Poppy carry, it's just the Steadfast presence, which a lot of people have been talking about recently. The Socks, twit longer is like data fake or whatever, and talking about how this augment is one of the worst performing ones in the game, but there are still spots where it's good, namely for able to win streak throughout all of stage 2 and then transition out of it a bit later. But that win streaking, generating your econ, putting pressure on the rest of the lobby, these are all things that can set you up for success. So if Cottontail is able to manage this, especially off the back of having a Camille 2, having an admin, which we know is going to be gaining 25 AP at the start of combat, so not the best, but is still going to be good for the early game, has a Sunfire Slam as well. All of these are signs leading to Cottontail, streaking. Did lose them 2-1, but still a 4 streak throughout the rest of stage 2 would still be good.
Yeah, and he's definitely in the position to do so, so we'll keep our eyes on that sidebar to see if Cottontail can maintain that streak through Krugs. As we take a quick look at some of the early items, a lot of JGs being slammed once again. AP direction still on the table, even though we did mention that, hey, there might be some more AD with this 1-1-1 start, especially if people are going for those carries, but that might not be the case. It seems like a lot of AP here, even with a lot of carry augments being taken, they might be looking to pivot more into AP routes later down the line.
It's crazy. More than half the lobby kind of shaping up for AP, blue buffs, shivs, even just like there was a player, I forget who it was, but they had 2 rods and a tier as well, so definitely an AP kind of lean. JD's Wage and Iverson getting the dynamic defenses blitzcrank means that they're kind of just up an extra item with that Gargo stone plate. And a Locket Slam for Garrett. That's really only something you see if you're thinking about like Duelist Neela, which, yeah, the potential of that is going to be here. A couple Duelists on the board. Gangplank with the Get Paid augment looking to farm some money. Is Garrett going to go that direction? I think it's possible.
I mean, Edge of Night, that is a just fine item for your Zed later on in the game as well, right? So yeah, this could certainly be that for Garrett. I like just slamming items in general since he has Get Paid, right? Like, you want to win rounds because that means you killed more things, which means you have a better chance at getting gold, right? So I really like not holding any items on the bench. So this works within a line that you can go towards that enjoys keeping the Gangplank in anyway. Start to reroll more for some of those duelists with the extra gold you might be finding from that. I like the direction.
Exactly, a great point. The item slam means you're gonna be able to farm more gold during the economy to actually get your duelists online, especially if you're considering what a capped duelist board will be. It's around like a 3-star Vayne, 3-star Neela, and you need the gold to get there.
All right, Garrett was able to find that win. Locket, especially in this early game, gonna help out quite a bit, just having that extra HP. Seems like he'll have plenty of damage. Renekton being a phenomenal item carrier once again. I think you and I have talked about this, where Renekton is just very funny that you can put like pretty much anything on a Renekton 2 in the early game, and he's kind of a beast with it. So just throwing the Edge Knight and the Locket there. looking.
He doesn't
for
even have any
position.
synergies. He's
No,
just
it's just a Renekton. He's just a beast.
Renekton. No laser cord, no brawler. He's just there having a good time, and carrying Garrett. It looks like to a 5-win streak. Yeah, I don't think there's any way that pros wins this
looks so
matchup.
good.
No, it's just the raw power of a tier 2 unit and having items slammed.
Yeah, and like Flaming Ricochet is doing a lot of work, but it's just not doing nearly enough, right? And Garrett's
No.
still gonna generate more econ with this, get paid, end on the 5-win streak going into Craig's. That's beautiful. That's a great start for Garrett.
Precisely. DQA as well, other player to be 100 HP win streaking. Kurum X, ooh, going for the Edgelord Talon angle. Is already itemizing the Talon, has 4 Talons, a decent amount of gold as well. Is even rolling a little bit right now. Generally players after on 3-1, if they're trying to be mathematically correct or whatever, I think they'll roll to like 30 gold. If they're really close to hitting that 3-star 1 cost, they might go a bit deeper. But then afterwards, slow roll. I think Kurum, if he got in a gold drop here, could have made 50, but it's not that big of a deal, right? There's 1 gold difference. That is a-okay. Hits an extra Talon right there. It's a tier. But this is going to really feed into wanting to go Renegades, get hit a Viego later on and have that be the kind of secondary carry. But Talon is very much a unit that can get you through the early game with saving a ton of HP. And Kurum wasn't able to streak, so saving HP a bit later, if he's able to find Talon 3 soon, is going to be really, really important.
Yeah, I wonder how aggressive he'll get for the Talon 3 here, because like you mentioned, rolling down to about 30 here when you're on level 4 on 3-1 is pretty common. I'm going to start to see some rolling from Kurum as he's going through. As we see Dish also going similarly, re-rolling for those 1 costs, looking for the kill, right? Had the Divine Ascend
down there.
Wow, what?
Holy!
That kind of came out of nowhere. He still has so much gold. He's still rolling.
He's still
What's going on?
He said, wait, I planned to spend more gold, so I guess I'm going
my
to.
God, what?
It's the GP3 as well. No way.
Oh, I guess just recognizing other players are rolling for 1 cost, but not the 1 cost he wants. But there were more GPs. How is he the one with the 3-star GP?
That is so insane. Being a slightly contested unit as well. Not even slightly contested. There's
2 other players.
There's 2 other players. That's pretty contested. This soap is just built different. I don't get it. This guy's too crazy.
He's so good.
So that's a player diff, right? That's actually a player diff. But no, it actually really is in some case, because not a lot of players would roll as deep as Dish Soap did there. They would get the kill, be like, oh, okay, that's good enough to win streak. But no, Dish Soap is the player to recognize the spot, saying like, I need to do it right now. This is going to end up having my, highest cap in this game using this specific line. Hitting the GP as well is going to allow me to streak further, recover more economy. Didn't have to roll that much deeper to get it as well. It's just so is absolute treat to watch playing TFT.
He recognized he was close. The other 2 players aren't rolling down for it right now. I'm gonna go get it. I'm gonna get it before anyone else has a chance, and it is perfect for Dish. He's gonna win streak for so long with the double 3-stars in that duelist line, and he's gonna be in a really good position to move into more duelists as he levels up.
Man, that's something that I know we're gonna draw back to later on in the tournaments, or call back to, because that's just really insane. Even in this game, right, knowing that context, seeing Dish Soap at the bottom of the lobby right now, but he's not gonna move. He's gonna stay at 69 HP for a while, most likely, and we'll probably see him towards the top here in just a few rounds.
Nice.
All
right, pushing forward. We got Edgelord still. Kurum did not hit a lot of Talons on his low roll down, stayed about 30, levels up to 5. And I think Kurum's gonna be in a little bit of a drought for HP for a second here, because I don't know that the Talon 2 is gonna be able to hold on against a lot of what other people are starting to cook with, especially seeing Dish Soap pick up those 3-stars, but other players also looking to level, find some 4 costs where Talon maybe not gonna be able to deal with those as well.
Yeah, exactly like you called earlier with DQA's spots with the with the Ash augment is going to be Recon. There is Recon Heart now, meaning that they can probably drop the Ezreal a bit later, or in the Vayne instead has the Shiv to swap over to Kai'Sa, maybe as soon as that's a Kai'Sa 2. Already has a beast of a Rammus in the front line, right? Rammus 2, early stage 3 with the D-Claw Bramble. That's insane, and is a large contributor to why DQA is 100 HP win streaking.
I mean, it's probably the main reason why, right? Like, we've seen Rammus's, this combination of items just pretty much 1v5, 1v6 aboard. So it's just coming down to when will this get outscaled where DQA can actually start losing? But by that point, does he have his backline kind of cranking? Does he have more frontline as well? This is a really good spot to be in to ramp into this. But running into Dish Soap. That's the only other way I think that DQA is going to lose his streak, because he still almost beat Dish Soap there, and I think Dish Soap may be the strongest in the lobby after the 2-3 stars.
Yeah, that's crazy. And that's the difference of rolling and hitting the GP3. Yeah. If not, it probably was a round loss. So it's already making a lot of impact, not only securing the win streak potential for Dish Soap now, but breaking DQA's win streak is really valuable, going to set him back a ton and have a lot of impact on the rest of the lobby and the way it shapes moving forward.
Yeah, I think without that, it's pretty likely we see DQA actually win streak all the way to Wolves, which is just an absurd amount of gold that he's made over the course of stage 2 and stage 3. But Dish snapping that, going to continue putting himself in a better position to contest for a first place in this lobby, because I think with the way Dish hit, so long as he doesn't get pretty unlucky throughout the game or make some major mistakes, he's set himself up for a pretty clear top 4.
Definitely looking fantastic for that. Wasian, 1 level 7 rolling down. See JD Zelensky in the bottom left as well, seeing just how far along they are in their Lux reroll. This Lux augment really does come down to how much frontline you have, because Lux can grief. She'll throw her ability where the units are, not where they're walking to. So if your frontline falls over, she'll miss, and it's just going to be real unfortunate. We'll see that bit more later, as again, Wajan Iverson looking for an AP direction, has 4 admin, has blue buff Giant Slayer Soraka, so it's shaping up for something good here.
Yeah, and it's on ally death for Wajan. It's ally dies, admin gains 15 HP. And gain 20 AP was picked up. So this is a very nice, solid admin setup for Wajan. But even then, DQA, it looks like he is actually going to lose this one, but DQA is still so strong, almost able to take out Wajan there. So it seems like it wasn't just Dish Soap that was a little stronger than DQA. Wajan able to find enough to beat him as well.
Pros hit the Gangplank 3 as well, and JD, Zelensky hits the Lux 3, so there are 1 cost 3 stars abound in this lobby. Get to see which ones are the most powerful. However, is it going to be Pros, Zelensky, or Dish Soap? A lot of them are in very ideal spots. I think obviously Dish Soap is going to be a bit ahead of the other players, though, with just how fast he hit and how fast he's able to recover his economy. As we take a look at, say, Pros' economy is 17 gold, level 5 on 3-6, had to roll fairly deep, and yes, it makes the board strong, and actually the GP bounce takes out the kill, so that's really important in terms of now griefing Dish Soap's economy. He's not able to carry that streak forward to recover, and Dish Soap only had about 20 gold, level 6 there, granted, so not in quite as rough a spot as Pros, but still a great win there.
Yeah, I mean, getting another look at Dish Soap's board, since we hadn't fully been able to check in outside of the 2-3 stars that he picked up, the rest of the board is incredibly weak, right? Mostly just 1-star units. It's nothing special, no extra really items. He's behind on items still from the beginning of the game. If we remember, he was only given 2 items instead of 3, so
true.
Dish kind of a little bit behind in that nature. We definitely thought he was going to be a lot stronger based on the 2-3 stars that he picked up. There's not a lot surrounding that just yet. But getting to Wolves, this may make a big difference if Dish Soap is able to be dropped a bunch of items here.
Now we get a chance to see Kurum, a player who has not hit their 1-star, their 3-star 1 cost yet, is going to be passing up on the Alistair 2 as well. Really just wants to make sure they need 2 more Talons. Can maybe hit Silas 3 as a bit of a byproduct, but we're not going to be aggressively going for that. We'll be pushing levels as soon as just 1 more Talon is hit. How far does he have to go for it? This is the time where it'd be so nice to hit right now. Finds a bunch of Alistairs and finally makes it. But yes, there it is. Now can go 6, play for Oxforce. 20 gold, level 6, similar to Dish Soap, although Dish Soap is going to be ahead in the pacing and in the HP just slightly. But Kurum has now caught up.
Yeah, I mean, how's his power level, though, in compared to Pros? He did save his gold a little bit earlier. We're going to see that Edgelord. How does it do against this GP? Boom! 1 more!
GP.
Yeah, GP is popping off here for Pros.
Yep, I can see exactly how they stack up against each other, right? Pros was able to take out Dish Soap, now take out Kurum. Even though this GP carry augment was nerfed, it is still good enough, especially in the early game. Once other players' front lines get a bit more tanky, then it is going to be a bit more rough. But yeah, for now, Pros looking to be in a great spot as the last augment comes through. Gold augment Kerm going to go for that grab bag, get a bunch of components, start looking to outfit his soon-to-be, hopefully, Viego.
All right, we'll see if he picks it up. Those wealth of items going to help out quite a bit, trying to get this front line a bit beefier, as you mentioned. That's kind of the issue right now with it. I think quite a few of these boards is just front line, right? So Dish Soap we saw going up against pros immediately, just the Kale getting blasted because there wasn't enough front line to protect it and buy it time. Of course, that unit just needs a little bit of time to ramp up, get all that damage out. So we'll see, as Kurum keeping 4 components on the bench, basically kind of playing down an augment at this point, since he didn't actually slam any of these components. So we'll see if he starts to get something down. Goes for a Giant Slayer.
Yeah, has the Ionic Spark and the Giant Slayer. These are just going to be an item carrier for Viego a bit later. Silas, you don't need that as the third Renegade unit, unless we're considering something like 6 Renegades, but Kerm is very, very far away from that. Talon doing a lot of work versus Garrett, who is running the Get Paid other version of the Gangplank, not the carry. Now we can see how they kind of stack up against each other. The players who have taken carry augments versus ones who have taken more support style, and they're pushing levels and going to outfit some 4-cost or 5-cost carries. But the pressure being felt from everyone else in this lobby is really insane, that they might not be able to cap out as highly as they might want to.
Yeah, but Cottontail has managed to find a Samira 2 and a Set 2 in all of this, and a lot of that due to the early strength that he was able to put forward, saving HP with the Poppy Steadfast presence, right? Having those 2 stars, having that extra HP early on, helping out quite a bit. And now he's just building a beefy front line for this Samira, and this board looks pretty damn good.
Yeah, this is 3 losses in a row for Cottontail. Just, I think, recently hit the Samira 2, and those 3 losses have brought him down to 56. So thinking back to how much value that Poppy has gotten with the Steadfast presence is actually a lot. Saved a ton in stages 2 and 3 to get him to this point right now.
Yep, now going up against Garrett, who did go in the direction we talked about, deciding to just go vertical duelist with that GP, trying to just generate gold with the Get Paid, but looks like Samira 2 is going to be strong enough. And I think you have to absolutely be right. The Samira 2 is just way too powerful for us to imagine Cottontail losing 3 in a row before that if he had it.
Yeah.
So looks like he probably just picked that one up, as Burham going to pick up another win against JD Zelinsky. And a lot of the HP in this lobby is very close. 1st to 8th, 22 HP difference.
Yeah, and Wajan Iverson is the only player on a win streak currently. They were rocking with that 4 admin and had the very, very strong admin pairing of when allies die, gain HP and AP. So even though we're kind of talking up all of these rerolls, I still think a player like Wajan might have the highest cap in this lobby with that in mind.
All right. Pushing forward, we're taking a look at the items there. Nothing really standing out too crazy. Just a lot of people slamming items, trying to get power early on. It's a little bit different than normal. Usually we see a lot of like very consistent AP versus AD builds on the side, but a lot of it here was like, well, whatever 1 cost we found early on. Slam some things. A lot of tank items being slammed as well.
All right, now look at the spot that Wajan's in after I just said, oh yeah, he's looking maybe in the lobby, and he's level 8, sure, on a 5 win streak. Only 1 Soraka, only 1 Sejuani. It's actually not looking as favorable as I thought. Yeah, there's no gold, 3 gold, has an Annie on the bench. It'll really be a good litmus test of how powerful is this composition featuring no LeBlanc and a full item Soraka 1 carry. Well, I mean, we're seeing it right here.
All right, there's the Divine Ascent. Ish still able to push through.
Oh,
yeah, LeBlanc 1, not quite good enough to get that one done. Kurum looks like he might be able to beat Cottontail here, so the Talon doing enough.
Yeah, Talon able to get through the Samira. Obviously, Talon jumping to the kind of furthest unit, so going to be targeting that before the set does not get stuck on units. That is pretty key. Wajan, dynamic defenses, of course, getting that free gargoyles, but the Blitzcrank is going to get outscaled. He is just a tier 2. Sure, he's a bit of a beefy front line, but he's going to get torn through as we reach, into later stage 4 right now and into stage 5 as well. Wajan has to recover this economy, maybe dip a bit low in HP, get down there into the bot 4 range before hitting that Soraka 2 spike, getting LeBlanc 2, which is still a very big deal as well. Even though she has no items, Wei Jin actually has cybernetic uplink, so as soon as she gets even one component, she's going to be a lot more powerful.
Yeah, it will be a good position at that point, but it is just going to take a sec to get there. And I don't know if he has a full sec, because we've got this Kai'Sa 3 for DQA, ready to deal a lot of damage to Wei Jin again. And he may be stuck into a bit of a loss streak at this point, and 53 HP is all right, but we're moving into stage 5, and the damage is going to be pretty high.
Yeah, DQA hitting Kai'Sa 3. This is a bit early, I think, with how much HP DQA has and gold that he still has as well. Some really fortunate rolls coming into play. And, talked about it, that Ashe augment, like you mentioned, still getting a lot of value in that composition as well. Has the recon heart to not need to play all 4 recons to actually get that bonus, which is huge for Kai'Sa to deal immense amounts of damage. Moving back over to JD Zielinski, seeing how this Lux is faring. And it's a 3 loss streak at the moment, but gonna go 8 very soon. Hopefully cap out the board a bit better. Maybe find other Star Guardians, maybe like a Talia for that secondary carry.
Yeah, you were also saying just additional frontline. That's still going to be an opportunity here. Maybe just finding another big threat or something to jam in the front and help buy some more time. You said another Star Guardian. You could look for an Echo, right? That could help quite a bit in this spot.
Very much so. Going to be grabbing a tier that could go the way of a Redemption BT, but I think maybe the Shojins, if we do find a Talia, especially if it's Talia 2, which does get found. Huge. After not rolling that much gold, that is very, very huge. 5 Star Guardians go in as well with the Neela for now. Like you mentioned, wants to be Echo a bit later. But we're liking what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a massive pickup. Just going immediately into a 2-star Talia. We love that for JD in this spot, giving some diverse carry threats now that the Lux is going to throw the first cast nowhere. It's okay. The first cast doesn't matter, right? It's the second cast that matters with this augment. Quite literally, it's like we just need that second one to land. Don't grief the second cast, and we're all good, Lux. But Talia going to help bail out a little bit as well, and Lux getting plenty of casts off. Just gonna be the set remaining. He's got the declaw, but I still think that they're gonna be able to shoot through this. Take it down. Yeah, gonna be able to do so. JD picking that up, a great roll down, and yeah, that Echo, the last unit to really cap off this board to be just very powerful in this stage 5.
Definitely. That was a close fight than I anticipated, especially with how powerful that roll down was. The set almost was tanky enough with the declaw. But that maybe goes back to when declaw was nerfed to only have 4% healing instead. Might have actually been the difference in that fight. So just interesting to see all that context and how this set has really shaped up in Monsters Attack. Looking forward to seeing Garrett again, and this double Locket Neela, which we had the slam of the Locket on the Renekton in the early game, but it's only a Neela 1. This is a lot of power missing on the board currently.
Yeah, I mean, really needing to find those Neelas currently. I mean, it's hard to even say contested, right? There were only 2 Neelas over on JD Zielinski's board as well, so not exactly a contested unit overall. And the Zed just having to try and carry through, but this Edgelord Talon doing just enough to keep Kurum afloat and finally getting him out of that pole position at the bottom.
Yeah, he's still within, kind of concerning range of HP currently. Actually, a lot of players are. Pros. Wei Jin Iverson now in the mix. All the way in 4th place from pros down to Cottontail, only a 7 HP gap. That is really, really huge. Wei Jin Iverson hits the Soraka 2. Garrett hits the Neela 2 as well. Players hitting very, very key upgrades. Wei Jin hitting Echo 2 as well. Man, that is fantastic. Cottontail still rocking with this Poppy. It's still going to be a little bit of value right now, although definitely not as valuable as other players' hero augments at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, and he finds a fiddle, so there's got to start to be a thought of like, okay, when do I say, hey, this hero augment isn't worth anymore, and I want to put this fiddle in? Does it have to be a fiddle 2? Does it have to be some kind of fiddlesticks items that you pick up? It feels like you do want to be playing the fiddlesticks at some point, though.
Because also, if you're running to anyone who's running a guard breaker, it might just end up being actually like less effective.
True, yeah. It's actually just worse. Yourself. I don't know if there's a guard breaker in this lobby yet, but that's a good point. Like, if there is, it's just genuinely worse to be running Steadfast Presence, as Cottontail takes a huge hit from DQA going down to 4. He's got 1 life left, and this could end up being an 8th from a spot that looked relatively good, and data on Steadfast Presence is laughing at us.
Data is not fake. I guess I think we could say that. But no, it's just the direction that I think Cottontail has kind of found himself in as well. Thinking about last game, the players who were, you know, top 2ing lobbies, they were running Samira Aphelios Flex with legendaries. This is a Samira composition who's running a set mech and is nowhere near the absolute cap of this board. This is a great board for a few patches ago, but that's the time of the past, and we are playing a new kind of variant of TFT here. Cottontail's still not finding any more upgrades as well, namely the Sejuani being a hugely contested one, but a huge upgrade nonetheless. Ends up even selling it, finds another one. It was the same Sejuani Copium, and playing the Janna now instead.
Yeah, gonna play the Windy Janna, just try and get more damage onto these two carries. I think, you know, Cottontail may be in a spot where this ends up being an 8th. It feels like the board has not improved significantly in like 2 stages almost at this point. So it's really tough to try and hang on. Going up against that Edgelord, the Talon, jumping in the back line onto the Phelios, takes him down, but Samira still on full HP. It's a matter of time though. Here's the jump, here's the damage. Doesn't quite take her down, but finally does, and I don't think that Set can hold on because Talon is healing far too much. This should be Cottontail going out in 8th, as Garrett has fallen as well, but it will be a little bit more damage here so long as Kurum's Talon can finish the job.
Yeah, a little bit of that Camille there, and as well as the cast finally comes out from the Talon. Cottontail goes 8th, and Garrett as well, running the Duelists. Did not have the success that we kind of thought that he might from that spot. Did take a while to hit the Neela, but nonetheless goes out in 7th.
Ends up falling down. This is a check-in on Pros, who was kind of dominating the early mid game with this 3-star Gangplank, but he seems to have fallen off quite a bit, going in an admin direction from there, playing Soraka and LeBlanc, and seems like been losing quite a bit. Did find 1 win, but it looks like before that was on quite the loss streak, and now against JD Zielinski, and there is a good angle for this Talia to blow things up, but he's gonna fire on the right side first.
GP, does not take down the Lux.
No, there it is. Pro's gonna take a big hit, goes down in 6th.
And there was just no front line for Pros. They're running supers, not able to hit the Malphite 3, Lee Sin 3. Had both of them on 2-star, had a Neela 2-star as well, but literally no items on the front line. Had scoped weapons, I guess, you know, for GP to have a bit more safety in the back, but it still was not enough. Maybe it's a different story if GP was able to one-shot the Lux, could have made his way over and take out the rest of the board, but no, unfortunately, just a 6th. Being the cap for Pros.
We were worried about Wei Jin's economy, but he has brought it back, right? He found Soraka 2, he found Echo 2, he found LeBlanc 2, got an item on it with the cybernetic uplink. The only thing really missing here is this Sejuani, which is stuck at 1-star, but this board has really come together for Wei Jin. And hey, there's that guard breaker punishing the Steadfast presence that we were talking about earlier. But still, no, this is a very solid board that Wei Jin has put together. Doesn't necessarily feel like this on its own is going to lock in this first place spot. Wei Jin's going to have to find something from here, especially since his economy's still a little bit down, but he's on a win streak.
Yeah, he's actually, I think he's in a really good spot. It might not, like you're saying, lock in a win or anything like that, but he's in a good spot too. Did hit the Soraka 2, right? Has the LeBlanc 2 as well. Was able to put a Shiv on it, which just helps the rest of the board as well as synergizing with the cybernetic uplink. So I think a very solid spot as we look at the DQA in the bottom left rolling. Hitting Cho 3, yeah, was sitting on the Kaisa 3 for a very long time, but finally is making more upgrades to the board as he's sitting in first place currently.
Yeah, and I mean, JD, we're looking at just trying to go to level 9. Gets a great Zephyr onto Kurum's Talon. Might be able to turn the tides of this fight, especially if he's able to get a Lux second cast on that Talon at any point too while he's jumping around, but Fiddlesticks just doing so much work in this fight.
Oh, if Lux can get one more cast off? No. Ooh. That was almost like as best positioning as JD Zielinski could have gotten, right? He Zephyred the Talon and had Oxforce Lulu in the corner, so that actually griefed Talon to have to cast one more time to take it out. Almost everything came together there, but that Edgelord Talon was just too strong anyway. But I love the playing to your win condition from JD Zielinski and executing on it phenomenally. It bodes well, even though that round was a loss.
Yeah, and he hits 9, immediately finds Syndra and finds the Janna, which are the two units it seems he wanted immediately. Getting Windy in is going to make both this Talia and this Lux so insane. They already do a lot of damage, but now instead of leaving some units with just like a fraction of HP left that they've been doing recently, they should just get a lot more one-shots.
Okay. Oh, the move over to the right-hand side actually is going to make this Cho'Gath ultimate be a lot more value, but I guess it's far away from the Rammus. Still, though, not wanting to get Mana Reaved, I don't think there.
That Cho is destroying his backline, but they were able to still hit onto some of the carries, and actually, DQA still should win this because the 3-star Rammus with so much magic resist, but it got really close from a spot that felt like it was going to be very free for DQA with the Cho'Gath positioning.
Yeah, definitely. And Reeve, the whole backline, Rammus is just too good. That's the power of this Kai'Sa Recon reroll. If you're able to hit all of your 3 stars, DQA 39 HP, yeah, he's probably locked for at least a top 2 right now, but it's definitely in a good spot to win the lobby. Dish Soap on the 8 duelist cap. Is it Yasuo 3 as well? How far can this go? Zed items can be whatever, and he'll still be doing damage, getting a lot of value.
Yeah, I like the Fiddle hit a lot too because it's quick CC. A lot of these fights go very, very fast for duelists. They want to just deal a ton of damage, but they're very soft. So just getting some good board-wide CC is incredibly strong. But Dish Soap actually putting that Fiddle in the corner, having it try and soak up the souls and do damage clean up at the end.
Oh, the town actually went down because it jumped onto the Fiddle, procced it, and then just other damage on the side means that Curran's going out in this round. Yeah. It's just a matter of how much he dies. Yeah. All
right, so it's just JD. If JD wins this, Kurum should be the one going out. I mean, maybe Weijin can fall, but Weijin at 11 health versus Kurum's 8. JD goes out. Oh!
Wow.
Kurum sneaking into the top 4, just over JD.
Man, that is crazy. A 1 unit kill diff anywhere else in the game, it would have made that difference. And yeah, it's only 1 point, but 1 point could still have a lot of impact. Kurum sneaks in the top 4, as both of them very reasonably could have top 4 this game. Unfortunate for JD Zielinski, however, as Dish Soap once again proves why he's one of the best players, if not the best player of this tournament. Saying, yeah, I'm going to take a Kale reroll, and we're going to go 8 duelists, and we're going to get to at least the top 3, if not more. What can't this guy do?
Yeah, and he actually picks up another duelist emblem, so I'm curious if Dish can find like another legendary unit or another big unit that can provide CC to help cap this board further. Maybe drop some of one of the 2-star duelists that he had previously. Especially since he's just vertical duelist. It's the only synergy he has, so he shouldn't care about anything else.
Yeah. Oh, Weijin versus the Ghost matchup here, and DQA versus Dish Soap.
Yeah, and Dish did get a Belveth in. That was the only thing that he could do to upgrade for now. I don't think that's the ideal unit, but it is a solid one. Probably better than whatever duelist he had in. They're actually shredding through the Rammus with all this damage. Big win over DQA. Actually beating him by quite a big margin. As Weijin looks like this may be a loss. We'll see if the Soraka can get those last few casts through. Actually take down the Kai'Sa. A couple more hits. One more. Doesn't quite get it. And Weijin actually going to go down.
To the Ghost. Oh, that was so close. Weijin could have maybe top 2 to this game, but no, a 3rd. Still a solid performance here. As we're talking about, the F4 admin is one that can potentially win lobbies, but these are all fantastic boards. The expected ones being the admin and the Kai'Sa reroll, but Dish Soap saying, nah, I can take something that's a bit newer to, or at least re-entering in the meta, where duelists kind of being outside of it for a while, but still play it to the top level caliber that you'd expect. And he could go even further for first place here, because that last matchup was very favorable, so I think he can do it again.
Yeah, and I mean, that is a decent Shroud going on to the Urgot, stopping some of the CC. The Belveth has been turned into a 2-star, so there's actually quite a bit of power, even if it's not, you know, a legendary, kind of a pseudo-legendary here, but ends up falling down immediately. DQA wins it. I thought Dish was going to have a better shot at it after seeing that last fight between the two.
Yeah, DQA is able to clutch up. I think the Kale and the Kai'Sa actually took each other down at the same exact time. Both fell over at the same time as the rest of Dish Soap's board fell over. But DQA, such a star player, coming with a big first place there off the back of Kai'Sa Recon.
Oh my gosh, I really thought that Dish Soap was gonna take that though, especially after like the roll that happened. Casanova, like what exactly happened in that game? Dish Soap ended up getting like the 3-star kill so early and a couple of other pieces. What went wrong in the last fight?
I think the last fight, I kind of missed the full positioning. I know, Crow, and you caught that maybe the Kaisa and Kale ended up on each other at the end and just killed each other at the same time, and the front line was way better overall for DQA. So at that point, you need the Kale to outlive the Kaisa, right? You need to find a way to take out the enemy carry. But in general, that game from Dish Soap, it felt like it was just a top 4 from the get-go, because he rolls down, finds both of these 3 stars, getting the Divine Ascent. Kale, you know you can scale out this comp by going through the Duelist line, and it'll continue to just kind of tier up and keep getting stronger throughout the game. Finding an emblem probably pushed it from a 4 to a 2nd, but it was really well done from Dish. But DQA, on the same kind of coin of it, went into this 3-cost reroll using the support augment instead of the carry. We called it out early on that he had a really nice recon angle, and it wasn't going to be contested because of so many people going for these 1-cost rerolls, and hey, it worked out perfectly. DQA hitting so many 3-stars.
And I have like a really interesting question to ask you both, and that's about what happens in a lobby when you are handed a hero augment right away. Like, Chrome, what's the approach going into the rest of the lobby when that's your very first choice to make?
Yeah, as we saw a lot of players do there is the opportunities for these carry augments for the 1-cost units to be super impactful. We saw Dish Soap grab it, we saw the GP reroll as well. Not all of them were able to find success. I think Dish Soap kind of just like played it the best, had a bit more luck on his side as well, hitting early. But you gotta take into account, is this going to be one that I'm going to carry the whole entire game? Kerm, I guess another one as well that I didn't mention, having the Edgelord is able to do rather well, sneaking into a 4th. But then if you're like in Contil's situation, how is that Steadfast Presence Poppy going to carry you forward? If you're able to win streak all of stage 2, yeah, but how are you going to convert it? And it was awkward for a player like Cottontail because the rest of the lobby is pressured. The tempo was just so higher with a lot of people leaning into that carry option as well.
Yeah, it's always a big question to ask. I feel like maybe that decision ends up changing whether or not you get the augment earlier on or later. But we do have our 3rd game in the books, so let's take a look at how our players did in their newly reseeded lobbies. Casanova, we've got a win here from Robin, DQA, Socks, and Prestivan.
Yeah, Peacock,
very well-known names.
Popping off.
Peacock's just winning. He's just going crazy today. That's wild. I mean, look, we said it right. You know, we didn't pick him so we could power him up, and he's absolutely showing up and showing out. I think, you know, Robin picking up a win, that's probably much needed for him. I think he was having a fine day, but getting a first to just kind of lock in, feel really confident going into the back half. And Socks, we watched his play earlier. It looked like he was in form. He said he's in form, and hey, here's another first.
My goodness. Wow. I mean, I'm looking across the board at some of the other players that maybe needed a top 4 coming into this 3rd game. So looking at Pitsy right now, as well as a little top, but these are the compositions that won these players, their lobbies. And Chrome, what do you make of these final boards?
Seeing a lot of reroll here. It's gonna be Nasus reroll for Socks, probably a stacks on stacks Nasus. We see Draven for Robin as well. There's a lot of power in reroll right now, especially with there's so many angles to go for it. So that's definitely something to keep in mind over the course of the weekend, and just how powerful, you know, admins are, even Mecha, you know, coming back into play as well. Love to see it. And all of these are players that are very recognizable as well. P-God getting that buff for not being drafted. No, he's doing fantastic though. Love to see it from P-God, because his set 7 was such a drastic improvement of him as a player, and seeing him come into, you know, set 8 in tournament like the Monster Attack mid-set finale is really nice to see him keeping it moving forward with the same pace.
Yeah, that's our set 8 world champion right there. Let's go, President. Let's go. Let's get it. I mean, you know, Bryce already called out the mascots are going to be something that might come back in a big way after we were talking about the Malphite carry, and we see it with Nasus here. That means support augment, right? So that's Soul Reaper. Is that what this is? So that would be that's pretty cool to see that it's just more healing, right? It's not even going too crazy on the Nasus outside of the itemization. So just fun to see that. I think we got to keep tabs on the mascots throughout the day, because so far we've seen 2 different versions of just playing a bunch of mascots finding victories in lobbies.
Yeah, and that composition as well. I got a chance to check in on how Sox was doing, maybe around like stage 5, 6. Had 3-star Nasus, Silas, and Galio, so definitely a super, super stacked board. But you know, when you look at the overall standings, we've had a couple of games under our belt now, so halfway through the day, these are where our players sit at the moment. And wow, so Clear actually not doing as well in that third game does actually drop him down to that 4th spot. But Crowan, I think I heard you maybe have a reaction to this.
There's Peacock at the top. It's just, you know, it's keeping the narrative moving forward. There's halfway through the day, so there's a lot of context we've already seen. Players who are able to be consistent versus the players who are not. There's players in the bottom 16 that you have expected to come out swinging a bit more. I know players have been talking about Aniko a lot. I know Bryson Frodan had Aniko on their radar as well, but there's just a lot left more of the day still, you know, halfway. There are solid trends right now. We know the players like Dish Soap, Clear, Setsuko, I think we've focused on a lot. At the top is great to see Robin being back in form as well, having more time to prep for this event as comparatively to Corrupted Cup. So just good stuff all around.
Yeah, we can definitely start to see a few trends coming into the last half of the day, but Casanova, we still have one more game with these lobbies that we have reseeded. So what are you kind of thinking in terms of the direction that some of these lobbies are moving? It looked very AP heavy, but what do you kind of make of the meta as it stands right now?
I think the fun thing about this patch is just how much the hero augments do affect it to an extent, right? Like when we get it on 2-1 and it is a 1-1-1 augment, that's going to just completely change the kind of game plan of the overall game, because you have to watch out for the tempo being too high for you to go for something that you maybe consistently would be able to go for before. Instead, you have to maybe adapt to play something else. And there's been so many different comps picking up the victories, and a lot of that is due to hero augments changing kind of the landscape of what TFT does in general. So I think it's just being ready to adapt, being ready to go in with your game plan, but have a few different options of said game plan. I think that's been kind of the big thing for Monsters Attack, is variations on the plan. It's not necessarily being fully flexible to different plans. It's having a plan with a few different outs.
I mean, that's kind of what we've been seeing from Dish Soap as well, just playing multiple different compositions throughout the day so far. So we'll have to see how our players continue to do as we take a short break, and when we come back, Game 4 of Day 1 of the Monsters Attack mid-set finale. Welcome back, everybody, to the Monsters Attack mid-set finale. You've got Bryce and Frodan back on the desk to take you through game number 4. And Frodan, before we get into things, tell me a little bit about Prestivan and that lobby. Holy moly, he feels like he's on fire right now.
Prestivan can't do a step wrong, or at least that's what Mortdog wants him to believe. I mean, he's getting the openings. It's funny because right before the tournament, Prestivan was, kind of doing his last-second scramble. Prestivan, kind of notorious for being extremely gifted, a god gamer at anything he touches, but also, kind of a last-minute cram session player. We were kind of going over, like, okay, here's all, like, the S-tier lines, and, like, this is what I believe to be really strong. And I kid you not, literally all 3 of the strongest lines I possibly can think in the game, he hit. So that's to kind of define the first half of today for him. He's basically been given the exact spot. But also, I think more people are starting to realize that in high-level TFT, also being able to convert and close games is just as important. I think people practice the openers probably a little bit too much and not realize that you have to also finish those games and make sure you can convert them to first places, because losing out on those high rolls is sometimes just as painful as going 8th place. So I think Preston is doing an excellent job so far, and I think it just shows you why he is hyped up as a potential future set winner, because he has all the tools. He just needs to put it together, and if he gets rolls like that, who knows what will happen.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait to see that. I mean, we'll have to check in on Prestivan a little bit later, but let's look ahead because, Bryce, we're about to go into Lobby A in our newly reseeded lobbies, and there are a few players in this list we haven't had a chance to see yet. So what do you kind of make of some of those other names like Minhee, Pitsy? We also have got Clear for the first time on the broadcast.
Clear is a monster. He's going 1-1-1-1-1. He's the self-proclaimed AP master. Not a lot to say there. An actual AP master that is really struggling is Pitsy. He came into this event with a lot of hype as like an up-and-comer who's been doing well on ladder, performing well in tournaments, and is a master of that AP tree. He's been playing the AP, basically the whole set. When it wasn't popular and people thought it was weak, he was playing it. Hard to say, 3 games, haven't gotten to watch him. Is he low rolling? Is he nervous and struggling? Is it that AP is contested now? I don't know. And then Minhee, part of the kind of young blood pack, one of the up-and-comers, but really struggling throughout the day today. Haven't got a chance to look at his spots either, but excited to see if either Pitsy or Minhee can have a bounce-back game here.
All right, well, let's do it. Take it away.
All right, here we go. Game 4, Lobby A. We're going to hop on board with Mismatch Socks from Team Beast Coast. Socks coming in after a nice first place finish. And also a lot of expectation that he's even put on his own shoulders. Right before the tournament, Socks put out a tweet longer explaining how he had very low confidence heading to the event. In fact, he even told me personally he was not going to prepare for mid-set at all because he just wasn't really feeling it. He's not really enjoying his tournaments and also his finishes. And then all of a sudden, when the patch hit, it felt like a new breath of fresh air. Socks was having fun the game again and also exploring lines. And also, the most interesting aspect is that he's been going off data. As in, he's not actually following the data anymore. And also just going by his own instincts. And I think that's resulted in a rejuvenated Socks to the point where I think a lot of players peg him as one of the top players going to this event.
Socks, when he is in peak form, is terrifying. There's no doubt about it. There are a few players, not just in North America, but in the entire world that have the skill ceiling that this guy has. He just finds his edge in so many creative ways. He's one of the most thoughtful positioners. He's very, very good at flex TFT. And when I say flex TFT, I don't mean the way that other people use it, which is the incorrect way to think about flex TFT. I don't just mean he can play a lot of lines. I mean that this man does not commit to comps. He doesn't even think about the game in terms of comps. He thinks about it in terms of frontline and backline, damage and tanks, and he puts together boards that make sense. And you know what? He's leaning heavily towards AP right now with a... I have not seen this opening, Dan, maybe ever. When was the last time you saw a full gold Nico or double Nico's help or double duplicator into a 2-2-1 augment? This is wild. I don't know what's happening. What do you do from this spot?
Well, I think there's 2 things you can do. One, you can think about a reroll. So that, for example, you can take Get Excited if he likes that Jinx. In this case, he's taking Cleansing Safeguard. Can use it to try to go for like a 3-star units, or in this case, you can use it to find additional copies of Lee Sin, as a lot of people have understood that Cleansing Safeguard is really strong. The other option is to use it for major tempo, 2-star, like the first legendary that you can find, right? You're talking about you hit an Urgot 2, you hit Fiddlesticks, it's Fiddlesticks 2, things like that. Sox is actually going for a 4 brawler opening with Cleansing Safeguard, so he probably could end up playing tempo into using these duplicators to hit things like a Soraka 2 super quickly and play around hearts as his primary game plan. And with that vest for a defensive item for Lee Sin and a rod to help amplify his AP champions, Sox is in an excellent position to be able to capitalize on his opening.
He really is. It's a great augment to be able to play around from this situation. He hasn't got a chance to check admin yet, but that's going to be a really important early thing for him to see whether or not he can play around that admin trait. I'm actually just still, I'm just flabbergasted. I didn't know this opening was possible. It's not full gold. It's 2 components. Plus he got dropped 2 3 costs in Neela and Jax, and then he got the duplicators as well. This is a wild opening for Sox, and be very interesting to see how he plays from here, but it's about as strong of an opening as you can get in TFT, and Sox is excellent in playing from these type of positions.
Oh, it's always possible, Bryce. I mean, you can even theoretically get it at every PvE round. It's just we're not gods. We are mere mortals compared to Sox. Because each Grey Orb has that opportunity of giving you that duplicator. I mean, people wish it all the time. Is it going to happen back-to-back? Sox may have gotten, I think, is it like 1 or 2%, something like that, of every single Grey Orb that comes out? That's how rare. It's like a 1 in 10,000 situation.
We take those. Meanwhile, we are joining Clear, who has taken the Rel carry augment. We are holding the line out here. I see that and I immediately think that we're going into what people often refer to as the Yumi comp, which I'm here to officially petition the powers that be. Mortdog, please bless this. Can we call it the Neela comp now? It's not actually Yumi carry, it's Neela carry, although in this situation it might actually just be Rel carry because he's got that Rel augment. You can play this in Vertical Star Guardian as well, so some options for our AP Master.
Yeah, exactly. For people who aren't exactly sure like why Clear is kind of like a joke to call him the AP Master, it's only because Clear has obsessions, fixations before each tournament where he just says, all you need to do is this one thing. He is BuzzFeed articles in TFT form. All you need is like these 2 comps and you will top 2, average a 2.0 every single TFT game. It almost feels like everything Clear that comes out of his mouth is almost like clickbait YouTube thumbnail level of material. and so once again, he's kind of back at the drawing board. It's like, all you need to have success is to play these 2 AP lines, and I am the AP Master. And it's funny because just a week ago, like not even like 5 days ago, Clear told me that he was going dead last. He's like, it has not clicked. He demoted to Grandmasters from like 1300 LP, so it was not clicking. And you tell me 48 hours before the event he comes back rejuvenated saying I am the AP Master, and yet he's posting these scores. That is what makes him such an interesting player to watch, because you just really never know what you're getting with him.
Once again, the GM buff has triggered and proven effective time and time again. Runs it down, runs it back up, and then pops off in day 1 of the mid-set finale. Taking a look at our items on the right, not that many slammed items this lobby, only a few of them. We see a Spark, we see a Titan's Resolve, as well as a Guard Breaker for G. Still those 2 duplicators up there for Sox. Also, we didn't get a chance because you were giving this beautiful soliloquy about Clear, which I loved, but we didn't get a chance to talk about the augments, and there were a couple of things that stuck out to me. First of all, we have Rock Solid in this lobby. Our boy Kyvix is playing the Rock, so definitely need to check out that spot at some point. And then we had not 1, but 2 people playing the Camille carry augment, which that line is extremely good when uncontested. I'm not sure how good it is when contested. I guess we're going to find out.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, that's kind of what makes the hero augment dynamic really interesting, is what happens if you're contested in the similar comp that you want to play. How do you improvise? What do you choose to go for, which is sacrifice? Speaking of kind of the unconventional hero augment, you're talking about Lux support augment. This one's actually been buffed, Lucent Barrier, to give that shield. And I think that a lot of people really sleep on this augment because they just look at some of the other really powerful hero augments, but this one's very solid. In fact, a lot of the support one-cost ones, you're talking about like Lux, you're talking about Lulu even, I think that they are really strong anchors to play AP Flex. It's just that it's not as easy to figure out how to play it, because it feels like you only can do one thing. If you pick this Lux augment, it makes you believe that you have to play Talia, but that's not entirely true. So I'm curious to see what Mike from Mike does, because his opening is almost as good as it gets. He has the streak going, he has the gadgetines in place. Is he going to commit to Talia, or will he show off what true AP Flex is capable of?
I hear what you're saying. You don't have to play Talia from here, but I feel like you play Talia from here 95% of the time, because Lux is just not a you generally speaking want on your late game board, but it's so good on Talia boards because she shares not one but two synergies in Star Guardian and Spellslinger, so just so efficient. It also gives exactly what you want, which is a little bit of extra defensiveness onto your either your front line or your back line, plus some extra AP, which can be very effective in Talia line. So I think we get there most of the time. He also has generically really powerful item slam for that, right? Like the anti-magic resistance, the spark is good across the board in AP Flex, but the Spear of Shojin is specifically really only good in Talia, right? Most of the other AP carries in the set really want to play around blue buff. It's not that you can't play other things with it. Obviously, you can play Asol, you can play Soraka with Shojin. It's just, I think he would strongly prefer to play Talia here if at all possible.
I mean, yes, but I think that Shojin's like perfectly acceptable on other AP carries. I think that, like, for example, if you want to play around LeBlanc, which I think is actually a very strong champion, I want to play even more so than Talia in his spot, then I think that's also perfectly valid. We'll go ahead and catch up with Mike later on. He did secure that 5 streak. Let's hop on board with Stellar Mini, who gets to play his favorite build currently in the set. If there's a player that I would peg to be the Draven expert on North America, I actually look at Minhee as being the person that has put the sheer number of reps in. I can't think of another player that's played more Draven games that's at this level. Can you tell me of anyone, Bryce?
I can't think of anybody who has, so he's very comfortable on the line. We saw the augments earlier. He's not contested, which is great. Components are not ideal here.
Oh,
he
God.
gets dropped defensive. Can he get one more item from a Krug? Maybe?
He does.
Oh.
Okay. I mean, you can make Rod work. It's not ideal, but no bows, no additional gloves. You really want things like Last Whisper. The Rod can become things like Gunblade, which is acceptable now. It used to be really good prior to the nerf. So we'll see. I mean, maybe he gets Pandora's items off the next augment. Maybe he just gets a bunch of Reforgers. Does end up slamming a Gunblade, kind of recognizing he needs to make use of these lemons. Probably ends up having to make another defensive item here of some capacity. I can't imagine that you can float these 4 components here.
Yeah, it goes with the Sunfire. We definitely have some lemons, but the question is, can this man make some lemonade? Not a bad spot to get some component grab bag. Potentially could use some extra items. Slammed, right, really wants that Last Whisper on Draven, such an important item for the line. Getting ready. He's pre-leveled to level 6. He's very rich, and he's actually pretty healthy in the grand scheme of things. One of the nice things about playing around Draven open fort is because of the Ace trait, because it pumps out a bunch of damage, it kills units. So he's actually, at 72 HP, 5 loss, full open forting on his final round of stage 2. It's not bad. He's down to 60 here, taking a pretty bad loss. Unfortunate to go up against level 6, and now getting ready for a roll down to stabilize.
Oh my, speaking of stabilize, a player with adaptive defenses, replay playing Camille. I believe this is the strongest 2-cost hero augment in the game. Jeweled Lotus has appeared for Stellar Minhee, which is one of the best augments for Draven because it gives him that Infinity Edge, and now he just has to have that Last Whisper, so a fantastic offering for him. Meanwhile, on the bottom left, we see the Rock Soft player is at Kyvix, trying to go deep and see if he can find a stable 2-star board.
Kyvix rolling for stabilization. He has a set like Shiv slammed on a Draven back there. I assume that's going to want to be a Yumi item, and these are not the droids that he is looking for. He's finding a bunch of units that are just not part of the composition. He is able to hit the Malphite too, but is that going to be enough? Meanwhile, Minhee's still rolling. He's only on 1 copy of Draven. He's got Jax 2 and a Wukong 2, but no, not even a Draven pair to speak of. Both of our 2-cost rerollers who played open fort and were looking for big stabilization on 3-2 did not find it from what I saw.
Yeah, and also he looked at his admin. A lot of people who actually specialize in Draven believe that admin Draven is a much higher ceiling than playing supers, because then first of all, you don't have to roll for all the 3-star supers. You can just roll for Draven 3 and be done, go start pushing levels. But also the ceiling is just so high. You're talking about like on ally death, you can gain attack speed or things of that caliber, because Draven gets so much damage already. I think one of the biggest mistakes I see people doing, Bryce, that they take things that give raw attack damage to Draven. He got enough damage. Give him some attack speed.
Absolutely, especially with that Jeweled Lotus, extra damage from the augment, in addition to just being a damage monster in and of itself as a unit, plus the carry augment, lots of damage. Replay has Mana Zane on the Camille carry, so we've gotten to look at this board. I want to see where Pitsy's at as well, since the two of them are contesting. I would also love it if we could find out what admins they both have, because that's going to dictate a lot, but this is a Woach line. I have never seen Mana Zane Camille. It does intuitively make sense. This is a unit that gets a huge amount of its damage from these casts, and being able to chain cast sounds pretty disgusting, but I have quite frankly no idea how this is going to pan out for him. I'm excited to buckle up and watch, though.
I mean, it's a mirror match, and Pitsy's going to go through the hard way, through the front door. Does end up getting disarmed by the second Camille. Does end up having the showdown here. It's really about whose Camille aggresses onto the other. And it looks like both the Camilles were lost, but Pitsy just has a little bit too much of a supporting cast. And so Replay does take a hit, a pretty big win, because it's not just the fact that Pitsy was able to, win that match and preserve his HP, but stopping Replay's streak, meaning less gold to roll, less chance of hitting and taking those Camilles out of the pool before Pitsy does.
Oh, he barely wins. Speaking of less gold to roll, as we look at Minhee's final fight here, he barely wins. He rolled all the way to 10 gold, and he still only has a Draven pair. So he picked up one more copy of Draven. Really, really tough spot in Minhee Town. Meanwhile, we look at the carousel. Yeah, please go for it.
I would just say I'm looking at a couple of really high impact things. For one thing, there's 2 admin players, and there's a spat available, so I'm particularly intrigued by that. Pitsy, thinking about it though, and it's really tempting because it is taking up item economy. When you're playing Camille, 2 things you want to prioritize. There's one, obviously having a stable board, but you want to get 3 Camille items. And when you checked on Pitsy, he only had 2. So by making an emblem, that's actively taking away resources for his item economy. And if you aren't able to get a 3rd reliable item for Camille by stage 4, you could be a sitting duck. So that's actually a really big risk that Pitsy just took, and we'll see if it pays off for him later in this game.
Very big risk. We haven't gotten a chance to see his admin yet, so we don't know exactly how impactful it's going to be, but we do see that Pitsy doesn't actually have admin in yet, so we're about to find out. It's full gambling is what it is, because he doesn't know what it is either, so maybe the spat is going to pay huge dividends for him, but he doesn't know whether or not it will just yet. Meanwhile, the other player, Replay, has the start of combat 45% AD for admin, so a very, very strong one in the Camille line to be sure.
All right, well, we're hopping on board with Kyvix, who's playing Rockstar. A lot of hype about this augment. Unfortunately, no Bramble Vest. And we know that Rockstar scales with the amount of armor that you have on Malphite. And also things like the Bramble stops max crit damage that comes out for things like the Jeweled Lotus. Thankfully, Minhee's still stuck on Draven 1. So not a big deal.
Yeah.
But you can tell that it wasn't actually as smooth sailing as you expect it to be, because Malphite does scale up that armor. So we'll see if Kyvix can continue to keep up this momentum. He is the only one streaking. He does have also 6 Malphites. So all of a sudden, it went from a situation where he wasn't hitting to now he has 7. Do you just keep dipping here?
Yeah, I think you absolutely can, especially on 4 streak. There's a lot of value in hitting right now and preserving the streak. He hits the Yuumi 2 in that chop, which is really big. A lot of our 2-cost rerollers are struggling, but Kyvix is finding a lot of the copies of the units that he is looking for, including, by the way, just like a Draven in every shop just to rub it in. Poor Minhee, right? Yeah. Minhee's out here with scissors, and he faced the Rock, and the Rock took care of business. So Kyvix in a really, really good spot, going up against Replay, and this Camille is going to get immediately onto the Yuumi, so that damage is gone. But can Camille ultimately deal with the Rock?
I mean, he cut through that Yuumi like paper. Now trying to see if he can focus onto the Malphite, but the Malphite does gain that armor. That last Whisper Theoretic able to help shred through it, but melee versus melee does tend to favor the Malphite. The only way you can really take down the Malphite is scaling damage that can keep that range. So you're looking at Kaisa, for example, but then if you build Bramble, that's what makes it so difficult, because the recon crit damage is reduced. Hence why you've seen things like Rock Solid start getting a lot of hype, because you start to piece together. If you've never seen it before, welcome to the show.
And it is a fun show indeed. We're looking at G rolling a little bit on neutrals. I like this, making sure he doesn't get dizzy. It's, people can overly tunnel on making the maximum amount of interest gold on neutral rounds, but the reality is that TFT is hard, especially in these big transition turns, and I love the fact that he's spending a little bit of interest gold potentially if he's not able to make 50 here. It looks like he is going to make 50, so he's chilling. Oh, yep. But he's spending a little bit of gold to try to start to get that transition going, especially since he's all the way down to 44 HP. He just hits a Talia too. He just hits Talia too.
Yeah. He is at 44 HP, but I mean, he hits Talia too, and he did hit Annie too as well from some of the orbs. So a good front line, a good back line, and now has the opportunity to actually just make sure to roll till he's stable. He doesn't actually roll this much. I feel like you can probably stop right around here once he's outfit the rest of his composition. And now he just needs a position. Talia is very positioning dependent. I think that's something that people really underestimate. And he has to be careful not to get caught off guard. That Urgot on the other side could potentially displace this Talia, but maybe the raw power of Talia 2 is a little bit too much for Mike to handle.
Talia 2 with very good items. Blue buff is not great on her, but it's solid, right? Some version of mana to get that cast off earlier, and she makes such good use of the combination of the 2 crit items, the Jewel Gauntlet so that she gets the extra crit, or she gets the opportunity for her spells to crit, and then the Guard Breaker, which procs very nicely with the kind of 2 ticks of damage. But going up against Mike, and Mike is actually able to get that win. Talia doesn't put enough damage onto the LeBlanc, and LeBlanc takes care of business.
That's why positioning matters. That Urgot pulled it and messed everything up. Jewel Lotus should theoretically be something that's really powerful. Yes, he does have Jewel Gauntlet already slammed, so he loses value on it. But if you're playing a bunch of Spell Slingers, it lets all of them crit. So that's something that catches my eye. I also wouldn't be mad at a reroll opportunity here, because I feel like Thrill and First Aid don't really scratch that itch of what we're missing in this composition.
I'm rerolling this every time because there's so many hits here, right? So you can play around this Gadgettine. Second Wind is quite good. Forge has probably lost its value for this line at this point, so I'm not going in that direction. But there's so much when you're playing around Talia and this AP line that is so strong that you can hit. And when you already have the Jeweled Gauntlet slammed, I'm just leaning away from Jeweled Lotus because you're right. It does mean that all these units can crit, but we're talking about like a Zoe 1, a LeBlanc 1, a Lulu 2. That is getting this Jeweled Gauntlet, kind of max value, whereas Talia wouldn't benefit from it that much.
Yep, that's totally fair. I can see the argument. But it ends up getting 5 Gadgettine. Wow, what the heck? I look on the other side of the board. Sox has a Sona 3. Seemingly out of nowhere. He was rolling for copies of Lee Sin, but remember, Sox dropped that extra pair of duplicators, so he only really needed 7 Sonas. And Sona with raw AP is just going to keep this Lee Sin alive. That second cast is able to get so many heals, and G hit Talia 2 and has since lost 2 additional fights. That still has to be very concerning for G.
So brutal. Joining Pitsy, who's playing the tempo version of Camille Carey, choosing because he's contested not to get into the reroll. And man, this guy has an abundance of spats. So he took a tome off of his second augment. That accounts for 1 of these mascot emblems. He took a spatula off of Carousel. That accounts for the second mascot emblem. He's got a 3rd spatula on the bench on the right-hand side onto this Sivir. So it's just a very weird spot, and Pixie's just showing flexibility here, not hard committing to the standard version of the line or the standard items, slamming a Bramble Vest, and he's on the wrong side here in this mirror matchup, and his misfortune just disappears.
Look, TFT is a good game. It might not be this good. I don't know how he can get away with this long term, but hey, he's making it work. And if there's a time that I want to be proven wrong, this would be it. Wins the head-to-head versus replay. He's the healthiest person in the lobby. We might just be watching one of the most cool top 4s that you'll see in terms of deviating from the line and sticking to your gut instinct for raw TFT skill. I would love to see Pitsy top 4 from here, but that is some weird itemization in builds if I've ever seen one.
Mortdog sat up on a seat for that one. He's like, wait, it's Camille Carey, but he's level 7. He's just going Camille 2, and he's got a Bramble Vest on, and he has 2 mascot spats slammed, and he's got Misfortune backline. What exactly are we looking at, Pitsy? You're playing some Woach TFT, my friend.
Yeah, and just to add a little bit extra layer, if you're talking about the front lines in the game, Mascot is a big gap between the worst and the second worst. Like, Mascot is so far below, like, Brawlers, Defenders, Aegis, Threats. You can even justify Ox Force as being a better front line than Mascots in the late stage of the game. Unless you're re-rolling them, Pitsy's going to try to make that work. So that is clearly going to be something that we'll have to keep tabs upon. As right now we're hopping it back on with Mike for Mike. Started off really strong, but we do know some Talias are taken out of the pool. And Mike, right now, is just stuck between having like a full bench, but a board that's not even that strong.
Not a particularly strong board. Maybe this Urgot can farm some items. Going up against Minhee, who is on the weaker side, still stuck on Draven 2 in the middle of stage 4. Definitely not what you're hoping for, but you know, neither of these boards are particularly strong middle of stage 4 boards, so it's going to be at the very least a decent loss for Minhee, it seems like. Draven's able to get a couple of unit kills. It's hard to tell because a couple of these units on the board I'm pretty sure were tossed in by this Syndra, but not looking good. Meanwhile, we had Clear on the lower left rolling for this Rel carry board. He's down at 17 HP, and man, he's in a tough spot. He only has 6 copies of Rel, now 7. There's another one in his shop, but he's not that close to any massive spikes here. He's got 5 copies of Neela. He's got 5 copies of Yuumi with no items. He also has brutal items on the left. A Spat isn't very good overall in this composition, and 2 swords are definitely not the components he's looking for, so it's not looking good for Clear right now, despite the fact that he has 20 points in 4th place overall in the tournament.
He does have last stand. I mean, part of it
True.
is that he understands that he's going to try to sack to get to this point. He is triple contested. We know Kyvix wants the supers, and he's streaking. We know that Minhee wants the supers. If he can outlast Minhee, which I think looks like he's going to get this win and take a convincing victory. It depends on enough DPS survives, but his the way the units are stacking up are just allowing Draven to pick him off one by one and printing gold, so not an ideal situation at all, and it looks like Clear ends up losing this fight. But if he can survive long enough for Minhee to release some of the units into the wild, Clear could theoretically make a 1 HP comeback. This board is capable of doing it if he can get online and running, and that's a big if.
It's a big if. He's also, speaking of big ifs, I mean, it's possible, right? He's got a strong augment and hold the line. He's got last stand, which is very, very good on this line. He's also got salvage bin, and that spatula could definitely become a tactician's crown in the late game if he can somehow survive to the next full item carousel, and there's a craftable spat, and he can take it, sell it, whatever it is, and he gets a tactician's crown, which is so powerful. So I mean, he's not doomed by any stretch of the imagination, though it is a very tough spot for Clear.
Yeah, or a tome drops here. If a tome drops here and he rips it, it becomes another item for him.
Just take the rod. It's just IE and a gunblade.
And a gunblade, probably.
Minhee rolling. Oh, Minhee 2 Dravens in the shop, and he's got it.
All right, Draven 3 is online, and that should theoretically make it easier to hit the Rel 3. We're at 7 Rels here for Clear. Oh, 2 Rels in the shop! And a Draven.
That's the theme.
Okay, everyone's hitting, everyone's online. The more people who are re-rolling, assuming they're not taking the exact same units, the easier it is to hit. Let's see if this is good enough for Clear to survive, because remember, he does have last stand, but he doesn't want to proc it too early. He's going against Pitsy, who still is playing this Camille 2, but has since added a Renegade Misfortune in the back.
Yeah, that Renegade Misfortune, once all these units die, Misfortune gets that damage buff. If she gets a cast off with it, it can do a lot of work. Meanwhile, this Rel is just not taking damage in the front line. There is not enough damage left on this Misfortune, I don't believe, to take care of business against Rel, though he does get a couple more unit kills there. Pitsy, I think, is very much in playing for top 4 mode, so he's hoping some of these lower HP people will die, and that's tough for him because we see Clear has potential with the bounce back. We see Stellar Minhee also has potential with the bounce back, getting that Draven 3. Joining G again with the 5 Gadgeteen Talia carry variant. It's a tough spot, man. He just, it's hard to envision this board has the ability to really have a big comeback. He's just trying to eke out placements as best he can.
Yeah, you know, I understand why we wanted the 5 Gadgeteen. I just don't feel like this Gadgeteen emblem in particular is what's really capitalizing on what makes Gadgeteen strong. It's both aspects. It's the damage reduction and the damage, and it feels like Echo's not using half the stats. Not to mention it's an Echo 1, and he's hoping that this Talia 2 is enough, but everyone else is strong. Sox has 3 items on this Sona 3, now starting to ramp. Rage Bait a little unconventional, but it's probably not an ideal item. He just had to make it. And he still can't deal with this Lee Sin 2, this cleansing safeguard. Yes, the mana lock has been removed from the dual Lee Sins. It doesn't take away from the fact that you're able to cleanse all of that anti-heal, all of that damage. And it looks like G is dead. And Clear has now procced his last stand. And we'll see whether or not he can make that comeback. Meantime, let's check on Kyvix's board and see what's up with him.
Kyvix, because he was so contested in this line, it looks like he's only going for the Lee Sin. You actually see him choosing not to roll here. He's getting ready to level. He just pumped a bunch in level, getting ready to go to level 8, trying to get the vertical mascot, right? Needs to find that Nunu and wants to get 6 mascot online. It's such a big spike for the board. We saw Casanova talking about it being played off screen earlier. Now we're getting a chance to look at it live and in the flesh. Kyvix, the rock solid master. Kyvix is a player that, after winning regionals in totally unique fashion for him, right, playing on much more kind of standard lines, is now back to what we know and love, playing some of the off-meta reroll.
That's right, that's right. If people forgot, in set 7 he was playing Deja Guardians, and a lot of people were not really caught onto the line. He's able to capitalize to it. This may look like a bad position for the Rock, but
no, he's chilling.
Can you smell what he's cooking? It's just in the back line, and he has a Dragon's Claw. This Talia, you can have as many free pot shots as you want, but the day of reckoning has arrived. Malphite is now on the scent. Is an overtime diff. It is not, and Kyvix is back to his winning ways. Clear is dead in 7th, unable to keep that momentum with the last stand, or rather reverse it. And we do have our top 6 heading to the stage 5 carousel.
Yeah, whatever Kyvix is cooking, I want some. This is not a milk situation. I am here for what Kyvix is putting on the table. Let this man cook with a rock, and he will take care of business. Meanwhile, he actually gets Lee Sin 3 off the carousel. It's going to be QSS, which is not ideal, but hey, it's a Lee Sin 3, nothing to kind of turn your nose up at, especially since it means even more damage for that carry Malphite. And this is a board that really does primarily just play around one unit, right? Everything is about supporting this Malphite, a little bit of extra damage. Plus, BIS Lee Sin 3, I guess, helps.
Yeah. Rapid Fire Can, Hand of Justice, and Quicksilver. Not really the jacks that I was thinking of, but we'll take it. At least we're the old school Kale carry builds. This is bringing back some memories.
Yeah.
Taking a look at who he's matched up against. Sox. It seems Sox is kind of ping-ponging. He doesn't look like to be the strongest in the lobby, despite having that crazy start with the double duplicator. He's going like a win-loss, but should be on pace to finish in top 4, assuming he doesn't take too heavy losses. I have a hard time imagining how he's going to deal with this Malphite. Again, Malphite has a situation where you need to have enough high single-target DPS, but it's not even just the raw DPS. You also have to have the right unit type to go up against him, because if it's just a melee carry, Malphite is going to love that up close and personal. I will say that this stall, the amount of Syndra units are throwing in to force its way in front of Malphite is huge, and that ramping AP is just too much, so Sox has found a way to get a crucial victory against Kyvix. Now remember, Kyvix is level 8 50 gold, so he still has a lot to play with. But man, that was a huge victory for Sox.
Huge victory for Sox, trying to get as many points as he can. We saw earlier that Rock beat Minhee's Scissors, but I guess Syndra was tossing in some paper over and over and over again. He threw it enough times, I guess you can deal with the rock solid composition. Meanwhile, Mike is all the way at level 9, but he is 4 loss despite having solid items on Atalia and solid items on a Fiddlesticks too. What's happening here?
I just don't think that he has any of the mix. He doesn't have anything that's really particularly outstanding outside of his Fiddlesticks 2. His Talia items are okay. And I think that Talia also has very good matchups and very poor matchups. This matchup, I'm not entirely sure, because I'm not entirely used to seeing Camille 2 with Bramble Vest, with Renegade Misfortune in the back. Does seem like it's okay.
This caster is a noob. Bronze caster doesn't know classic matchup. I can't.
I don't. I know this matchup. There's dozens of games on Tactics.tools that I could probably reference. And when I say dozens, I mean probably 24 games.
Yeah, 24 games
or
in Silver Plus. Pitsy is playing some good TFT. The lobby complexion is not working out great for him, but clear dive, that's good. Stellar down at 1 life as well. So Pitsy's trying to get out of top 4, man. This is a really interesting version of a tempo line into 6 Renegade Misfortune carry. I have no idea where he cooked this one up. It is sort of working, though. He did lose 4 out of 5 fights in stage 5.
And he doesn't have enough gold to go to 9 either to roll a meaningful amount. If he did go to 9, he'd have enough just to put 1 unit in. And that's not good enough, so he's sort of stuck. He has to keep rolling. And his best bet might be to chase Misfortune 3.
Oh,
Manazane is really interesting. Manazane is really, really interesting because he can actually has removed one of those items with the magnetic remover. If you can find another Misfortune 2, you can also just itemize a second MF because he does have the Q cone, the Chalice of Power. Maybe let him cook.
This man is cooking something. More, let's hook him up. He definitely was rolling for Misfortune 3 win con. That's not going to happen, so there's no way he's winning this game. But if he can find a second copy of Misfortune 2, that would actually add quite a bit of value. You see him holding the extra Camille's as well, right? He really he wants to potentially put these items onto another Misfortune or to Viego. He winds up having to use the remover, which is a little bit unfortunate, but just time was running out, and he just wanted to have the strongest board he could.
And he's not placing this Manazane. I guess he's trying to be very judicious with how he actually distributes these items. Again, because he knows he's on borrowed time. This is a 3-unit loss. That puts him in a pretty precarious situation for maybe getting a 5th place. Unless Stellarman, he loses here.
Oh?
Minnie's out, so that's at least a top 5. Mike, for Mike taking a loss?
Oh, looks like Mike's taking a big loss. Is it fatal? We're in stage 6. Is this 3 units or 4?
4 units.
Okay, Pitsy with the
My
top 4!
God, Pitsy does it by the hair of his chinny chin. Get me out of this game. Pitsy hits a second Misfortune 2, but I'm pretty sure that doesn't change anything. And Pitsy might have gone away with murder. How did he top 4 this game?
I have no idea, but I enjoyed it immensely. I love watching someone just play really, really good, flexible TFT. Pitsy struggling overall on the day, but he's a true AP Flex player. He's creative. He's not just playing the standard versions of the lines. And if you need any more proof of that, just look at what happened in this game.
Pitsy another Viego too. I'm curious to see what ends up happening there. Let's check in with Sox and see whether or not he can take down Kyvik's board. Kyvik has this Manazane able to add additional anti-hero from the back. The rock solid Malphite getting surrounded, and it looks like this might be one of those counter matches. If you just stall out long enough, maybe can ramp up through the hearts and get enough ability power to just brute force your way in.
This Lee Sin is putting in some work, though, with these items. It's getting a lot of uptime, and it's shielding this Malphite to keep it alive, and Malphite looked like it was going to die, but Malphite is still alive. Last time we saw this fight, the Syndra was tossing in unit after unit to keep this Malphite stalled. The Syndra died much earlier in this fight. Sox not able to get the win. Pitsy does die, predictably, in 4th place. Replay is our only streaker. The other Camille board, we haven't gotten a chance to look at what he has going on, but 3 unique boards as we head into the very end. We've got a Camille reroll player, we've got a Malphite reroll player, and we've got Sox's Cleansing Safeguard Sona 3.
Yeah, the Cleansing Safeguard Hearts probably going to dip out here because unless Sox can find a way to get an edge on replay's positioning, the dynamic that's so difficult to deal with is how do you deal with the Talon that's jumping in the back plus the threat of Camille jumping in the back, and if you position too much in a clump, Camille can punish that with her sweeping disarm, so it can get pretty tricky to navigate around. Meanwhile, we're focusing on the fight, see if Sox can even get a right to play against it as he's fighting against replay directly. That Camille is now stuck onto the Lee Sin and doing a good job of it. Looks like replay's can take massive damage here. How many units is this?
He's dead.
Oh! 1 HP? It might have been a Syndra unit that got thrown in?
Yeah, it must have been a Syndra unit because the number of units on the board was definitely enough to be fatal. So a chip in a chair, 1 HP, and a dream remains for replay. I'm not sure any item is going to have massive impact, but it looks like he's going for the Ox Force Crest. Certainly can be transformative. Oh, he actually decides against it, goes back for that Titans, but Kyvik says, no thank you, you took too long, that is my Titans on the Fiddlesticks.
Yep, that's right. Kyvik can close out this game. Kyvik can go yet again with a rock-solid composition showing off what it has. And now he has to do is just play legendaries. Just put a very strong quality unit. You're talking about Fiddlesticks and Urgot that he has on his bench. He's a duplicator. Kyvik should win this game and has since run away with it. Yeah, he lost once or twice, but for the most part has been uncontested in his first place berth ever since he hit this Malphite 3. Can anybody get in his way?
Haven't seen anyone get in his way yet, at least not meaningfully. We're going to look at both fights. So we have the real fight on the right, Kivix versus Replay, no Ghost action. Then you have Sox going up against a Ghost, and that's very fortunate for him. Ghost boards are quite a bit weaker, so Sox looking to eke out a top 2, if at all possible. Replay does have better action in this fight, getting access to that backline way earlier. This fight is going very well for Replay. The Yuumi is down. It's just going to be Rock versus the World. That Dragon's Claw is actually not very good in this matchup. It's okay. It's good in the Talon, but it's not at all good in the Camille. Kivix does bleed here, so Replay is going to live now. Can Sox deal with this Malphite even on the Ghost board? The Malphite's still alive. We just saw the Lee Sin go down. It's going to be Malphite versus 5 units. Malphite versus 1 unit. Malphite is going to take care of business here, it looks like.
Yeah, I don't think Nunu 1 can get it done. And Sox barely lives by that 1 HP. All of a sudden, I'm not entirely sure how this top 3 is going to shake out. One thing's for certain. All these players who are at level 9 need to find a way to get these legendary 2-stars. Kivix playing just too many low-quality units. Also, it does beg the question, at one point, do you consider doing things like would you ever duplicate this Yuumi to put these items on someone else, like Nunu instead? I feel like 2-star Yuumi with these items don't actually do anything, but you can get things done with maybe that Nunu 2 or that Urgot 2.
Totally, especially in that Camille matchup, because the Yuumi's just going to die immediately. The Yuumi will have a lot more uptime in this matchup, so it'll be interesting to see if she's able to pump out a little bit of DPS with that heart ramping in the fight. Once again, we have the 2 fights side by side. Which one are you looking at?
I mean, I'm looking at both of them. Most importantly, can Kivix finish the deal here against Sox? It does feel like there's a little bit of that rock, paper, scissors we mentioned, but maybe the Rock wins again. Getting access to that backline is going to be everything.
I don't know.
Oh, hold on a second. This
Leona?
true damage plus the Urgot focusing on the Urgot onto the Malphite. It's just a little bit too much stuff getting in the way.
So close.
And it does end up biting the dust. Kivix takes another loss. Replay is alive. And we have 3 players going to stage 7.
Wow, I don't remember the last time I saw 3 players in stage 7. This is freaking wild. Sox hits the Syndra 2, which is big, and Sox needs to be careful with his gold because he's running out of units to throw in. So much of it is about how long he can stall. If he spends too much gold, he doesn't have enough units to toss in, then it's actually hard for him to stall out the fight and win against Kivix, because that fight is going to overtime, it seems like, every single time. Meanwhile, Replay, a lot of this depends on his Camille positioning and whether or not he gets access to the key units early in fights, like against Sox, for example. If you get onto the Sonar right away, that's probably fight swinging, whereas if you don't, we saw what happens where that Camille just gets stuck on the Lee Sin eventually and gets overwhelmed. So it actually feels like, as much as we talk about rock, paper, scissors, and I've been having fun with that wordplay all game, it does feel like this is anybody's lobby to win, and it's going to come down to positioning and how they think about their construction of their board in stage 7.
I think Kivix has got this. He can make a Mordekaiser too. He just takes up 2 mascots. It's fine. Cut Yuumi plus something else that doesn't really matter, and then play Mordekaiser 2 plus stuff. So I think Kivix should have that. But we do see Sox hit 2-star Syndra and hit a Shojin. And look at the quality of his bench. He's pulling a 2-star Zac and a 2-star Rammus, and even has a Fiddlesticks to boot. Who matches against whom? Looks like Kivix is going to get the ghost of Replay. So the matchup for second place, Sox versus Replay. Who gets the edge?
Sox with really beautiful positioning. This Camille is going to be onto the Urgot, which is a bummer, but he's got that Bramble Vest with the Echo, which is going to taunt it immediately with that backline Echo. This Camille is going to be onto this Bramble Vest for a little while now. Is it going to wind up ultimately? Oh, God, the damage from Camille goes through, but it's just Camille against the world. There's just so much left over for Sox. Sox looks like he's going to take a fight win against this Camille, and we do see Kivix on the left side of the screen easily taking care of business against the Ghost. So it's going to be it's going to be Sox versus Kivix here. Kivix with that fully itemized Mordekaiser. So these are, meanwhile, Sox with the Urgot 2 and the Syndra 2. These are very different looks at the board since the last time we saw them.
Name of the game. We've talked about it. It's kind of like a zombie invasion. Rock Solid Malphite is like the zombie trying to chase the protagonist, and Sox is just throwing everything he can to get into the way of the Malphite, right? Every barricade, every stone, every possible thing that can get in the way.
The last second hacker tech, he's going to hacker Malphite into the backline for this matchup.
No way! Malphite goes to the back line, but Sox has split his back line, and these aren't the important units. It's not the Yuumi, it's not the Urgot. The city skylines from the Mordekaiser does end up killing a lot of the front line, but Sona and Sentry are still untouched. Sox is buying everything. It's a discount. Get in there. It doesn't matter. We need bodies on the board. Stat. One more toss. One more cast. It is not enough. Pretty sure Malphite's going to wrap this up. A valiant effort indeed by Mismatch Sox. But the Rock has finished cooking, and Kyvix once again is going to take up first place to secure round number 4 here at day 1 of the mid-set finale.
My God, that lobby was fun. We see 3 players into stage 7. Everyone, it felt like, had legitimate chances to win those matchups based on how they positioned, how they constructed their boards. We see the final round hacker tech. We saw Kyvix actually holding those units on his bench for a while, and at first I was like, what is he holding those units for? And then I realized maybe at some point he decides, I have one ace up my sleeve. I can throw this at them one time and they won't be thinking about it. He waits for the final fight on 7-2 and gets the job done, dashes that rock into the back line, and the rest is history.
God, that Malphite came down like an asteroid. Like, I don't know. How do you beat the Malphite at this point, Dan? Because it feels like every time we've seen a 3-star Malphite, it just ends up being such a dominant force. So what's the secret here?
The secret is to try and either get stuff in the way like Sox is, but or just kill him beforehand, because once he gets to that point, it's really, really difficult to stop. But the reality is, Sox's composition is always going to struggle to kill Malphite because he just lacks a single target DPS. Like, Sona is his primary carry, and with Syndra as the main support and Lee Sin as the tank, those are just not the units that you need. You need way bigger weapons, right? We're talking about rock, paper, scissors, the whole dynamic, but you kind of need that bazooka to come out of nowhere and nuke that Malphite. We're talking about like a Phelios 2 with a bunch of legendary support to try to take down that Malphite, because I don't think Sona 3 is going to get it done. Sox probably tell you that the hacker probably didn't even matter at that point. Just the reality is he didn't have a way to answer Mordekaiser 2, Urgot 2, and Malphite 3 and all that kind of stuff. But still, what a crazy finish. And it also goes to show you, Crowan, what are you doing? You could have drafted Kyvix?
Yeah.
You didn't. So I think this goes to show you that, once again, Crowan is throwing his fantasy draft. He got the opportunity to pick Kyvix again, chose not to do it.
Wait, who wound up with Kyvix? Didn't Crowan?
I can't remember.
I actually feel like Crowan did. He just didn't pick him
Crowan
first
did
overall.
end up with Kyvix.
Yeah,
I mean,
as much as I'm down for throwing shade at the other casters, we gotta give.
I messed up.
Credit
oh
where
my
it's
God.
due.
I had this line prepared in my head if Kyvix would win. I totally messed up.
It's
All
okay.
good.
We'll forgive you, Crowan. We will never doubt your faith in Kyvix ever again. Let this be a lesson to everyone. If Kyvix has one fan left, it is Crowan.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be right back and log off. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out.
Later, Dan.
Okay, well, Bryce, let's pick up the conversation, shall we? Where we've got our lobbies ready to go here for the 4th game down. Are you seeing any surprises from how Game 4 shook out?
Let's see here. We see Buzzy Boo with a nice bounce back win. Really, really happy for him. Dish Soap with another W. We see Kurum all the way at the bottom at 8th. That's brutal. Soju struggling today. Yogurt really struggling as well. Broccoli with another nice win. Broccoli, he says he's high rolling. He's playing a very first-rate style today, but a lot more firsts than 8th. So Broccoli is popping off on day 1.
Yeah, it's been really impressive to see how, like, the consistency between Broccoli, Dish Soap. We also see, like, Sox getting a couple more top 4s. So I feel like when you take a look at the overall standings later, we are going to end up seeing a couple of point leaders really start to shake up towards the top. But taking a look at the overall compositions that we did end up seeing win those lobbies, 8 Oxforce Viego? Excuse me?
Yeah, also Samira 3, Velvet duo carry, by the way, although when you have Samira 3, do we really call it a duo carry?
Maybe not.
a lot of shenanigans happening in these off-stream lobbies. I'm sad we didn't get a chance to check them out.
Yeah, wow. I don't know if Dan's back yet. I can't tell.
He might be back, but not recovered. That would be my guess.
No. I'm mentally broken. That was my mistake.
Oh, no.
It's all good. But
someday we'll forgive you.
Someday I'll forgive myself. Don't worry about it. I feel like we've just been seeing a lot of 3-star 4 costs all of a sudden today. It feels like all set long it hasn't really been as prominent and yet it feels like today we've
Yeah.
seen a handful of it. I'm not entirely sure what's in the water. It could be the fact that people are playing much more economic-centric starts like underground 2-1 openings that could possibly be into it. Either way, no matter how you slice it, it's Dish Soap back on top. That's a 3-point gap. I think a lot of people were wondering, can you have so much consistency in a set that has a ton of variance? And I feel like these players are showing you, yes, you know, it is important to have the right openings and the right starts, but it's really about what you do with it. Dish Soap, Kyvix, Pressivin, Setsuko, Broccoli, Sox, Clear, Robin. What a top 8 we have so far.
Kind of it's kind of nuts. At this point, I really wonder how these players towards the bottom half can really start to pick things up. Bryce, do you have any ideas? Like, is it just about high rolling today, or is it about maybe finding a more unique line going forward for the rest of the games we have?
Depends on the player. It's hard to fully overhaul game plan in the middle of a day of a tournament. You can definitely do it between days if you can find a way to survive and advance and then get to a situation where you can study who was doing well and pick up on lines like Rock Solid, for example. That line ain't that difficult, if we're being honest. You buy the supers units, you buy the mascot units, and you play them on your board, and then if you high roll and you get to level 9, like Kyvik said, you put legendaries on your board. These guys are all really, really good at TFT. They're certainly capable of learning that line, but a lot of people probably just weren't open to it. Maybe they had seen it randomly in a solo game at some point. Maybe they caught it on one of Dan's VOD review sessions, right? But that doesn't mean that they knew how strong it was and are looking for that out when it presents itself. So Kyvix has 2 first place on that line already today in just 4 games. So that will definitely open some eyes for sure, but it also depends on where you're at points-wise, quite frankly, because if you're just barely out, you don't really have to overhaul anything. Just hope Mortdog has you a little bit more than he has so far, or that you can play a little bit better. If you're all the way at the bottom, though, it's time to start swinging for the fences.
So maybe a little bit riskier play styles. Have to see. I mean, Dan, you were saying that there are a lot of players that they gotta get those strong starts, but they also have to know how to close it out. So we're gonna take a short break and see what players can do just that as we enter into the final 2 games of day number 1. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day number 1 of the Monsters Attack mid-set finale. We have 4 games down. We have just reseeded our lobbies, and so now we are entering into the final 2 games of the day. And coming up in our next lobby, I mean, before we even get to that, Crowan, what's up with the Kyvik slander right now?
I will not stand for it. I just want to clarify, to everyone, especially to Frodan, I will never turn my back on Kyvix. The only way I'm not getting Kyvix in a draft is if Casanova steals them before me. If Kyvix has 1 million fans, I'm one of them. If Kyvix has 10 fans, I'm one of them. If Kyvix has no fans, I'm no longer of this earth. Well, Casa as well.
I could be here though. Yeah.
You'll be the one left. I'm the one left against Kyvix. I am against the world. But no, I mean, Kyvix has obviously shown that he can play TFT with the best of them for many sets now in a very different ways as well. He kind of got popular off of his off-meta reroll, show that he can play standard as well, play very high-end capped boards, and now he's back to his roots. I just love to see it. That off-meta, the rock-solid Malphite, kind of Cass talked about that earlier, and now he pulls it out. You just love to see it. I love watching Kyvix play.
I mean, Kyvix is certainly one of the titans that we are looking towards in this next lobby, and there are a couple of other players that have also ended up in this one, Casanova, that are right on the bubble of being able to make it into day number 1. So who are those players, and what do we have to look out for there?
Yeah, we're approaching the end of the day, right? There's 2 games left, so the points really, at this point, we kind of see what the big picture is. In this lobby, right, Cottontail near the bottom might not even have a chance to make it out to day 2 unless there's some miracle with a 1-1 in the next 2 games. So what we're really looking at is Wage and Iverson, Jukyu, Kurum, and Ripple. They're all kind of at this point where they need to have 2 pretty good games. We're looking for top 4s out of these players in the next 2 to kind of ensure that they make it onto day 2, whereas players like Kyvix, Clear, and DQA just need to not do horribly in these next 2 games to make sure that they ensure their spot. Kyvix might already even be essentially locked in, collecting a point or 2 over the next couple ones. So we're really looking at those 4 in the middle, just seeing how they can do, if they can kind of rise up and get into those top 4s, make sure that they can make it to day 2 in that top 16.
I feel like that's going to be so tough because we've definitely started to see some compositions really find some success, and maybe if there's another rock coming into this next game, maybe that'll spell some good fortune for that player. But there's only really one way to find out, and that's going to be seeing what happens in these next 2 games, because this is really where the going gets tough, right, Crowan? Like, you really can't make any mistakes here.
No, not when there's only 2 games left, especially, Cass bringing up all those players on the bubble. It's really do or die time. There's a bit more wiggle room for players at the top, like, Kyvix, Clear, DQA. Wasian, Jukyu, Kurum, Ripple, Overdrive really have to make sure that this game counts, and we could be seeing just some more aggressive underground play as well. There's actually an off stream lobby last game of Dish Soap getting 6 underground and absolutely smashing the lobby. It was great to see, so we might be seeing more of that here in this game.
Okay, well, I guess prepare yourself for that maybe as we get into game number 5 of the mid-set finale.
All right, thank you so much, Necro. We're jumping in game number 5, Crowan. We're gonna check out some Kyvix. We'll see what he's got once again, if he's gonna continue to pop off. But he's done his work for day 1. He's in a really safe spot to try and be in that top 16 and make it to day 2. So now Kyvix really looking to secure as many bonus points as possible from this stage. So we'll see as things go. I mean, this lobby is super important. Game 5 setting that tone. So we're really setting the stage for game 6, where we get to see exactly what is needed to make that top 16.
Exactly. The Rock was cooking, but Kyvix is cooking as well. Let him cook. I'm very, very excited to see what he'll pull off in this game. Bonus points, like you mentioned, still very much should be on every single player's radar. If they're already in the top 16 at the moment, getting those bonus points has made the difference in previous tournaments of, making it to, from day 2 to day 3, say, for example. They really, really come in clutch. They get you into more of that money as well. It's just, there is a lot still on the line. Even if you are a player like Kyvix, the work is not done.
Just starting things off, there's an anima angle, already having 2 of the units and being able to 2-star the Silas early on could be an opening for Kyvix. couple swords and a glove there as well. And we'll start to see, especially when the augments come in, where the directions go. On 2-1, a lot of times people are picking that direction, and we'll see if that seems to be the case as Kyvix picks up a couple of 2 costs, bit of gold here.
Some duelists holding on the bench. Defender Crest, Rich Get Richer, combat training. We haven't really seen combat training come through a lot at all. But Defender Emblem, there are some like 6 Defender kind of comps that we could be seeing come out. But no, Kyvix actually is going to go for this combat training route. Huh.
What can this be, Crone? Combat training, what would we want to train up early on? I mean, I know it's Kyvix. I know there's potential for a lot of different things to happen here, but are there any that you would specifically be looking for?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just gonna be some duelists. I think he already kind of has the duelist angle. He got dropped a couple of them. The Yasuo, sure, he sold a Fiora to just pick up some pairs. One of those pairs was a Gangplank. So he's just gonna be itemizing kill for now. Yes, she might be sold a bit later, kind of like as soon as we find a vein or something. But yeah, this will still work with the duelist route. And this is a very tempo oriented comp, kind of a top 4 kind of composition. And from Kyvix's spot, that makes a lot of sense. He does not have to be the one in this lobby to have a really pop-off, crazy first place game. He just needs to dodge 8th place a couple times. Yeah, sure, the bonus points conversation is there, but the most important thing is just making sure you get to the next day. So I like this line. I think if anyone's going to be familiar with lines like this, it is Kyvix. So it's actually not as surprising as I kind of, as I was originally from seeing that pick.
Yeah, combat training, that actually makes a lot of sense with duelists, right? You're going to be keeping a lot of units that you have from the early game in for the long haul, right? So they're going to be able to keep stacking up. But also, they build themselves a ton of attack speed, so here's just a way to give them a bunch of AD as well. Works out quite well. As we jump over to Wei Jin, who's got 4 underground in already. Underground, pretty crazy trait right now. And we just saw Dish Soap having early underground like this. Take a first with a 3-star Samira in another lobby that was off stream. So Wei Jin gonna look to try and duplicate the success that we saw from Dish Soap.
It's kind of the same start. You got underground for the first augment, got underground crown for the second augment with a prismatic. Wei Jin could be repeating in those same footsteps. Going to be making 10 gold here as well, selling one of the blitz cranks. Has not slammed any items, but that is a-okay. Wei Jin is playing for the late game again. Risky, because he needs to make sure these games are good. Sure, he is 18 points. He's kind of farther up on the bubble, currently in top 16, but having a solid first place here would surely make him a lot more comfortable moving into the final game. With Wei Jin specifically as well, he's improved so much from the start of the day. He started with an 8th, and then he went 2nd place, and then he went 3rd, 5th in the last game, but still he's been trending upwards, and you like to see that.
Yeah, overall still a good day for him. 18 points at this stage is solid, right? As you said, in the top 16. So if he keeps going with his average, he probably makes it in to the next day. Just has to make sure that these next 2 games are very good for him. We're checking in with DQA, and we did just see an admin. So in a second, I'm sure we'll find out what admin DQA did take. But he's just running an early game at Laser Core and going for a Last Whisper, so running an AD line.
Yeah. Also, speaking of players who need to have solid games, well, I guess Cottontail might be out of it. Maybe there's a way you can go first or something, but Cottontail and Jukyu took Hustler. So that's an augment that you can play very, very tempo oriented with. Push levels very aggressively. You're always going to be getting that constant stream of 3 gold, but maybe not one that's going to net you in first. Although, top 4ing is going to be pretty solid with that one.
Yeah, DQA getting his streak snapped. It felt like he might have an opportunity to push that streak, but ends up losing there. Gonna have to try and rebuild it as we jump over to Ripple's perspective here. He is also streaking currently at level 5. Looking at the items, not a lot of slams just yet, but so far they're looking like an AD lobby for us when it's been a lot of AP throughout the day.
Oh yeah. You can look at all of these item slams, or lack thereof, actually. There's a lot of components still left, which is kind of uncharacteristic. Usually we see like 1 or 2 players maybe not slamming everything, but 3, it just goes that they're playing, very open. They want to make sure that they get best of slot items. They're not worried about preserving that early game HP. As we over to Ripple Overdrive, who has that true 2's got, it looks like a Kale and a Draven or Poppy. Or Ash, I guess. But the Draven's one of them, that's for sure. He's
got a wealth.
lot of 2-stars.
A wealth of 2-stars here for
And that's
Ripple
why he's
Overdrive.
3-win streaking. Only player to be 100 HP right now. Has a very solid board. Has the item slammed now. Gargoyles on the Poppy as well as the Warmog. She is going to be staying alive for a very long time. Possibly even 5-0ing some of these boards. Probably like Clears here, who's already rocking with 3 admins on the board.
Yeah, Clear definitely looking like he's going to get 5-0'd on this one, especially the focus being Poppy and Neela. Neela just going to be able to heal up everything. Clear definitely going to be taking a lot of early damage, and Ripple likely to win streak for quite a while with this.
Oh yeah, he's really in a strong spot as we see that very dominant win coming through. I'm not sure there's anyone else's board that can contest with it right now as we go into 2-6. But keeping our eyes on Clear and Wasian, kind of both at the bottom there, 73 HP. They're going to be the ones that are popping off here in the mid game, rolling down, finding some good options. But it's going to come down to where the hero augment comes into play, if it does at all, right? It's not guaranteed to get a hero augment coming through. It could be something like gold, 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 silver, gold. The possibilities are endless. Ripple Overdrive still in a great spot here.
Yeah, and I mean, you talked about this lobby being high tempo. It was kind of interesting to see that not a lot of items had been slammed, which usually you would characterize as low tempo, but a lot of the compositions are still more in that kind of vein of a lot of power on the board. And right, Ripple is also pushing that with this True Twos, with all these 2 costs, because he's going to be slamming people like 5-0. People are going to need to start trying to increase the power on their board, whether that's slamming items or starting to reroll early. Looking at this 3-2, we might see quite a few players aggressively rerolling.
Even a little cute tech of DQA putting a belt onto one of his frontliners as well to make sure, okay, I need to kill this Poppy. Please let me save at least 2 HP. And yeah, that was almost a 5-0 coming through. Ooh, actually,
yeah, wow, Clear open ported.
Yeah, he open ported. Make sure to guarantee the loss. That's something you gotta be looking out for. If multiple players are lose streaking, you want to be the weakest one. Clear made sure of that, secured the 5 loss streak, found a Soraka as well on level 5. Kind of crazy. We know the admin for Clear is when ally dies, admins gain 20% attack speed, so not good for the AP direction, unfortunately. If that was an AP kind of line, Clear would be in a great spot, but might have to do a bit more digging, or just say whatever the admin is fine, that it's bad, I'm still gonna go this direction, and maybe cap out at like a barely a top 4.
Yeah, all right. So we'll see what that 4 admin ends up being for Clear as well. But ally die is always a really nice one, so let's see where that goes. Getting so much gold for Clear as well. Could look to start pushing levels.
Yeah, Clear got a lot of gold from the opener with the 3's company augment choice as well. So that's basically 12 gold to play with. The main part of the reason why Clear is so rich. You'll generate econ earlier on in the game. Always solid, still slamming no items. Really wants to see what this augment is, and is fine for continuing this loss streak. Going up against Wasian, who is still rocking the undergrounds. Gonna go for a big cash out. Looks like has 5 underground right now with the 4 undergrounds on the board, and then the emblem as well.
Yeah, I mean, Clear, I was just kind of stun locking myself looking at the items, just trying to figure out exactly what I would want to slam here. And he actually goes for the Archangels, which I don't think is exactly where I would have gone. I probably would have wanted a Shiv, but I suppose there's still, a lot of functionality that it can make with these bows. I'm just trying to piece together what this is gonna be. Maybe Giant Slayers is what he's looking for there.
Yeah, perhaps so. Clear reroll is the carry Camille augment. I think Insta picks the support one there. Rolling down, going to still go for the 4 admins. We know it's the attack speed on ally death, so can make some solid use out of it. And let's see what the 4 admins going to be. Ooh, gain health. Okay, AD, not really the line that you want to go with the Archangels being the slam. Most likely it was the health there. We got confirmation here soon.
Yeah, because they already had attack speed. I don't think you want more of it. The health makes a lot of sense. We've seen just these incredibly healthy LeBlancs and Sorakas. It's a little bit late on 3-2, but still, because it's ally death, at least it can still stack up pretty well.
Yep. So very early on, Rammus 2 for the front line is going to be very strong as well. And yes, we do have confirmation. It was the 15 health. Like suspected. There still has a long way to go in this game, and LeBlanc only being one LeBlanc right now, not even a pair, is a little bit concerning. And again, the item slams are, I mean, not exactly what I wanted item-wise.
Yeah, starting to piece together a little bit. There's the Zizurot, so that is where one of the bows goes. I'm curious if the other bow would also go in that direction, but it can eat a sword later as well for a Giant Slayer. And, you know, this can come together for full AP items as well. He still just needs a lot more help to make it work. But having the 4 admin online is going to be nice, even if it's not the most optimal setup for it. He would have loved to have the health first and then the attack speed if that was going to be the case as well.
Oh, here we go. Another Camille player, but this is going to be a Camille reroll angle with the carry. Augment, this actually has such a good such good data to back it up. Jukyu's in a pretty good spot. The gold is a little bit lacking, however, but at least saving HP. But I guess that roll down has netted a win streak, right? 6 wins in a row is actually even tearing up that extra Camille. I think he grabbed that one from the orb, right? So he's not saving it for the 9 out of 9 Camille's, just wants to play a more tempo style with it. I think that's very much the trend that we're seeing this tournament, is exactly how much tempo play there is.
Yeah, just trying to make sure they can keep some of the HP, especially against all these other players who are getting so strong so quickly. Going to be Weijin taking a lot of damage once again, right? This is one of our players that's looking to cash out later with that underground, and we'll see how much damage he takes before he can get there. We've got a Rising Spell Force Ezreal. I wonder if that's going to be actually rerolled, or if this is just kind of some power on a recon board.
Yeah, I mean, probably if you take that augment, I think you're
should
committing
reroll, right?
to Ezreal carry reroll. As long as you're not contested, you're probably going to be in a good spot. It was Cottontail that took that. Taking a look at the items, they're frontline and a shiv, so not really typical Ezreal items, with things like a blue buff plus just generic kind of like good AP items, but maybe we'll see that a bit later coming through. 5 underground, however, is still gonna be the case for Weijin. Seeing exactly when this cash out comes through is very, very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be big to watch, and it's going to be a good kind of micro test for Weijin as well, like how quickly he's going to be able to execute on the big cash out. Now, some of these cash outs aren't just like crazy immense amounts of gold. Sometimes it's just a bunch of items, and that's a little bit easier to work with, but see where he goes with it.
Great frontline items, Warmog's Pride, and then just a declaw right there is good, but no, it is not good enough, Cass. We're going all the way for Weijin Iverson. One more.
Gonna keep pushing with that. Weijin, of course, having the carry augment for Vi as well.
Oh,
so
true.
Would have been nice to be just super tanky on that, but does still have a redemption as the option, so that's not too terrible itself.
No, it's actually, I think probably maybe better that he's doing this. Weijin might be able to save a bit of HP with this, Redemption Slam, can grid out a bit more, and maybe you want something like a, like a Titans for the last item for a Vi. That's going to be really, really good with this hero augment pick. And yeah, the Vi, even as it is right now, tier 2 items is really powerful. It lived for so long in this matchup, allowing even time for, a Kale one, Ezreal one to take out a lot of units on DQA's board, and maybe even win the fight here. It's gonna be close, not quite win the fight, but again, saving HP, killing more units, exactly where Weijin wants to be, because just needs one more round to come through, win or loss, and we'll get that next level heist cash out.
Yeah, it feels like he may need to cash out on this next one, but the fact that he was able to greed one more, he's just losing so much HP because, as you mentioned, everybody is getting very strong very quick in this lobby, which is actually making it harder for these underground players. But Cottontail able to play underground, 3 underground with more of a win streak angle. He's rolled down a lot. He's no gold, level 6 here, and only 4 Ezreals as of now for this Rising Spell Force.
It's okay for now, and Cottontail being on 0 gold is actually kind of negligible because he has the Hustler.
Yeah, he's Hustler.
Hustler augments, like that part's fine. However, still being on 0 gold and only having 4 Ezreals, yeah, it's not that great. Rammus too, again, it's going to be like the real big BP frontline in stage 3, allowing him to net a lot of wins, but the items are kind of lacking. He's going to even lose this round, it looks like, so not able to streak throughout all of stage 3. It's a bit preemptively, but yes, that actually does end up being the case. Cottontail in a rough spot, as unfortunately is kind of this whole tournament unlikely to see him moving forward, unfortunately.
Yeah, I forgot there were 2 Hustlers, so that's where it is. Jukyu's the other one we have to watch out for. He's also gonna never have gold, but here it is. Potentially a cash out Mistral as the Radiant item here. It's quite nice. 3 loot orbs.
6 loot orbs. 2 removers. I mean, I feel like this is a oh no, one more.
Asian says one more. We go again.
I think Weijin winning that last round is the reason why. Because even with winning that round, you got a chance to look at what the cash out was, and though it's not good enough, having 5 underground and losing 2 rounds in a row is 5 kind of stacks of that each. So he still only needs to lose 2 more rounds in a row, get an even better heist vault. Is he dropping? Okay, no, I was just swapping the items over. I was gonna say, yeah, really needs to run the 5, lose 2 rounds, and then he's going to be capped.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's getting pretty close to this Vi 3.
Yeah.
Actually just finds a couple more here.
Oh, some big upgrades as well to preserve HP. Winning a round, however, is a bit awkward. I mean, it's like fine too, especially if he's able to chain wins after that last one. But running on into the Draven 3, yes, that combat training did end up being a Draven instead of the duelist route. That is very, very good. Yeah, Draven's going to have such a high cap with it, assuming he found it really early and has been able to stack for a long time, which I think he has.
I mean, he's 3-starred. I imagine it was at least early enough, right? It's got to have a very good amount of stacks by now. Kyvik's in a good spot for this game. Having that 3-star Draven, 77 HP still, so didn't actually have to sacrifice any HP in the mid game. He must have found, 2-star Draven relatively early.
Third augment choice coming through, gonna be rerolled for Weijin. Ends up picking Makeshift, which isn't the most value right now, especially considering Weijin's going to have this big cash out. If it's not like 1 million gold or something, it's gonna be a bunch of items that he has to spread and not have as much value out of the augment. Not what he's looking for. Maybe still salvageable though. Really needs to hit this Vi 3 soon. There's
He's just going all the way down for it, but he's not hitting.
No. Has the units on the bench that he wants to transition into, right? Has the sure shots prepped and ready.
Wow, he's just putting the sure shots in, trying to find it, and he's just still not finding it.
Still rolling. Oh.
All right. I mean, we just got to watch this cash out, right? After this assumed loss. And up against Cottontail.
I don't know, actually.
Yeah, Cottontail doesn't look that insanely strong, but Rising Spell Force, the items are pretty good now.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be a loss. It's probably gonna be a loss. Yeah. The Rising Spell Force is good, and same with the Rammus front line. Senna's not quite good enough to pair through this. Maybe if the Senna had the last Whisper, we can consider it a bit more. But yeah, that is just too tanky for the Rammus for now. We get to see it. Weijin. What is the underground going to provide? Is enough to save this game?
Go one more.
No.
Go one more. You won't.
One more.
You won't. One more.
Yeah, one more.
All right. I.e. 2 Toma traits and a bunch of orbs.
I don't actually think it's what Weijin wanted here. The 2 tomes, no gold is a really big thing, right? Weijin needed a gold to find these upgrades, find things like the Samira as well.
It's 0 gold. Oh,
it's kind of tragic.
Oh, it's an 8.
Hits the Vi 3, I guess. Copium.
Get some items in. Come on, Weijin. Get something on your board.
Last Whisper, Warmogs. Ah, man, a Rage Blade, something. But this is looking doomed for Weijin Iverson. That's going to make next game that much more important. But I don't even think there's any way he dodges 8th here.
Yeah, I mean, he's on the bubble for this, right? At least he was the highest player on the bubble. So he had the most leniency, but if he does go 8th, it really is going to lead to a big game needed for the 6th game of the day. And yes, hitting the 3-star Vi is huge though, because it might allow him to stabilize a little bit. And I'm just wondering if he can just get insanely lucky and find, this 2-star Samira, or maybe he picks up a Spat and that gives him
gives him Tactician's Crown.
Yeah,
he has the Spat on the bench, so maybe this was exactly enough to, even if Weijin Iverson gets a 7th here, that is a huge deal. Because usually the amount of points to advance in a day is like around the 27 mark. If Weijin goes 8th here and first the next game, I think it would be exactly 27. So he would need an exact first next game. even going 7th and having that one placement wiggle room, it's hard to always get first and make sure your board, you know, caps out. And Wasian has actually been a player to not be able to do that much. We talked about Wasian being a very first or 8th player. The 8th came through in the first game, but he has not been able to since cap out these boards like he's used to doing in maybe some weaker lobbies to get these first places.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of watching his tomes in the corner. That looked like he grabbed an Ox Force. We'll get confirmation in a second.
Yeah, sure shot on the next one, it looks like. It's rough, though. That is rough.
Ox Force and sure shot. Yep, we were right. That's what he grabbed. We will see if Wasian disappears from our right side of portraits there, or if he's able to hold on a bit more. Kyvik's looking incredibly strong with this Draven, still stacking up all that AD. Bel'Veth, though, you know, look at the moves. It's not enough, but it was kind of cute watching it go back and forth, dodging out the Draven ultimates.
Always fun to see a little mechanical plays like that. Like, oh my god, is that Faker playing Bel'Veth? Like, you know, some stuff like that. Wasian winning another round again. 2-win streak. Kurum, a player that needs this to be a big game as well. Going a kind of more standard sure shot line, but is still stuck on things like Bel'Veth 1, Samira 1, Urgot 1 as well. Not even a pair of Samiras. Not looking great for Kurum's spot here, but needs this game to at least be a top 4.
Ezreal's power level finally reaching over 9,000, getting 3-starred on the corner there for Cottontail. Now a threat, Rising Spell Force Ezreal, very, very powerful unit. Still has a lot of HP to work with, and that's going to be scary for some of these players who really need to not take losses right now. Looking at Wasian.
Player on the other side, playing the admins. He had the attack speed and the perma health. We see the health stacking up for a very long time right now. LeBlanc's very, very tanky. And Kurum's board not able to do the job here in this fight.
All right, Wasian still keeping the wins, keeping going, stabilizing. Needs to find gold to start leveling up, but did find a lot of good stuff here. All those items, meaning the sure shots, get to be kitted out.
He still gets to play through Underground for the rest of the game as well, because he has the Underground Heart. And playing a 3-star Vi, obviously you're never getting rid of that, and the Samira is going to stay on this board for the whole time with the sure shots. So he's going to be able to recover a little bit of maybe some more components or gold as well. So it's not negligible the impact that this will have. As a Nunu as well. He's just kept the Nunu from the carousel that had the spat on there. Said, screw it, this is my most powerful unit right now. I don't want to roll for anything else because I, again, want to recover that economy. Lots of items, however, making this makeshift basically a fake augment.
It's not real at all.
He has no value from that. He could have, I don't remember his options, but he could have picked literally anything else.
Don't worry, that Sivir is incredibly tanky.
Oh yeah. Alistar 1 as well. Jeez. And Redemption, I guess the Lee Sin. Yeah, so still gets some value on those backline units. Not gonna be very much, however. As he tries to live for another round and at least secure a 7th place. That is, again, a really, really big deal if he is, but going up against Kyvik's.
Yeah, Kyvik's able to find another 3-star for the supers, getting even more damage onto this Draven. Just an abundance of damage between the combat training and the supers coming through. Still rough to get through that Vi, though. Wasian very strong. We're just going to see if Draven can cut down through this, but the ticks from these double redemptions. The redemptions coming in clutch there because that Draven almost was able to cut through.
Yeah, thinned out the board a lot. It's had like an extra like 3 or 4 unit kills just with the Draven ultimate, but still Wasian holding on a win streak. And the next player to maybe join Wasian down there at the bottom is going to be Ripple Overdrive. Another player who needs a big game, but this is not looking like it's going to be that until maybe the big hits come through. Cass, Bel'Veth 2, Zac 2, running the threat augment as well. Threat level maximum.
And he's got only threats on the board. That's what you want to see. Who needs this Spirit of the Exile?
Yeah.
Who needs this second augment? That augment about as useful as the makeshift armor that Wasian has. Looking pretty good though. The threat level maximum coming through. Unfortunate for Ripple to not find a threat within the augments. I think they were actually all 2 costs, were they not? So no way to actually get one there.
Yeah, I'm gonna see the Bel'Veth actually griefing and dashing back into the Draven axes. Oh no, if that didn't come through, might have been able to have a chance to win this round, but instead Ripple will drop into the 8th place slot, at least for now, at 9 HP. Invasion goes up to a 5 win streak.
Yeah, Wajan holding on every single place. So massive for Wajan Iverson here. And it's starting to look like this may not even be a bot 2. Wajan might be able to claw back even further. Make it a 6, make it a 5th. And all of that is so incredibly impactful going into that game 6.
Yeah, look at the HP totals and amongst this lobby. There's kind of Kyvix at the top, but everybody else is so close. 2nd place, Juku, 37 HP. That is not a lot to work with. Every single round is so important. The positioning, the decision to be like assessing board strength and being, oh, can I actually greed out a bit more? How hard can I cap my board here? A lot on the line for these players.
Great spot for the Urgot though, gonna at least pull forward those admins into the Cho'Gath, but there's so much HP that Clear has been able to get on these. The Bel'Veth's gonna have to try and chew through that. It seems like Clear just doesn't have as much damage as we've seen on a lot of these admin boards, because there's pretty tanky carries, but they're just not chewing through everything as quickly just yet.
LeBlanc.
Wow, though, the LeBlanc holds on, takes down Ripple, and he's on his last leg, 1 HP.
That double Archangel's Giant Slayer LeBlanc stacked up like 200 extra AP there at the end. Absolutely crazy. You don't even need the admin to have AP because you got double Archangels. Sure, other items might have been good to complement that as well, but still, lot of power there. And DQA actually dropping below Wajan Iverson in HP as well. Again, Cass, every single round is so intense. We get a moment of reprieve in the carousel. Check out where all these players are at. Maybe get some good items to kind of fit into their compositions. Wajan getting an Edge of Night.
Yeah. I love that Wajan is trying to break the item graphic on the side there.
Oh yeah.
It's getting really close.
So many.
Game can't go on too much longer. Wajan's going to really test the limits of the tech.
Don't, I have faith in production.
I believe in them. I think they're going to knock it out of the park. Wajan's just limit testing.
Limit testing in game, limit testing out of game as well. DQA, another player on the high end of the cusp. His little 10th place isn't secure right now, and if he has a bottom 2 placement, it's going to be really scary, Cass. And he's only on Aphelios 1, having the 3 items, has the onslaught as well. A lot of players favoring the red gun. How's it going to do here in this matchup? It should be good, but is it enough?
Yeah, it's good, but it's an Aphelios 1. I don't think that's going to be able to deal enough to this Draven 3. I think you need Aphelios 2 for it to actually pump out enough damage. We're going to see it gets kind of close, but it's just not cranking out enough.
No. 1 unit loss there is going to be exactly what DQA needed if he is going to lose. Wow, the Rising Spell Force. Yeah, it wasn't enough, unfortunately. He ended up hitting, but too little too late. But DQA, what? Double Aphelios
what did I say about 2-star Aphelios? Can you even get this in, though? Can you sell to get there?
What does he sell here? Just sell the Samira pair, right? No,
I think so, right? You're not even itemizing it. Who cares?
Here we go 7 out of 8, whatever, doesn't
7
matter.
out of 8. He just needs to win 1 round and he's okay. He took out a sure shot, so he's only on 3 instead of 4.
That is an illegal shot. It's against Wajan. No way. This is such an insane high roll for this very important matchup. Another player who you're battling for to advance forward, maybe look towards a world slot.
No,
DQA.
he needed to hit anyone else. It's not looking good.
It's not it. DQA still goes out in 7th.
Yeah, and he lost bad too, so even if Ripple goes down, it's possible that DQA just does eat this 7th. Ripple does go down, but yeah.
No.
DQA 7th, Ripple 6th. Wajan's gonna top 4, it looks like. That board got so incredibly strong. The cash out was enough. It was dicey with no gold, but he's made it work. He's made it happen.
He put everything to the test, going 1 more. Had the cash out, 2 tomes, able to make them value. It wasn't gold, but he had enough to hit the Vi 3, and that was all he needed. Hitting the Tactician's Crown, the Nuno on the carousel as well, just the kind of icing on top there. Weijin is making so much work out that really, frankly, he had little to no business doing. This is a crazy game for Weijin.
That's going to help him get one step closer to locking in a spot on day 2. Going to be in a much stronger position with even this top 5 at this point.
Yeah.
Made a world of difference from what it was looking like earlier in this game. Living on a nice edge with this underground.
8 wins in a row. Still on Samira 1, by the way. That's just how powerful the rest of the board is. Namely this Vi. Gets a chance to put the Sunny Janna in. Getting some shields. There we go.
Samira
Finally, Samira 2. Still not what this board wants to look like in its most capped version, but good enough for now to still keep it pushing. He's going against another win streaker, Kyvix.
Yeah, Kyvix, the other potentially strongest in the lobby right now as far as just board strength. Kyvix looks like found another 3-star, this time with the Malphite, so getting even more power onto the Draven. But wow, Weijin's board just chewing through everything.
It is too strong. He was allowed the time to hit even more. Kuramex going out in 5th as well. That is, I don't know if that's gonna be enough for him. He came into this game with 15 points. Gonna be at 19 now. He's gonna need a first place in the next game.
Yeah. He's got himself in a position that he can still make it in, right? He did enough in this game, if that's what we're kind of looking at for the metric.
Yeah.
Still in.
Still 2 players win streaking, Weijin and Clear. Oh boy, this new blood of TFT has dominated this lobby.
Yeah, Jukyu and Weijin both doing what they needed to set themselves up for a good game 6, try and make it into the top 16. Both of them 18 and 17 points respectively coming into this, both of them finding a top 4, needing to just play consistent, solid TFT, and they're doing so.
With everything on the line too, it just nerves that they must be feeling at this point. Every single round, Weijin is doing what we thought might have been the impossible as Jukyu goes out in 4th. Clear takes a big hit. Weijin might be clawing his way back into 1st, and again, the underground cash outs is able to make happen.
Just finding
a chance
the
to
money
roll
from there. Yeah, that's where he found his money. He found his way back in. Just trying to push his way back, claw his way back, and it seems like he is steamrolling over every single fight. It just comes down to can Kyvix or Clear get strong enough. We did see Kyvix hit another 3-star, even more power to the Draven. I mean, that is a way to make it happen.
It doesn't seem like there is enough from Kyvix, even if he goes to 9, which he's very far from, to win against Weijin Iverson. So maybe it comes down to a Clear fight. We're seeing Weijin Iverson versus a Ghost on the left-hand side, and Kyvix versus Clear. Would be sending Clear on out, but it looks like those admins in the backline are still very healthy.
Oh, but just the combat training has made it so this thing does so much damage. It actually takes out Clear. This Draven is chunking through, and it keeps getting stronger. The combat training, could come into play against Weijin if this Draven just has enough damage. It looks like Weijin did lose a fight.
Welcome to the League of Draven, Casanova, and again, it is Kyvix piloting it. A 2-cost reroll. Weijin is still hanging on, and to get a 2nd place in this game is a testament to the player's skill there. Weijin, again, a player who's able to first place a lot of games, might be doing it yet again.
How do people ever doubt this Kyvix guy? Every time when it counts. Every time when it counts, this guy's coming through.
He was very dominated. He's had 2 first places on the day so far. It's still possible for him to have a higher cap than Weijin's board and make it 3. But it is a long road ahead potentially for Weijin. Has a Sejuani on this board. Sure shot Sejuani at that, but it's only tier 1.
Oh my god.
And Kyvix closed it out.
This Draven autos are so insane. Oxforce keeping the Samira alive, but just the damage output from this Draven Let's watch and see if he can get through the Vi. That's the big problem right now, but he's chewing through everything else. Looks like he should be able to do it. Yeah, there's no Oxforce left. And Kyvix gonna get another first place. And he's going big here at the mid-set finale.
Let's go, Kyvix. Honestly, impressive from that spot to recognize how you can use the combat training, but I think Weijin is the real winner of this game, honestly, and it hurts me to say that, because Kyvix won. I'm going through it right now, but Weijin was able to make so much work out there, Necker. It was such an impressive run to watch, all the way from 8th place at the bottom to 2nd place.
I thought he was so dead. After that cash out got him absolutely no gold, and it was just items. I'm like, there's no way. There's absolutely no way that he comes back from that. And then to see him go was like, oh, okay, he's like in 6th now. Wait.
Yeah.
Wait. It's not a bot 4 either? And then just to get 2nd, I mean, okay, come on. Casanova, like, how? Is there even words to explain how he did that?
It was just really scary, right? Because the cap out that can happen from Weijin's board is actually higher when he gets all these items. The problem was he's on like 1 life and he didn't get any gold to stabilize immediately. What he needed was just immediate power and then, continue to ramp up. But he found a lot of, continued like late game power, having all these extra items, which funny enough, put him down in augment, and we can talk about that. That also was making it much worse. But the fact that he survived a couple fights then made it, get to the point where he was so incredibly powerful. And then it got to the point where it's like, okay, yes, he's just not going to die anymore. It's just not going to happen. And I think another big factor of that, because he got no gold, he couldn't level. He was level 6, was picking up that Nunu with the spout on the carousel, allowing him to play an extra unit. I think that was also just massive.
I mean, I think there's something, I saw a really interesting trend, and I don't know if this really does mean anything, but Crow, maybe you can give some insight here, is that, in Weijin's case, it was a carry version of the Vi augment. Yep. But a lot of the players that we actually saw go out in bot 4 had supportive hero augments, and 2 of which were actually the players that took the other Vi augment. So like, what do you kind of make of that right now? Was it like a power level thing? Did that even have a role in how these players ended up kind of shifting through the spots?
Yeah, I think a little bit of it is just, data will suggest that the Vi augment is just very good. Both of them actually are, but the carry augment, especially if you're able to get some early game items, 3-starred as well as Weijin did, it's going to have a lot of power. The items on it can be, you want at least 1 or 2 tanky ones, right? But you can have a 1 kind of more carry-ish kind of item as well, maybe a BT, Titan, something like that. Didn't come to case here, but it wasn't really necessary. It did come down to, I think, some good matchmaking after the cash out happened as well. But yes, I think it's a great point to recognize the hero augment playing a huge deal there. It also let him play 3 underground for the game, recover the economy afterwards, again off the back of the good matchmaking, and propel him into the 2nd place. So that's just a good augment all around. It's a good recognition that is something that can be on the whole board, or on the board for the whole game.
I've noticed that too, like the underground was like still a part of the composition, and so I felt like that was maybe one of the other reasons where, hey, maybe waiting for the cash out wasn't so bad after all. But that is just our first lobby. Let's take a look at how all the other lobbies went as well. And we've got Garchomp Pro. We also have Prestivan again with a first place.
Oh man.
My God, P-God.
That's crazy. Little top is all right under him. Little top to the top. I need to say it at least once today.
Little top to the top, baby. Let's go. That's big for him too. He's kind of a bubble player here at the end of game 4. So after game 5, she put him in a really good position to make it top 16, make it out of here as well. Pitsy needed a big game, finds a 2nd place as well.
Yeah, Setsuko just kind of keep on keeping on, I feel like, when it comes down to how Setsuko has been doing today. But Robin also with a pretty nice top 4 there. And, Soju, Kurum still kind of clawing their way through. But let's take a look at the lobby breakdown of the winners. We did get a chance to see Kyvix there with the Mecha Prime, but it looks like we also have 6 Heart there for Garchomp Pro, so a little bit more leaning into the AP in that lobby.
Yeah, wow. Garchomp, I'm sure you're happy to see him on top, Necro.
I
Your
mean...
value pick in the fantasy. Yeah, 6 heart Lee Sin. The 6 heart can have a ton of power, especially in reaching the late game. If fights go for so long, you're just stacking it up for the whole time. Echo 3 rock carry for Pressman as well. Pressman's able to make so many spots work. We were kind of talking about the little bit of the study group, at least Bryce and Frodan were earlier, about how, you know, Soju, Pressman, now Setsuko is in there, and they weren't doing that well in the in-houses leading up to this event. In fact, Soju is be like, nah, we're just like holding hands 6, 7, 8 every single game. When it comes to tournament, it's on for them. At least Pressman and Setsuko, they're really showing that studying together, having a good solid study group really matters.
Yeah, I mean, Pressman and Setsuko are there in the top 4, both of them, right? And taking a look, finding Soju. We're not going to talk about Soju. We'll just talk about the other 2. Yeah, they're doing great. That group is doing fantastic. It's a really stacked top 4 there. Kyvix and Dish Soap, the other 2 as well.
I mean, look at how low, though, like, the bar right now is just for the bubble. It's kind of, like, surprising to me just to see that there are so many players that are so close, Crow, and I feel like they're all just within arm's reach, and we really could see anything shake up there in the middle 16.
Yeah, if I think 27 it's looking like is going to be the expected value you need to get to. Tiebreakers will kind of put another wrench into that as well. But the players who are doing well, like Pressman, Kyvix, and Dish Soap, are popping off so much that there's a little bit of extra wiggle room for everybody else. It's going to be a real tight race for this final game. I'm just really excited to see it.
Man, so much on the line there with the bonus points as well as who's going to make it forward to day 2. There's already been so much incredible action, and it feels sadness to have to say goodbye to both of you right now just for day number 1. Final thoughts though, Casanova, how do you feel like day 1 went?
I mean, day 1 has been so much fun. What a great way to just jump right back in for me on my first cast of set 8, getting even our first game having, you know, 3 people at sub 10 HP. It's just been a crazy day of games. We got rock solid. That's been hype as well. But really the big thing for me is just that going into this game 6, it's so close on that bubble. There's so many players that can make it in. I mean, there couldn't be a more exciting game 6 to kick off this tournament.
Chrome, what about you?
Precedent showing that he's definitely the most improved player, coming from, you know, set 7 into set 8 now, carrying the momentum forward. Dish Soap and Setsuko showing that they are tournament gods now as well. And of course, the other player in that top 4, Kyvix, my man, showing he can still play any style of TFT. He's grown a lot as a player over the sets, and really excited to see him pop off and seeing who will make it into the top 16 for tomorrow. It's gonna be a spicy game 6.
Yep, looking forward to that game 6, but thank you both so much for calling the action today. We're going to let you guys get some good rest, and we'll see you tomorrow to continue the action of the mid-set finale. We're going to go into a quick break, and then, of course, the alluded to game number 6 that we all have our eyes on right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the Monsters Attack mid-set finale. We are approaching the end of day number 1, and so we have Bryce and Frodan joining us back on the casting desk to take us through the final game of the day. And gentlemen, we've got a very good one on our hands. I want to start things off by asking you, Bryce, you first, about the leaderboard that we saw just over the overall scores of the day. What do you make of that?
Really interesting breakout in terms of points. You have a crazy number of people on the high end. You have 5 players that are 30 points or more already, which is very unusual for the stage of the tournament. And I think Brock is at 30. Everyone else is 33 or 34, so it's really, really high. Same thing on the low end. You've got a few people who are like really, really low on points, which is having the impact that while normally in these types of settings, we're looking at 28-point cutoff as the typical, 27 points is the likely cutoff for this day, and actually 26 points is very much in play depending on how this shakes out. So we might have the lowest cutoff we've ever had for one of these events.
Which is just kind of wild, and Dan, that really puts some huge stakes on the line for this final game. So what are some of your expectations or something that you're looking forward to heading into the final game of the day?
For some players who are in that mid-teens, you're looking at, like Kuramex and around that zone, they need to go big or go home. They need to try to make the best Exodia they can have, because quite frankly, it is kind of that patch where you have to get your optimal best comp versus theirs. I think they have to go for it.
Well, let's see if they've got it. Game 6 is upon us, so Frodan and Bryce, take it away.
All right, here we go. Last game of day number 1. After these next 30, 40 minutes or so, we're going to cut half the field and see who can survive and advance to the second day of competition. We're hopping on board with Malala, who is on the very outside of that bubble. Does have 20 points. We're expecting, 27, 28 to be that cutoff range. Basically means top 2 or better, and just for that insurance, you want to have that first place. Because remember, you can even get that point threshold. But Bryce, those tiebreakers are often what really separates those players at that range.
Those tiebreakers are massive, which means anyone who's in a position to grab a first place in any of these final lobbies, you definitely want to do it, especially if you don't have one right away. And it also means that a lot of times when you're in TFT tournament, you just kind of have to put your head down and play. Like, you play whatever you hit and you figure it out from there. When you're in a final lobby in a tournament like this and you're one of the players on the threshold, and we've got a bunch of them in this lobby. Malala's on the threshold, Bossko's on the threshold, Xiao Dian is, as is Replay. You need to adjust your playstyle based on how many points you have. So if you're Malala, 20 points are in play. Based on how things are shaking out, it looks like he needs a top 2. So he needs to play for top 2. If that means greeting items more, if that means leaning into a higher risk, higher reward line, he absolutely needs to be thinking about that going into this game. You can't just take a 4th here.
Yep. It's not good enough just for top 4. And that's kind of what makes some of these TFT spots particularly difficult. Because it's not just enough for you to want to play for first. Other people also want to do the same. You're looking at Xiao Dian, right, at 22 points or 23 points. He also wants to have a good result. Basso skills, 22 points. He wants to have a good result. Everyone's doing the same thing. As we take a check at the 2-1 hero augment, Three's Company, Portable Forge, Celestial Blessing. A lot of people love Forge to start off the game. Helps give them a bunch of direction, help build a really strong game plan. I look at Three's Company, I think about how it can also give you really strong direction as well as a lot of gold. I'm split between the middle here.
I like Forge here just because there's some real high roll. I mean, no gold collector to snowball things. If he's comfortable with AP, then Mana Zane definitely can leave some of the strongest cap out AP, but he's not a huge AP player. Malala definitely favors the AD line. Opts into the Zhonyas. He does have a Talon pair, so that's immediately where my brain goes. Where does your brain go on this?
Yeah, so I'm thinking about how this is a really interesting setup for Viego, because I think Zhonya's is the best item on Viego by a pretty decent margin, with Death's Defiance being, I think, a second place to that. And he does have the Talon pair, and it looks like Malala generally wants to play for that tempo and that high cap, so I agree with that. Going up against Setsuko, who is not playing for tempo, is playing for gold instead. Setsuko, a player that we just had question marks going into the event, but it seems like no one can really stop him from going to 9 every game, and it feels like he's put up some good results because of that. He is very much secured, so by all means, Setsuko is playing just for those extra bonus points going for tomorrow, as he does take a very significant loss here, a 3-unit defeat.
And that bonus structure change really does change how you play out in these lobbies. If you were Setsuko in previous formats, you just didn't care about your result this game at all. I really, really like the change as a result, because Setsuko absolutely needs to play for top placement here, because those bonus points can pay huge dividends tomorrow. Taking a look at the augments, Xiao Diandin has Jeweled Lotus, so he's going to have a bunch of extra damage. Iniko opting for Ludens in the AP line. Soju, Rich Get Richer, going to be playing that kind of classic Soju ladder style, trying to push for fast 8. Bosso's taking Metabolic Accelerator. That's interesting. That's not normally his playstyle. He's much more kind of consistent top 4 player, but I think he feels like at 22 points coming into this, he needs to have a kind of a top finish, so he's willing to play potentially a little higher risk, higher reward.
Yep, and that's exactly it as well. Xiao Dian, blue buff slam, trying to even preserve HP. This is actually really smart to slam it in the middle of the fight, because he knows that he does want to keep losing. It seems like he's going to play Lost Streak at the beginning of the game. But he also wants to ensure that he doesn't end up committing to a situation where by slam the blue buff he will win. Speaking of winning, Bosso skills, a Jinx 2 with an Anima Squad start, Metabolic to preserve HP. This is kind of an awkward spot because you kind of want to streak, but you also want to get value off the Metabolic. So what's your read on the situation here, Bryce?
I'm okay playing strong support at this point, because he's taken enough damage, right, that he can theoretically, if he goes win, then he actually goes back to 100. So it's not super inefficient. And then when you hit this Jinx 2, it's very interesting to me. I want to slam Last Whisper at this point, actually, because when I look at this spot with the Jinx 2, I'm seeing AD Flex, right? AD Flex has not performed, at insane levels today, because it has lots of people that we've seen go bot forth it, but we've also seen a ton of lobby wins from AD Flex, especially when we get hero augments that are later on. If you get 2-cost hero augment in particular, it completely changes the complexion of the lobby, but it'd be interesting to see how Bosso Skills chooses to play around this spot by not slamming Last Whisper, which I think a lot of players do in his spot.
Yeah, I think he wants to he's on a 2 loss, so maybe he feels like he can take another loss, evaluate, see if something really powerful comes up. You never know if the specific unit combination with a component is what he wants. He goes for the Vayne, so he's a Vayne pair. Okay, so for now, we still keep that Anima thread open for Bosso skills. We'll see as we take a look at some of the other items that have been slammed. Soju we saw with that Gunblade, replay with that Bloodthirster. But for the most part, people are pretty open right now. Not a lot of direction just based off those components.
No, and I think we have a Zoe 2. Yeah, here's the Zoe 2 for Iniko. My God. A player that is struggling today. He's definitely one of the better players on the server. He will not be advancing. You see him way down at 30th place, but he is a really, really special TFT player. Always a joy to watch the entire set, as people have been constantly forcing onto whatever they think the broken lines are. And Iniko has been doing very well in tournaments, playing the complete opposite of that.
Yep, and I haven't really got to see many of Iniko's spots, but, it's just a 5-game sample size, and I feel like he's already proven a lot. I do feel like this game is one of those games where maybe when it matters the least, he has the most pop-off potential, because he does have the Zoe 2, and that can anchor him, and I feel like Iniko is a player that knows how to convert off his high roll spots very well. It's something that he was telling me that he was working on, right, going into this set, because he felt like he was a player that struggled to actually deal with high rolling early in the game. He's like, yeah, sometimes I feel like I actually bobble games the most. It's usually when I'm struggling, but I feel like I can scrap together that crazy 3rd or 4th place that I feel comfortable in. So this is a spot that we'll see if Iniko can demonstrate the growth from set 7, set 8.
He's very good at finding top 4s out of nowhere, but yeah, not a player that has a ton of wins on his record. Even this set, as he's been working on it and doing more of that, it's still, kind of well below the field average in terms of number of first places. He has 13% top 1 rate heading into this event, so pretty low. That being said, I don't know what happened today. He's definitely been struggling, and I believe he's had at least 1 8th, but he had 0 8s in competitive play in set 8 heading into this tournament.
Wow, okay, that's a pretty impressive record. Doesn't end up going against Bosso Skills. Wants to finish the stage 2 job. Bosso Skills looks like did end up selling that Vayne with the vest. Try to slam that Sunfire Cape. Not committing to that Last Whisper again, but Bosso Skills with that Metabolic. Okay, looks like he went 3 loss and then win and then loss. So only Iniko really got the stage 2 that he was looking for. I guess Xiao Dinian on the other end is okay with 5 loss. Is going to be looking for that Zoe. he really wants to be able to do what Inigo's doing, but from the other end.
Yeah, he is going to be hopefully able to get tailoring in. He sold his Lulu in order to weaken his board in order to guarantee his loss streak, but now he's in a situation where very real chance of an augment coming up on 3-2, and he needs to get tailoring in, because if it's 3 costs and he can't get offered Zoe, that's going to feel really, really bad in this spot. He's got the blue buff slammed and the Morello slammed. He would love to be able to play double bubble Zoe.
We'll see. I mean, it also depends on the tier of the hero augment. If it goes 2, 3, 4, any variation thereof. See what he picks up a glove. The instant slam with the glove makes me think that he was like slightly worried about losing the Krugs.
He's chilling. He's chilling.
None of that. He is totally fine. And we'll see. Does he roll? Does he end up just even leveling beforehand rolling? Is he okay with just this? Looks like he's just going to relax here and hope that the hero augment doesn't end up on the other side that he wants to be on.
God, these spots are so tough because from a game perspective, outside of the context of hero augments, you would never consider leveling here. You would never consider rolling here because it doesn't make sense. You're loss streaking, and so there's not a lot of benefit to your game, like what's going on your board. You can theoretically roll deep on 3-2 to stabilize, but because of hero augments and hero augment tailoring, if this goes 3-3-3 or even like 2-3-3 or 2-2-3, you know, something where he would really want to be able to play around the Zoe augment, he's just going to have to hope that he can random it. Otherwise, he's going to wind up with a subpar augment here relative to what he would like to get in the spot. So it's just it's a weird dynamic that is special to set 8 because of hero augment tailoring.
And he takes another 6-unit loss to Setsuko. Big damage to XDD, 53 HP. Not far behind him, Broccoli at 66. Take a look at the hero augment. Sorry, the augment at 3-2. I just had a feeling, Bryce. We were hyping up too much. 3-3-3. Rolls past undercurrents.
It is doomed, man. Okay, we're going aim assist.
Okay.
With a Morello slam. This is suboptimal to say the least, but you just got to make it work. He's doing what he can here. He's rolling down. He picks up a bunch of copies. He gets Soraka as well. And he picks up this LeBlanc for fun, I guess, unless he's planning on duplicating it. I didn't get a close enough look to see what his options were. I have no idea why he picked up this LeBlanc. Is he chilling? Thoughts? He needs points this game, by the way. Like, he comes in at 23. He is not guaranteed to advance.
Yeah, I'm with you there. There's a lot happening. He's still rolling, and that's kind of where I'm curious about what he wants to roll for. Probably the Andy 2. His frontline is quite subpar. He also, by having aim assist with LeBlanc, but having the items on Sona, creates this really awkward dynamic where he needs to hold both the Sonas, and he can't really make gold. He also kind of wants to hold the Owlstar, so XTD is going to be at 0 gold for this round, effectively. Oh, he sold the Sona pair. Okay, so he's going to be willing to come back for the Sonas. Like, you know, the idea is that you want to eventually move those items, but he's just going to have to make do with what he's got, because for now, that's all he can get.
Look, so I'm just going to say, I think XTD has played this spot quite poorly. This is a spot that I made this mistake a lot, actually, like not properly playing around hero augment tailoring. You either have to not slam the Morello so you can be more open with your hero augments when you get to 3-2 so that you can tailor appropriately if required, or you need to roll to get Gadgeting in on your board on 3-1, but just gambling on the possibility of no hero augment here, his game is, it is very tough to recover from a spot like this, because Morello really only wants to be on Zoe, so he wants these items on Zoe, so we're gonna play, I guess, 3-cost reroll flex, and he did hit hard here, it has to be said, right? He had a bunch of LeBlancs, a bunch of Sonas, a bunch of Zoes, he had a Soraka, so maybe it's salvageable, but it is a very tough spot, because he's not playing around his hero augment at all.
Yeah, he does have the LeBlanc 2 at least, but yeah, you're totally right. It does not have anything that really makes this LeBlanc particularly outstanding, but he is strong now. The only problem is, what is the future prospects? Because it feels like he completely nuked his economy, and if he goes like a 6th place, that means that he's unlikely to advance the next day, so we'll see. Immediately goes for the glove. Soju right in front of him in terms of the HP deficit at 52. In fact, 4 players are in the 50s and below right now, which is just a huge HP discrepancy because Basso skill is, what, an 80 and above? So you really had the top 4 and bot 4 already mapped out. But who amongst those lose streaking players will be able to make that comeback?
Yeah, only time is going to tell on that. Bosco's itemization is so interesting, too. He slams Runins, but not Last Whisper. I would love to see his spot and see what he is doing there. Meanwhile, Malala, who we know needs to be playing for a top 2, is in a pretty good spot, too. He's win streaking, 94 HP. He's got the Zoe, too. But Xiao Dian has 0 gold level 6. This man has 50 gold. Oh, he's actually getting ready to level here. He's going to sneak in at the last second. Nico not playing that game. He just immediately levels to 7.
Yeah, and it really comes down to whether or not you feel like that information is valuable to your opponent or not. But Unico is expected to go to 7. This 7 from Malala is a lot harder because you understand that he's not in as good of an economic position. Some people choose to gamble it. Going up against Broccoli, who also rolled it down, it does seem to be 4 players playing similar tree based off of Gadgeteam +1. So in this case, it's Gadgeteam plus Sona for Broccoli. And Gunblade is also not exactly the best item they usually play for Sona because it does end up making her second cast not nearly as impactful. But because of the raw power of Power Grid, plus the fact that he has upgraded frontline, Broccoli is enough to snap Malala's win streak. That's a devastating loss for Malala. You don't want to be giving up your streak at this point of the game.
And now the answer to how he's not slamming Last Whisper, we have it. It's spread shot, right? So he's playing around this Vayne carry augment. I think it's uncontested. We haven't seen anyone. I saw the augments on the left side, but I didn't get a full look at it to see if anyone else was leaning in this direction. But spread shot is a very, very strong augment. He's been playing around this Anima squad since the very beginning of the game. I would love to know how much Anima stacks he has rolling. This is not the most common way of playing spread shot. I think vertical recon is the more common way, but you can absolutely make this work, and his spot seems pretty good. He's got a bunch of Rivens. He's got the Vayne too, so I think Bosco's is an excellent spot to be able to get the points that he needs in this game.
It does, but I will say that this build of Vayne is more unconventional because with spread shot, you want to find ways to really amplify her ultimate, and it doesn't feel like the Silver Bolt is going to actually do a significant amount of damage compared to if you had like Shojin, Infinity Edge, or, you know, in Gunblade to heal the front line. Titans and Runins seem to be okay, like serviceable items, but not particularly strong. True. On the flip side, he is contested by Soju. Soju did take a Vayne hero augment as well. But Soju's also kind of in free fall, and also Soju's effectively limited from the competition. I don't expect him to really hang on much longer if he keeps losing at that pace, although we'll see on the roll down of whether or not something magical can happen for Soju.
I'm getting word from production that Setsuko also took spread shots, so I take it all back. Finding Vayne 3 in this lobby is going to be a Herculean feat. You know, maybe you're right if Soju goes out super early. Meanwhile, Replay playing on a relatively uncontested line. He's playing the Cho'Gath carry augment. Oh, wait, no, never mind. It's the Cho'Gath support augment. He's just adding MR to his whole team. He is chilling. We are rolling down. We found a Belveth pair. Really, really good. A Felios. That's kind of good.
Yeah. It's a very interesting spot because I feel like with Cosmic Barrier, you're just open-ended. That means you have a frontline support unit. You can play anything you want. And so Replay was just kind of just letting Mortdog take the wheels, like whatever I'm hitting. Ideally, he was going to hit this Belveth too, but did not. Does he end up even committing to either of these gloves? He does end up making Infinity Edge, trying to play for Last Whisper. And this could be the mix. And for Replay, who really needs that first place, if he gets threat level maximum, this game is blown wide open. And also, that last top 16 spot has continued wide open as well.
He really, really needs threat level max here. It would be such a good way to be able to do it because this is going to be a tough lobby, I think, for a lot of the people who are on the bubble, right? If he doesn't get a really powerful augment here, he's all in on level 7. His board is okay, but not amazing. We know Xiao Diandian's going to have a tough time coming back. Oh, it's Silver augment. Definitely not what he's hoping for. And then Bosco skills with essentially worst in slot Vayne. And Malala is in a spot where he's preserving a meaningful amount of HP. We'd have to check back in and see. But all the bubble players are in somewhat dicey positions.
State United is not bad when you want to play something that involves like Aphelios and legendaries, just because each legendary effectively just buffs your team that much more. Also wouldn't mind a Future Sight here for Replay, but I feel like you need a lot more. Future Sight is so good at playing for placements, and I feel like while he does need placements, he also needs a very good one. Future Sight it is.
He needs to hit.
We'll see. He also needs to hit. He has pairs of everything.
Yeah, I'm fine with this augment. I am not fine with this situation as it relates to our units. My God, this is a lot of pairs, a lot of potential power on the bench.
Oh God, and going up against Boss of Skills, who does have the Infinity Edge on Vayne, does land the nice Zephyr. Actually, Boss of Skills also with the Future Sight right back. We'll see if that's good enough. Both these players trying everything within their power, clawing desperately to scrap for positions and find a way to day number 2. And the spread shot is just starting to work on all these weak units. Once you get past the front line, it is just lights out. And replay is stuck in repair hell.
Yeah, so it's definitely a nightmare if you're replay coming in this game at 21 points, needing to get at least a top 3 finish, if not a lot more, and it is very unlikely he's going to be able to do that. Speaking of unlikely to top 3, we have Setsuko, who recombobulated Woach and hit Urgot and hit Fiddlesticks and has 2 copies of MF2. What's going on here?
The recombobulator, we missed that. Man, what a crazy outcome it would have been. I wonder if one of them was natural or not. Either way, this is kind of Setsuko in such a deadly spot where, one, he's already qualified for the day, so he's only playing for upside high roll, which makes him more likely to pull the trigger on things like this recombobulator, which also puts him in a spot to spike like crazy like he is with the Fiddlesticks on the Urgot and the 7 copies of MF. Just give him a MF on the carousel and a duplicator off of the Aurelian Doom. Why not?
Why not? That's Setsuko in a nutshell. Going up against Broccoli, who is our only win-streaking player right now, is making that power grid work for him. Meanwhile, we have Replay and Malala, 2 of the bubble players, going up against each other. Replay is able to get that W. Malala down at 51 HP. Checking in on the carousel and getting to see all of the augments for the first time. There is an Urgot on the carousel. Soju thinking about it. Soju grabbing it.
Yeah, and if not, Soju gets to also play spoiler. Players like Replay really want that, so he kind of has fate in his own hands. We'll see, maybe one more
also recombobulated. It's the double recombobulator angle.
Okay,
I must see that board.
To be fair, Iniko is Mr. Recombobulator. He was the one ripping it. When it first released, I forgot which set it was. I'm thinking 6.5 Neon Knights. The first time Recombobulator was introduced, Iniko was the first person that I saw taking it in tournaments consistently. Speaking of consistent, this Talia 2 should certainly make fights more consistent for Malala as he does hit the 2-star Talia. We thought he was angling for Viego, but he chose to go instead for this Star Guardian Spellslinger. What's your read on it? Is it good enough?
I think it is good enough. The base stats on Zhonya's are really good. It doesn't seem like there's very much backline access in the lobby. If there is, then the Zhonya's is particularly good, but I think it's perfectly fine in terms of the stats you get from it. And look, this is a lobby where overall feels like people are struggling to get online, and Malala with the 2-star 4 cost in the middle of stage 4, it's a really good spot. Speaking of 2-star 4 costs, Setsuko all in at level 8. He's got 2 Misfortunes and a Samira, so no ace value, but just a lot of gold power and or unit power on the back line, but not going to be enough. It looks like Malala easily taking care of business. Also getting that Syndra off of the carousel is really big, and this is pretty good for Malala. I mean, this is not a board that I look at usually and say can play for top 1, top 2, but I actually think with what's going on in the lobby, he might be able to.
Yeah, Suzuko has 3 aces, actually. He has a Mordekaiser on his bench, so he's looking for Draven, the forgotten ace. Very difficult to find if he's going to be pumping at 8. In the meantime, we're hopping on board with Iniko. We talked about playing from ahead. He is very ahead. His Recombobulator has graced him with Syndra, a Mordekaiser, and Nunu as well, which are the 3 legendaries that you play around really often off the Gadgeting tree.
Really, really good. These are not actually, like, Nunu is worse than slot, probably reroll in general, but very, very good when you're playing Zoe carry augment, so that's a huge hit for him. Last second repositioning, going up against the Future Sight, and the Zephyr on the bench, Dan! Replay doesn't use it!
Oh, the AMD! Well, it's okay. Maybe he wins anyways. Copium?
Yeah,
maybe doesn't need a Future Sight?
He was setting up to Future Sight the Zoe, and Iniko just bamboozles him. He goes with the last second reposition into a spot where he knew Replay wasn't going to have a unit, so Replay is looking at it and saying, do I want to put this Zephyr on a unit, knowing that I might not? Here comes another Syndra unit. Can that stall long enough? Can the Zoe TPS get out?
Oh, the
That's
last
so close.
tick! The last beam! Oh, and the Sigil is good. And
And
that is a Zephyr diff.
I like to think that somewhere out there that smirk we saw on Nico's picture in the lower right is happening because he knows that is a Zephyr diff. That is a positioning diff by Nico to get that fight win.
Man, replay, just nothing is going his way right now after a really strong top 4 in Corrupted Cup. Just a couple of fight losses away from being eliminated here in day 1 of the competition. And it's not like his board is even particularly quite bad. It just doesn't have a secondary source of damage that's reliable. You're looking at Aphelios, one with no items. You're looking at, you know, Cho'Gath as your carry augment, so not giving you inherently a lot of combat power. He has Second Wind and Future Sight, so nothing that really amplifies. The one thing he does have is Windy Janna. So hopefully he can piece together something. Because this Bel'Veth is great, but she can't do it alone.
Yeah, she really can't do it alone. This is a board that if you have enough HP, you look at it and say, I think you can top 4. But top 4's just not good enough from replay situation. He's also dead last in the lobby in HP. It is a weaker lobby, and he does have that Future Sight. So that can be a total game changer in Stage 5 if he gets the positioning right and lands high-impact Zephyrs. But will other people play around it as thoughtfully as Nico did in the last round? He gets one here.
Okay, does end up getting the Zephyr onto the Power Grid Sona. Broccoli's frontline also looks a little bit on the weaker side. Outside of this Lee Sin, really has nothing else, and that's not a cleansing safeguard Lee Sin. So Broccoli relying purely on hearts, trying to get it done. Broccoli trying to rebrand from an AD to an AP player, but it is going to take a pretty hefty loss here if all of these units survive, and that's exactly what replay needs. By the way, also from the bottom, coming for the top, K3 Soju streaking, and all of a sudden, Satsuko has 4 aces online. It could be the comeback from the players at the bottom.
Soju has no shot of making it tomorrow, but that does not mean he has nothing left to say in this tournament. He is absolutely capable of playing for a top 1 in this position. And let's be honest, Soju is capable of making it tomorrow easily. I've played a lot of games with him over the course of the last 72 hours. He is not in peak form, but he's not in bad form. Soju, I promise you, he is low rolling today. I have seen some of his spots, and it has been brutal a lot of the time. So he's doing his best to make it work, but sometimes Mortdog just doesn't have your back.
By the way, Boss of Skills griefing the Misfortune 3 from Setsuko. Finally had to part ways with it in order to 2-star his board, totally understood. But because of that, he wasn't able to actually position for the Future Sight. And once again, both Future Sight players knew they were playing against each other, and neither of them got the optimal Zephyr off. Wait, somehow Bel'Veth has made a way to the back line? The Spitty Spatulopolis is starting to crumble beneath our very feet? What is happening? Who will save us from this devastating threat? No one! Impending doom evil wins again!
God, and look at the lobby HP. You've got 2 people on top with Nico and Malala, and then everybody else is right around this 20 point. You've got 22, 22, 21, 20, 20, 15. This is insane.
That's pretty close. Wow, actually, yeah, you're right. It's been a while since we've seen the parity be this close from 3rd all the way to 8th place. Broccoli, who was looking good in HP count, is now in complete free fall. 15 HP is what all but separates him from basically taking that 8th place. Now, Broccoli does have 30 points, but that could put him out of jeopardy of getting any bonus points going tomorrow. He's going to need to win at least 1 or 2 fights if he wants to hold on to that remaining point.
Last second reposition on the Zephyr going up against Setsuko. Setsuko dodges it. Oh, these players are too good, man. That's the thing about Future Sight in a tournament lobby like this is everyone knows there's 2 Future Sights going around. So people are just last second swapping your boards. You've got to target secondary carries or target squares that they're not currently on, because it's just really, really hard unless you're choosing the Zephyr to actually land it. This fight probably is a Zephyr diff, actually. If he can land a high impact Zephyr, then I think he is capable of winning this fight. And this is so bad for Bosso Skills. He's only at 22 points going into this game. He needs to get, we think the threshold's going to be 27, so that's top 4. And it's going to be very tough to do with his board state.
Well, it's all about the quality of the losses as well. If you look at it, Bosso Skills only took 1 loss and still was able to move up in placements because players like Soju took a bigger loss. By the way, how many gloves does it take to crack this egg here for Xiao Jian? He's got not 1, not 2, but 3 Thieves Gloves, trying to steal a spot for tomorrow, but currently on pace to narrowly miss it if he goes out in bottom 2. Let's check in with him. There was 1 glove made from the Band of Thieves, but Whether or not that's good enough is hard to tell. Not bad, honestly, though. Look at the Thieves goes on all of his units. Looks like they're all playable.
Yeah, Mortdog has his back in this fight at the very least. I mean, these aren't quite lucky gloves, but they're pretty good. You got tank items on Echo, you got a Gunblade on Soraka, and a Gunblade on LeBlanc, and we know the matchup. He's going up against Bosso Skills. Bosso Skills with the last second reposition. It looks like he's going to be able to land on the Soraka, and he's got his carry on opposite side. The Shroud is going to miss, though.
Shroud misses, but, stopping the Soraka from ramping up is even more important, as we do see whether or not he can work on the front line. Wow, front line crumbling like knife through butter here, and it looks like at this point, can anything stop this Vayne? Another cast, cryo grenade freezes the back line. Xiao Din is Xiao dead.
Oh, it's perfect lethal.
Oh, it is perfect lethal.
Oh, and at 23 points, that's going to eliminate him from the tournament. That is so bad. On the flip side, that is so good for Bosso Skills. He needs to scrap out a top 4 here, if at all possible. Replay knows he's going up against Broccoli. Broccoli's board's pretty weak, and Replay was able to hit an Aphelios 2 out of nowhere. That is so big. You were talking about the lack of secondary source of damage. There it is.
Wow. And also, Bosso Skills been healing up with a metabolic. We talked about how early game not getting like the craziest value on it while loose streaking, but it looks like that HP preserved was every HP he needs to increase his likelihood of moving up. A swap from Replay, trying to get on the correct side, trying to dodge Broccoli's opposite position, and Broccoli hit Lee Sin 3, but he gets Zephyred. And that is not what Broccoli needed. He needs this Lee Sin to tank for as long as possible. And looks like all of the DPS from Replay is now focusing onto Lee Sin, but Lee Sin has no way to stop the AD damage, no way to stop this Bel'Veth from infiltrating the back line, and no way for Broccoli to finish above 7th place. That is death. Soju finishes in 6th. Setsuko close behind him in 5th. Although Inikos take a big loss, we might have our top 3 settled just based off the HP disparity. Let's see if anything can happen here at the end of Stage 5.
Things are getting so tight in terms of the macro storyline of the tournament heading into this lobby. Xiao Dan, unfortunately, is going to be eliminated to 24 overall points. But with Broccoli, who's already advancing, and Soju, who's already not advancing, out, and then you have Setsuko and Aniko, who are down in 4th and 5th place, both at 1 life on 8 HP. Meanwhile, the top 3, so those 2 people, Aniko is out, Setsuko is in, but Replay, Bosso Skills, and Malala all came into this game desperately needing points, and how many points they need depends on who they are. Malala really needs to get a 1st place. Replay really needs to get a 1st or a 2nd, and then Bosso Skills is probably looking at a top 4, top 3, depending on where the cutoff comes. So we're in for a wild finish with big tournament implications for all 3 of those players.
So if Malala's at 20, Replay at 21, Bosso Skills at 22. If it inverts, we're going to have a 3-way tie from this lobby based off that point total alone at 28, which would set up a explosive finish, a photo finish at the end. We'll have to find out. We'll keep you tuned in. As we do look at this anvil, looks like Shroud and Chalice are both things I'm looking at immediately. And Malala ends up taking that Shroud, which could be devastating if you hit things like this Sejuani, like this Urgot 2 from Bosso Skills. That might be the difference maker in this fight. Let's see what ends up happening here. It goes up against Iniko, gets the money Shroud, but that is also a Nunu 2 on the other side.
God, Nunu 2 can do so much work, especially with these items. He's got healing for the Nunu, he's got damage amplification and extra tankiness, so that is a really, really scary Nunu. The Zhonya's did proc, I believe, onto the Talia in the back line, but she is putting out the damage, and it's really the only source of anything left for Nico, quite frankly, is this Nunu. It's putting in a ton of work, but it's just, I think it's going to be overwhelmed here. Eventually, wow, this Nunu is a genius. It is challenger level. It is staying alive slowly but surely, but that lower channel all the way!
LeBlanc! Oh
my God!
Man, I don't know if you also saw, but the prankster Nunu on the other side, Misfortune 3 by the way, the prankster Nunu on their side just like zipped and darted around. That was crazy. A little preview of the Bahrain Grand Prix that's happening in a little bit under 16 hours. Crazy action here in TFT. High octane violence, speed.
It is a game of life or death. This is Teamfight Tactics, brought to you by Riot Games and Mortdog. Meanwhile, Setsuko, with a Misfortune 3, last second reposition, not going up against one of the Future Sight players, so doesn't have to worry about that Zephyr. He is very likely chilling. I don't know that Aniko has the tools to deal with the Misfortune 3 with these items, Dan.
I don't think so. But Miss Fortune 3 can creep. It depends on where her ult goes. But it is good. And yeah, that's right. That is Miss Fortune 3 crushing the opposition. Setsuko gonna put an end to Iniko's game, put an end to Iniko's tournament. And we'll see who can play Setsuko for top 4 once more. A situation where Setsi has his back to the wall, whips out a 3-star 4 cost off of his Giga Chad recombobulator rip, and nobody was contesting the Miss Fortune 3 except for Basso skills, and he does end up landing it. Is he going to play the spoiler? Will Setsuko somehow deny not one of these players, but all 3 of them from day number 2?
If anyone could do it, it's Setsuko, man. This kid is not normally. What an absolute monster. A perennial rank 1 player in North America, basically set and forget when he wants to be up there. Converting it into tournament success. He's been dominating tournaments throughout Set A. He's picking up right where he left off in this mid-set finale. Can he put the finishing touches on this final lobby with a win, Miss Fortune 3?
I mean, we'll see. The angle could be really devastating here. Does end up destroying most of the fight. On the right side, Malala versus Replay is an opportunity for Malala to effectively eliminate Replay. The Talia does end up missing. And that's the kind of fight that makes Talia so inconsistent. Basso skills survived by 2 HP. Everybody in single digits here at the stage 6 carousel. What's going to happen? Is there anything on this carousel that can swing the fights?
A Bramble Vest for Malala could pay dividends here, particularly if he goes up against that Misfortune. He can keep a unit alive. Basso skills grabs a Hand of Justice. Matchups are going to make a lot of difference here as we get to the final. The nice thing for Basso skills is he just played the Misfortune 3, so he doesn't have to worry about playing the Misfortune 3 yet again. We see the matchup. It's going to be Replay going up against Setsuko's Misfortune 3, which means we're going to have Malala versus Basso skills. Very likely 2 players are dying in this fight.
I mean, it really comes down to whether or not you can even get to this Misfortune 3. Her bullet time's just going to rip through everything. And Replay has the unfortunate pleasure of going up against Setsuko at his maximum power. Can he get anything done? Meanwhile, Malala has a Shojin, double Shojin onto this Syndra. Keep an eye on that. But Basso skills gets the Zephyr, so it's going to be delayed. Malala needs this Weaver's Wall to get in the right angle. Both players shrouded. Talia down the center is not what he needs. Basso skills needs to solve for as long as he can before the Vayne 3 can take down the front line. Nunu also trying to get in and close in onto the Vayne, and it is way too much pressure. Bye-bye Basso skills. And Malala will be the survivor to take on Setsuko and potentially fight for his life in the tournament.
And this is so big for Malala, coming in with 20 points in this game, in this tournament. We said the threshold needed to be, or was very likely to be 27. He got to 27. If he can get the win somehow against Setsuko, then he is all but guaranteeing his spot tomorrow, but he might have done enough. Basso skills, I think, also is going to be at 27 points. I can't remember exactly how many points Replay came in, but this is just such a wild finish. All the players that desperately needed points in this game did whatever they could. Now, is there any world in which Malala can stand up to this 3-star MF? He does shroud it.
Okay, that does delay the bullet time, but does he have the DPS? Wow! The Weaver's Wall down the center does end up dealing big damage. Skyline's able to also work onto the front line the other way. I can't even tell. It's just a ghost of Malala's army, and that will do it. Setsuko cleans up again. Another day, another first place. Another potential winners interview with Setsuko.
Oh boy, the Setsuko's winners interview Suffer Legends. I can't wait for him to tell us how much he high rolled today and how little his play mattered.
Oh my gosh. I mean, hey, I think he has made a lot of great examples for just excellent stuff for us to talk about if we do end up getting Setsuko at the very end. But, I mean, what a phenomenal finish there for 6 games of TFT. I mean, damn, when you look across the board for the lobby, like, I just feel like we just got treated to so much in that 6th game.
Yeah, you could. It just felt like you could feel the intensity of what some of these players were going for. And that's what makes tournaments special, right? If you look at it, you might even ask like your favorite streamer, you know, why would you compete when you can like stream and kind of take it easy? TFT for a lot of players is a fun, casual, laid-back game, But like, why even put yourself through this tournament? Is because you don't get these kinds of environments. You don't get these kind of lobbies in solo queue. No matter how much you want to elevate the stakes, whether you're gifting subs or you're wagering your friend or whatever, you don't get this kind of like, I need to top one or I am dead and that's it. That's my set. And it feels like that kind of intensity is replicated for every decision. You're looking at players who are making really tough calls, whether to sell their units, to buy this 2-star, whether they have to reposition. We saw so many players land the perfect Zephyrs with Future Sight and then miss them because they weren't paying attention. There's so much that goes on in high-stakes TFT that it's such a fun thing to watch, but it's also devastating because I'm cheering for most of these players, man. A lot of them become my friends, and it's never fun to say goodbye to some of them.
No, it's not. I mean, Bryce, we saw in that 6th game that we had to say goodbye already to some of maybe the bigger names that we know in TFT. So who's kind of surprising you that's maybe not going to make it forward to tomorrow?
I think Soju had a really good shot of making it forward tomorrow. I mean, I didn't get to watch all of his games. The spots that I saw were pretty low roll, quite frankly. So it's entirely possible that today just wasn't his day. And that's TFT. 6-game sample size is not very much if we're being honest. Could he have played better? Of course. It's TFT. Anyone who says they played a perfect day is just trolling. There is a 0% chance. But, you know, that's definitely a disappointment. And then I also want to shout out Nico. So he has been a player that has been special part of the NA TFT community for a really long time. And there's a decent chance he's got some IRL stuff cooking. I'm not going to spoil for him. I did talk to him and he said it was okay to kind of give him a little shout out. There's a decent chance this is the last tournament Nico plays in, at least for some time. And if this is the final tournament that Aniko ever plays in, I hope we remember him fondly. I hope we remember a guy that had a lot of fun while playing TFT and always beat to his own TFT drum. He is not someone that just follows the meta. He is not someone that spends their whole time complaining about Immortalk. He tries to play the game the way it's really intended, creatively, flexibly, right? Doing it with some flair. And then another thing I want to say is, look, we've got a lot of big streamers in TFT. A lot of people give back in their own way. No one has done more for charity in their time in TFT than Aniko has. He does a monthly charity stream. He's raised tens of thousands of dollars for charity in his time, and that is something that should be commended, man. You know, it's not like he's popping off on streams and like making a ton of money. Doesn't have the biggest stream, but he does have the stream that gives back the most, and that speaks a lot to this person as a human being. I consider him a friend, and I consider myself lucky to count him as one.
Yeah, we have some incredible personalities in TFT. I think that's one of the things that really makes this community so special. So I love that you're able to highlight those amazing qualities about Aniko, not just as a player, but also as a person. And it's like these tournaments, the way that we really get a chance to see these players shine under a spotlight and see what kind of name they can make for themselves as we look across at the other lobbies and how they finished out for the 6th game of the day. We've got firsts as well coming in from G, Ripple, Overdrive, and Pros. Players that I feel like we really needed to see a big finish from, Frodan.
Yeah, and sometimes you got it, and sometimes you don't. Like, I think last lobbies in particular are some of the most fake results to make it as your final conclusion, right? If any of these players go 8th or 7th, they have completely different incentives than at the very beginning of the day. And so some players were able to go big, right? We looked at Malala. He needed a huge result. And there's going to be other players in that boat as well. Wajan Iverson, a player that needed to dig real deep to secure his last 2 games, and he came up huge with back-to-back second places. That's worth celebrating. These players who are making a name for themselves, right? Wajan Iverson, yet again, able to clutch it out. I couldn't be more proud of the guy.
I mean, incredible too after that 5th game of the day. Like, it just looked like Wajan Iverson was out of it, right? Gonna die after the cash out. Still ended up getting a 2nd place. Really awesome to see that he's gonna have a nice finish there, as well as Yogurt, who was another player that was maybe towards the bottom of the 32, but still able to finish the day strong. Bryce, when you look at the compositions, is there anything that really sticks out to you about the comps that these players won their lobbies with?
Not really. We haven't seen a ton of Vi's Real Supers reroll, but it's definitely really strong if you get the right augment for it, and he played around the Vi carry augment, which is the strongest augment for it. Ripple Overdrive is playing like the standard 80 flex board and standard 80 flex board for G as well. Setsuga's board's kind of woach. Misfortune 3, 4 ace. That was a lot of fun. We already talked about that one, you know?
Yeah, that's been awesome. I mean, you both highlighted that there's a pretty big number of 3-star 4-cost carries that have been coming through from a lot of these winning lobbies. Dan, was that something that you had expected going into the tournament today?
I expected more of it, yeah. I think more players are getting comfortable playing around Underground. And I think it's a good sign, actually, because North America has a reputation for being a greedy region compared to other regions around the world. A lot of other, competitions in Asia, for example, are very tempo-oriented. But in North America, there's a reputation that we have. We have to know how to cap boards, and we do, because you know what we know how to do? One thing in esports better than any other region is spend money. And so we should definitely be hitting these 3-star 4 costs. We need to be going to Fast 9 and capping out boards. So hell yeah, everyone's capping out boards here in North America. That's how we do it.
Oh, I love that. We'll have to see how the tournament meta develops over the rest of the weekend. But first things first, to see who's moved on to tomorrow. Look at that cutoff. Bryce, it is at 27. Heartbreaking, though, for that tiebreaker there.
So heartbreaking. It is joy for Bosso Skills and devastation for Replay and Malala. All three of them in that final lobby we were casting all put themselves at the 27-point mark, all right there. And that sucks. I mean, I know Bosso and Malala are friends and practice together, and so it's really brutal to see one person on the inside, one person on the outside. But hey, some big comebacks, like Buzzy Boo really put it together at the end, Juke U as well. And honestly, if you're looking at it, a ton of the big names really advance. You got a lot of the tournament favorites that are moving on to tomorrow, especially at the top. Setsuko and Dish Soap, they're the best 2 ladder players in North America and have been for some time. They've been by far the best 2 tournament players in North America so far in this set. They have the 2 highest average placements of any players across all the tournaments so far, picking up right where they left off.
I mean, that's incredible. I feel like when you look at just overall the level of skill expression we saw today, we had some super, super fun games, but there's still more because we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have an interview with Dish Soap to get some thoughts from him on how the tournament day went. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Monsters Attack mid-set finale. We are done with day number 1, and we've got Dish Soap on the line for an interview today. Dish Soap, how are you doing?
I mean, you can't really be that upset when you score 40 points in a day, so I'm doing good.
40 points, kind of good. Okay, we would definitely want to focus the interview on you, but I have to start by asking. You did finish 1 point below your ladder rival Setsuko, and he did not show up for this interview despite technically, being first place on the day. We got word from production that he was having phone issues and was not able to participate in the interview. Do you believe that? Like, even for a second?
Oh no. But the thing is, I was actually rooting for him to go first because I knew I was guaranteed second. So I was rooting for him to go first so he would do the interview and I wouldn't have to. But here we are.
Bro, you low rolled his phone issues. Unlucky.
Yeah, phone issues.
Well, listen, Dish Soap, you ended up high rolling the day and also just overall doing an incredible job. And you're a player that everyone has touted as literally the best player on the ladder because you've got the results to prove it. So do you feel like that has given you like a leg up in the tournament in terms of going into preparation for the mid-set finale?
I mean, I feel like I know like Infinite Lines. I feel comfortable playing pretty much every comp. Like I'm never gonna see like an augment and say like, oh, I've never done this. Like I'm just gonna avoid this because I don't know what to do. I feel like most of the good stuff I'm pretty comfortable in, and that matters a lot because like being uncontested is such an advantage.
Yeah, Dan, you have a question you want to ask Dish Soap here?
Man, I have a lot. It's just I'm trying to figure out which one I want to ask here. Do you feel like this patch really suits you? I think there's people who have like very split opinions on the patch. A lot of them agree that it's balanced, but then their takeaway from it is different, right? Whether it's like trying to assemble all the Exodias or whether or not you're supposed to be flex, you're supposed to commit. Just like give us your like general feeling. Do you feel like you're vibing with the patch now that we've had like a week under our belt?
I guess. I think there are so many comps that can do so well, but like the power level of like a comp that hits everything and like your average standard like mediocre comp is so big right now. Like just like the mid-tier comps can't really compete that much. Also, I think most of the field actually is trying to play like AP centric, which I don't know is the play. I don't know if AP is good enough to like contest that much. I actually for like my like the first game lobby, I like scouted everyone's lol chest and I realized that like 7 out of 8 of them were like almost always just played AP on ladder. So I'm like, all right, well I'm just gonna go bow start then. I'm not gonna contest these guys. And then I went like 1-2. So yeah.
That's a huge advantage, right? And it was the same thing. Your lobby was all AP in the opening set, and then lobby A, which was like the Soju, Prestivant, Setsuko lobby, were all AD. So it's really interesting how that shook up, and being able to adjust that type of play on the fly is really important. Do you think that's a strength of yours? Like, do you think that you get a meaningful amount of your edge from just being able to play whatever, and so being able to adjust your game plan based on, how people are approaching going into a lobby, also just what happens in the lobby itself?
Yeah, I've been scarred by playing on ladder too much, where like people will just contest you for fun. So you have to be able to like adapt and like play everything. So I would definitely say that's an advantage of mine.
All right. Speaking of adapting, Dish Soap, I noticed today that you are streaming on twitch.tv/DishSoapTFT. Now, that might not sound like news to anybody. It's like, well, yeah, that's the stream. But the past couple of tournaments, Dish Soap's actually been streaming on his alt account, saying that was like helping him focus on the tournament and stay locked in. It felt like it improved his results. So now that you're streaming on main and you're posting similar results, is this like something that's gonna be happening moving forward? Is there a new game plan? Like, what's going on, man? You're flip-flopping between stream channels. I can't keep up.
I mean, basically, I knew it was a placebo. Like streaming it, it doesn't really improve my play at all, but I think it does. But like the placebo just wears off, so like you can't really do it a third time, So I just decided to stream on main.
I see.
Okay, that's the tech. That is the tech. Man, I'm learning so much. People G.
I'm learning so much. I didn't know you were streaming on your other channel. I was like, why is not Dog Soap offline right now? Figure it out. I literally had an offline stream pulled up the entire day. Bryce, please.
Okay, I wanted to ask a slightly bigger picture question. Just so there's a lot of talk among high elo players that TFC is all luck. I think it's like a really common refrain, right? I mean, this game's all luck, right? Whatever. I got more dogged. And there's definitely an element of that, for sure, right? Like, do I think that Soju was like one of the worst 3 players or whatever he wound up finishing? No, I do not. I think he probably low rolled and then maybe he tilted. I don't know. I didn't get to watch enough of the games. The flip side of that is you and Setsuko are historically the dominant ladder players, and you are straight up styling so far in tournament. I don't know if you know the stats on it or if you've paid attention, but going in, I'll pull it up really fast. Going into today, you were second in average placement at 3.32 and a 68% top 4 rate. He was first in average placement at 3.15 with a 69% top 4 rate. Those are insane stats over like 30 games, and you guys did that again today, finishing 1-2. So I'm curious, do you feel like you're just on the crazy end of variance over all of the tournaments? And do you think the same would be true of Setsuko? Or do you think you guys are just finding meaningful edge even against these really great players? And if so, where do you think that's coming from?
I cannot really say I've been unlucky in tournaments, but I definitely think there's still like so much edge to be gained. Like you just have to be willing to like yes, you can complain that someone high rolls, but you have to like know it's a high roll in the first place. Like some people just like don't know in their spot, like they just got a high roll and they just like throw the game. Like you saw that, like I saw some, like it wasn't really in my lobby, but there were some games where the Malphite carry augment popped off, and like you look at the stats and they're like barely anyone plays it. Like there's very low sample size on that. So like if you know that's good, you were like at a massive advantage as well. I don't know, it's just gonna be about knowing, it's just gonna be about figuring out how to like itemize well and just like playing good TFT positioning. I mean there's so much edge to be gained, like you can't say it's all luck, but I also cannot say I've been unlucky today. So
I mean, there's definitely something to be said about identifying the position that you're in and being able to make the most of it. And so Dish Soap, I feel like you put on such a display of being able to do that. And even though Setsuko did finish like 1 point above you, is there anybody else that you feel like is a threat going into the last 2 days of the tournament that you feel like are you nervous about anybody else?
Probably Kyvix. That guy always does good against me. Yeah, Kyvix and Weijin, they do really well in my lobbies.
Not Setsuko.
Oh, I mean, you said besides him.
She said anyone.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he does well against me as well. But.
I figured he was involved in that mixture, but I was like, there must be other folks too.
I'm just trying to start a little rivalry here. Why are you not afraid of Setsuko? Why is Setsuko bad?
Don't answer that. Don't answer that. I'm his lawyer.
Objection leading.
Yeah. Let him go, man. He's played 6 games of TFT. Let him go.
Yeah, we're gonna close this out now. Just so before we do so, are there any final thoughts you'd like to say?
Please more tomorrow. I need as many underground games as I did today.
Maybe he'll be able to deliver that to you. Dish Soap, congratulations once again, and best of luck to you for tomorrow.
Thanks.
All right. Well, we got a chance to get some great insight there from Dish Soap, one of our top players of today. And heading into the rest of the weekend, I feel like Dish Soap, Setsuko, obviously Kyvix and Weijin Iverson, like if he's going to give props to those players as well, I feel like those are definitely players that we're going to have to keep an eye out for. But what an incredible day of action. Bryce, Frodan, let's keep this short and sweet. Frodan, I'll start with you. Final thoughts for today. Like what were you excited about? Anything there?
You heard it from Dish Soap. This game is all luck, but it's also all skill.
I love that. Short and sweet. Bryce, what about you?
Today went pretty much how we would expect. Most of the really good players advanced. Definitely some folks that I'm sad to see go. We talked about Nico, Soju, Kurum busted, which is a bummer. He's had a couple of tough events in a row. I felt like this patch might set up well for him, but hard to say what happened. But a lot of the big names, the majority of them are still around for tomorrow. Got 2 more days of TFT action. Can't wait to get into it.
Seems like flexibility might be the name of the game as we head into the last 2 days of the tournament, but that's it for day number 1. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, for the continuation of the Monsters Attack mid-set finale. Good night.